Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon. Happy Monday, President's Day, I guess. Normally, we're trying to be live Saturday, noon to 5. However, we did have the holidays and I did have some family in town. Therefore, we pushed it back to Monday. We're going to try to make these streams as close to weekly as possible, excluding family events and things that take more priority. But hopefully, with a more routine streaming schedule, we can hang out together a little bit more often. One of the things that I've been wrestling with while we're getting warmed up, hello, Sultan Al Fahim, good to see you. While something that I'm wrestling with, and if you're watching this as a VOD, hello, hola. Feel free to leave this in a comment if you're watching this as a VOD. Hold on, you guys, you gotta let me warm up a little bit. You're already asking questions. Hold on, okay? So I was kind of thinking, it's like, Twitch and YouTube politics is often sex and drama, right? That's what it is, with like the veneer of news. But I do want to talk about news and politics as well, but I don't want to make the show so dry that we lose the sex and the fun and the drama and the blood and all that kind of stuff, right? So we have to balance it. So what I was thinking about doing that way, if people wanted like more hard news analysis, is doing kind of like a news roundup as a warm up. That way, for like the serious heads, they could be like, oh, hey, Connor's talking about this news story or this news story or whatever. I want to know what his take is on this, that, the other, and then we can move into the drama for the drama heads, because let's face it, there's some crossover. So that's the plan. Gen X says, I like it. Good. I don't know what you like, but thank you for liking the stream if you already did that. Ira Donati says, what do you think about Trench Crusade? I think it's awesome. So my personal opinion, I don't care if a creator is progressive or conservative as long as they make good art, right? So if Trench Crusade ends up making a World War I, World War II, steampunk, steampunk, or what's the other one? Diesel punk Warhammer set in a World War II, World War I setting, I don't care. That's awesome. And I'm just going to headcanon it. And I'm going to say that the warp is not always an unstable place. So I'm going to say that this is the warp reflection of World War I and World War II in the warp. That's what I'm going to say. So the humans, they don't know that they're in the warp, but the demons obviously do. Short Stack Goblin says, good afternoon, nerds. True. I like a more routine streaming schedule. True. Hi, y'all. Well, hi, Jen. Good to see you. So I want to smack the heck out of Rob, the large, not useful, derogatory word for a woman's genitals, for speaking to Mrs. Points like that yesterday. Well, hey, Casey, I appreciate it. Mrs. Points wanted me to fight in her honor, and we're trying to negotiate that, because obviously if you jump into the deep end and you throw elbows, then you need to expect blowback. But then also there's a certain level of decorum that you should have with other people's partners. Why is Brianna Wu in your overlay? Well, Brianna and I, we're still talking about it, but she and I launched a show called Counterfire, and it was a weekly show where a Democrat and a Republican were going to go over the news events of the week. Now, the thing is, she wants to go after more hard news, and I want to dip my toes into drama, and these visions of the show aren't necessarily compatible. So we're gonna have a meeting this week about like, are we gonna, are our visions too divergent? Are we gonna only do hard news during our show? Are we gonna blend hard news and drama? Because she, frankly, I don't think she's interested in covering the Destiny Nukes about his sex life, but obviously a healthy chunk of people are. So I don't want to hamstring the channel by being a hard news show and only have boomers and never be able to cuss. And if I say something too edgy, then we're going to lose 30% of our audience. But she doesn't want to get dragged down into the mud, and I like the mud. So we're going to have to talk about that. So we'll have a meeting, and we'll talk about it, and we'll figure out what's best for everybody. Kay says, yay, I was wondering why there was no stream Saturday. Did you announce it and I missed that? No. I'm sorry. I'm not professional enough. I'm so busy. I'm not professional enough to actually announce schedule stuff. You're just going to have to see us when we're live, which I know is frustrating, but obviously when we go full time, I'll try to make it more official and more professional. We going to touch the Brianna blowout yesterday? It was a rough watch. Probably not, but if we were going to add it to the docket, we could. I was seeing Pisco and AJW going at it, and I'm pretty sure Pisco did pretty well. So he's just a scummy little incel freak, and I hope the next pandemic takes him for real. Not sure who you're talking about, but that sounds kind of brutal. What do you think of Trump's current foreign policy strategy in Europe? Things seem to be moving rapidly. Well, let's go ahead and do that, matter of fact. So let's go ahead and add this to the stage. We're going to go to the Associated Press. I want to make sure that, hold on. How do I do this? I want StreamYard where I can see you guys, but I also want to be able to know what you're seeing. Okay, yeah. So let's do a news roundup real quick. I can see what you see. So I'm going to ignore chat. Excuse me. TL1524 says, watch Pisco AJW debate. That was not a great look for the piss. Well, let's talk about that in a minute. So chat, I'm not ignoring you. I'm going to, excuse me, I'm going to go through the news real quick. And basically, we'll do a little news roundup before we move into the drama. So I like the Associated Press. They were just told that they weren't allowed into the Trump office because they didn't rename the Gulf of Mexico into the Gulf of America. I think that's insane. But basically, we have half a dozen news stories that we're going to cover real quick just to see what's going on in the world. And these are the ones that were most interesting to me. So Trump administration tries to bring back fired nuclear weapons workers in Doge reversal. People are fighting about this story because the Doge simps are saying that, like, oh, yeah, well, these were all probationary employees. How could they be that important anyways? And then the NN or the people who were a part of the NNSA, but not the head of the department, were saying, like, no, these are the people who take a look at our nuclear stockpiles, and you dismissed critical personnel that we needed. So, yeah, so let's just take a look at what the AP has to say. The Trump administration has halted the firings of hundreds of federal employees who were tasked with working on the nation's nuclear weapons programs in an about-face that has left workers confused and experts cautioning Doge's blind cost-cutting will put communities at risk. 3 U.S. officials who spoke to the AP said that up to 350 employees at the NNSA were abruptly laid off Thursday, with some losing access to email before they learned they were fired, only to try to enter their offices on Friday morning to find out they were locked out. The officials spoke on the condition of anonymity for fear of retaliation. One of the hardest hit offices was the Pantex plant near Amarillo, Texas, which saw about 30% of the cuts. Those employees working on reassembling warheads, one of the most sensitive jobs across the nuclear weapons enterprise, with the highest level of clearance. The hundreds let go at NNSA were part of Doge's purge across the Department of Energy that targeted about 2,000 employees. Listen. I'm not going to read the whole article, but you should go check it out. But even with that summary right there, it's like, if they were new, it doesn't matter that they're new, you morons. They were trained and given the highest security clearances in order to reassemble and disassemble nuclear warheads. That is not something that you want to be lackadaisical with. So the fact that we have, people have been critical, and I'm critical too. The fact that you have Elon Musk, a 50-year-old, hiring a bunch of 20 to 30-year-olds to fire a bunch of people whose jobs they don't even know, like they don't know what they do. And they were talking about the IRS. They were saying they were having like 5 to 15-minute meetings with people saying, like, hey, what do you do here? And if the people don't have a good explanation for what they do, then they get fired. That's like the dumbest way I could possibly think of running a cost-cutting organization. But, you guys form your own opinions. My opinion is that this is brutal incompetence. This is Silicon Valley tech bros going ham on the federal government, not knowing what they're doing and stepping on rakes and hitting themselves in the dick very quickly. So, is what it is. That's my opinion. So let's continue. Again, this is like a news roundup, so I'm not going to be spending like 45 minutes on each story. I will come back to chat. So if you have something that you want me to address directly, then go ahead and write down what you have on like a sticky note or something, or just keep it in the back of your head. And I'll come back to the chat once we're done with the news roundup. Trump admin wants the Supreme Court to let the firing of whistleblower agency head proceed. So this I would view as more bad news. The Trump admin wants the Supreme Court to permit the firing of the head of the federal agency dedicated to protecting whistleblowers, according to documents obtained Sunday. That would mark the first appeal to the justices since President Donald Trump took office. The emergency appeal is the start of what probably will be a steady stream from lawyers for the Republican president and his administration seeking to undo lower court rulings that have slowed his second-term agenda. The Justice Department filing obtained by the AP asks that the conservative majority court to lift a judge's court order temporarily reinstating Hampton Dellinger as the leader of the Office of Special Counsel. Dellinger has argued that the law says he can only be dismissed for problems with the performance of his job, none of which were cited in the email dismissing him. The petition came hours after a dividing Court of Appeals refusal on procedural grounds to lift the order, which was filed Wednesday. So this is the thing. He's cutting the Department of Education. Or trying to anyways, cutting the Department of Education, cutting the CFPB, the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. He's cutting the NNSA. We saw that a moment ago. And he's not always justifying what he's doing. And so as a result, we have all this chaos. Now, these are the arguments. I'm going to try to steel man it. Donald Trump, for better or for worse, is the head of the executive branch. Excuse me. Our organization of government gives him broad authority to organize executive administrations in the discharging of their duties because he's effectively the CEO of the federal government, right? But the problem with that is Congress assigns funds for, they assign funds for functions. So if you have 13 billion, I don't know, let's just pick a number out of the air. Let's say we have 13 billion going to the FBI and Donald Trump wants to dissolve the FBI, right? Well, the FBI was established by executive fiat. It was actually established by executive order. So technically, I think that it's within his purview to dissolve the FBI and then reestablish different organizations or move their functions to different organizations and then direct the funding that way. However, congressional documents will say we allocated $13 billion to the FBI. So the argument right now from Congress and people who don't like the cuts is, hey, Congress already allocated this money. So if Trump is going to be massively redistributing the functions of the executive government, he needs to do so with the consent of Congress. He can't do it, willy-nilly. And so the point is that is going to be the fight for the next year. If Trump keeps going on his current trajectory, he's going to keep trying to dissolve and reorganize federal institutions in his own image. And then courts and Congress are going to fight over the red tape. So he's always going to be able to move faster than them, and the chaos is going to be terrible. One of the things that I was going to talk about, basically, I'm going to talk to Rob Knorr about tonight, is the fact that USAID, they're cutting like mosquito programs in Africa. They're cutting HIV and condom distribution in Africa. They're cutting condom distribution and all that kind of stuff in South America as well. And there's also like food distribution in Myanmar, like Burma, right? And so what's going to happen is if there's Christian Blair says, this isn't fucking Saturday. True. But, all the Mithra deity is saying, Emperor Trump is doing God's work or whatever. That's okay. You can say that and you can have that opinion. However, you are basically just signing off on a few thousand people dying because of, in my estimation, executive branch incompetence. So you're just like, yeah, cool. We killed a few thousand people. It is what it is. People die every day. I don't care. I want to save the money, which is fine. You can say that. I just need you to embrace that part of the equation. Mike Pence emerges as one of the few Republicans willing to challenge Trump 2.0. So the only reason why I want to bring this up, I don't necessarily want to spend a whole bunch of time on this, but his group spent nearly 1 million on ads opposing RFK Jr. The reason why is because you can't doubt this guy's conservative bona fides. You can't. This guy's been like a Christian conservative, hardcore Christian, pro-life Christian conservative for a decade, 5 decades, right? And so you can't doubt whether or not he's a conservative. And he thinks that Trump has lost his ever-loving mind, right? So this is the only reason why I bring this up is because I need MAGA to know, even though I doubt a lot of MAGA will be watching my show, I need them to know that you can have a principled objection to Trump from a conservative perspective. That's all I need to communicate. So as long as you have that in your mind, I want to normalize that for conservatives. So fiscal conservatives can say, yes, I like the cuts, but I think Trump is doing it in a bungling and counterproductive way. The social conservatives can say, yes, I like this, that, the other policy of Trump's, but I think he's a scumbag in reference to this, this, and this. We need to normalize conservative criticism of the whatever. For all the S I give Connor for his conservative ideas, at the very least, he's just that, a conservative and not a traitor. Well, I mean, yeah, we can debate that. I think the Trump tweet the other day, like, he who saves his country commits no crime, and then him retweeting him ignoring a judge, I think that's insane. Same thing here, right? So Trump's begin firings of the FAA. We don't have to get into the details because I'm pretty sure. And if you want to read these articles, just go to AP News and check them out. Like, I'm not like trying to self-sweep or cover anything up. Go read them. You can have a different opinion than me. I don't care. But the point is that we did just have one of the worst aviation disasters since 9/11. Trump is still firing air traffic control staff. And if this was a Democratic president, everyone, including Republicans, would be correctly pooping blood. So that's all I wanted to say. It's not like a breathtaking take, right? It's just, hey, if Democrats were doing this, I think everybody would be correctly losing their mind. And the fact that Trump simps are going to ignore this completely is infuriating to me. Same thing here. This is, we're actually going to read this one because I think it is important. This is one of the main reasons why I voted for a Democrat, despite disagreeing with 70% of their policy. European leaders gather for emergency talks, fearing that Trump has abandoned age-old allies. Let's actually read this and dig into it a little bit. European leaders gathered in Paris Monday for emergency talks on how to react to the U.S. diplomatic blitz on Ukraine, which has thrown a once solid alliance into turmoil and left the Europeans questioning the reliability of their key transatlantic partner. This is the problem. We have been the spine that has guaranteed European security for a century. Now, I am of the opinion that Germany, France, and the UK need to, and all of the other nations, but with them spearheading it. Obviously, you want Poland. Obviously, you want the Latvia, Lithuania, all those people, because they seem to be interested in fighting Finland, Sweden, right? They need to create an army of the European Union. They need to pick a lingua franca. They need to standardize their radios. They need to standardize their calibers. They might even need to standardize their weapons, because right now, the UK is running that bullpup rifle. The French are running the FAMAS. I don't know. I don't know what the FAL was very big in Europe for a long time, but they need to standardize weapons and calibers, and they need to be responsible for European security. However, the way that he's doing it is insane. I'm reminded of the Bill Barr quote where it's like, if you like Trump policy, Trump is the last person you want to be executing it. But let's continue. Shortly before the meeting, French President Emmanuel Macron spoke with U.S. President Donald Trump, but Macron's office would not disclose the details. Leaders of Germany, the United Kingdom, Italy, Poland, Spain, the Netherlands, Denmark, and the EU arrived at the Élysée Palace for talks on Europe's security quandary. NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte is also attending. This is actually, I would see this as good, not because Trump is messing it up, but hopefully this anxiety will be productive. Last week, top U.S. officials from the Trump administration made their first visit to Europe, leaving the impression that Washington was ready to embrace the Kremlin while it cold-shouldered many of its age-old European allies. Yeah, that's insane. Despite belligerent warnings for months ahead of Donald Trump's re-election as U.S. president, leaders hoped somehow that Trump would stand shoulder to shoulder with Europe in opposing Russia's war in Ukraine. Meanwhile, the continent would finally start to beef up its defenses and become less reliant on American firepower. Okay. But a flurry of speeches by Vice President J.D. Vance and Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth last week questioned both Europe's security commitments and its fundamental democratic principles. Macron said their stinging rebukes and threats of non-cooperation in the face of military danger felt like a shock to the system, which could be productive, by the way. That could be productive. So I don't like this. I think it's like evil in a way to backstab Ukraine and say they're not even going to be a part of the peace talks between the United States and Ukraine, between the United States and Russia. However, like how do you have a peace treaty signed by one group where the other group isn't present? That's what he did with the Taliban in Afghanistan and then screwed over the Afghan national government. Now, maybe the Afghan national government deserved it a little bit, but that doesn't mean that it didn't result in disaster. 13 dead Marines, hundreds, if not thousands of dead Afghan civilians. And then also, excuse me, and then also the country falling to the Taliban in 11 days. So, are we going to see a similar pullout that could be horrible, where we just cut off all Ukrainian funding, and then Ukraine is on its own, and then Europe picks up the pieces? We'll see. Excuse me. Hydration is important. If you're not hydrating, you need to. The tipping point came when Trump decided to upend years of U.S. policy by holding unilateral talks, by the way, with Russia's President Vladimir Putin in hopes of ending the Russian-Ukraine war. By the way, we are well over 24 hours to finish the war. Then Trump's special envoy for Ukraine and Russia on Saturday all but ruled out the inclusion of the Europeans in any Ukrainian peace talks. That I would understand, because all the Europeans trying to get their piece of the pie, excuse me, getting their piece of the pie would overly complicate the negotiations. I think the negotiations should be Ukraine, Russia, and the United States, and that's it. Now, I'm not going to continue to read because I think you guys already understand my vibe. My vibe is this is being done in the most aggressive, abrasive, and disastrous way possible. However, I think I've been talking about Europeans needing to be responsible for their own security for a decade or two. So if Europeans actually start taking this seriously, then good, and they should. All right. Last news story in the roundup. Then I'll address chat and we'll get into the drama. Top Russian and American officials will hold talks on ending the war without Kyiv. It's the same thing that I was just talking about. I think this is insane. I think this is absolutely insane. Let's see if they say anything different. Senior American and Russian officials, including the country's top diplomats, will hold talks on improving their ties and negotiating an end to the war in Ukraine, officials said Monday, in what will be the most significant meetings between the sides since Moscow's full-scale invasion of its neighbor nearly 3 years ago. The talks scheduled for Tuesday in Saudi Arabia mark another pivotal step by the Trump administration to reverse U.S. policy on isolating Russia and are meant to pave the way for a meeting between President Trump and Russian President Vladimir Putin. The recent U.S. diplomatic blitz on the war has sent Kyiv and key allies scrambling to ensure a seat at the table amid concerns that Washington and Moscow could press ahead with a deal that won't be favorable to them. France called an emergency meeting of the EU countries and the UK on Monday to decide how to respond. So, yeah, this is insane. I would be financially auditing everyone involved for undisclosed violations. And, yeah. So that's like unbelievably crazy to me that they would do that. So again, I'm going to go back to that Bill Barr quote. Ukraine war map now. So I think that's insane. And I kind of can't believe that even like, but this is what I was warning about, right? So when it came time to vote, right? Voting is a very minimal action. However, it is it is something. Let me find a good map. Sorry, Ukraine war map, because they're showing me like a bunch of invasion maps. I don't want invasion maps. I want current maps. Of course, this one is the biggest one, and yet it is appearing as the smallest. Let's take a look at that. So when it comes to this, I was thinking to myself, when it comes to vote, right? I can not vote, which does take a vote away from the Republicans, but it also doesn't do anything to fight against the Republicans. And I view MAGA as a cancer, just going to be real, who grew on the Republican Party and then took it over, right? And so I find that frustrating. So I'm like, no, I'm actually going to take a stand. But the Democrats kept talking about gun control and immigration policy and DEI stuff. And I'm like, I don't agree with any of this. I think all of this is terrible. I think that if I was in a room with Harris or Biden, and they asked me what my opinion was, I would be like slapping them in the face and then telling them that their policy was all jacked up. And I'm just going to say it, retarded. So it's like, okay, you're voting for a retard in order to avoid a worse outcome. I mean, that's been my position the entire time, basically. But they didn't make it easy on me, right? I actually had to wrestle with this for a while. Well, the thing about it is, I have some friends who are in Ukraine. I have some friends in a Western city named Lviv who took in refugees. I have some friends like Dylan Burns who are friends with volunteers who are on the front line. I think that Ukraine is fighting one of the most obviously justifiable wars. If you're being invaded and people are taking your territory and they talk about how they're going to take your capital in 3 days and they're bombing civilian centers and all that kind of stuff, I have no problems with Ukrainians fighting back. I think it's a good thing. I'm like proud of them, considering that the Iraqi army surrendered to ISIS in like 3 days. And, the Afghan National Army surrendered to the Taliban in 11 days. I'm proud of the Ukrainian warriors who are still fighting Russians, because even though it's absolutely horrible, they're doing, relatively speaking, a good job. They're holding back the world's second most powerful army. So I couldn't imagine looking them or talking to them, looking them in the eyes and saying like, yeah, like, but they were talking about gun control, so I didn't vote. It's like, gun control is a relatively small risk, but this is an existential risk for them. So looking at this is allegedly a current map of Ukraine. Here's the Dnipro River. Here's Crimea. Here's Zaporozhye. I hope you guys can see this. Let me make sure that you guys can see this. Let me exit this. Yeah. Okay. So just to give you guys like a quick geographic lesson real quick. Okay. This is Ukraine. Russia is right here. Moscow is not far away. Moscow is like here. This is where Moscow is. At any point, Ukrainians could abandon all of their thing, gather in Kyiv, and then Zerg rush Moscow, and they would be able to take Moscow. That's obviously not the goal. The goal is to keep Ukraine, right? And so Luhansk is a breakaway province. That's fine. Donetsk is a breakaway province. That's fine. Zaporozhye is not a breakaway province, but it's obviously logistically important because that is the gate into Crimea. So if I was leading negotiations, Ukrainians just took back the southern banks. There's the river here called the Dnipro, and it effectively cuts the country in half. And Kherson is like, I want to say it's like maybe it's its own province, like Kherson, but it's the gate to Zaporozhye, and Ukraine just took back Kherson probably about 6 months ago. But they haven't been able to make progress getting into Zaporozhye in order to kind of like clear out this flank. This would have been my focus if I was Ukrainian, is I wouldn't care about Luhansk and Donetsk. I would basically say, hold what you got. But for Zaporozhye and Kherson, I would be dumping resources into this place, basically to secure a new border right here. And then that's what I would sue for. Ukraine should get Crimea cut off here. They should get Zaporozhye back. Donetsk and Luhansk should become the new border. And then Russians will either have to sign some kind of agreement where they're allowed to travel to Crimea through Zaporozhye and Kherson, but they don't own it, or they have to go the long way around. That would be my negotiations, because right now it is, costing hundreds of thousands of lives, billions of dollars. It's, tanking the Russian and Ukrainian economies. It's killing tens of thousands of young men the longer it goes on. That's just my opinion. So if that's not what happens, if Trump is just like, yeah, you get Luhansk, Donetsk, Zaporozhye, Kherson, and Crimea, and you can build up as much military as you want in here, and later on, if you want to take Ukraine, you can, and Ukrainians have to demilitarize, then I would understand if Ukraine rejected that as a deal. Anyways, let's check in with chat, and then we'll move into the drama slop. I just wanted to give you guys a little bit of hard politics before we move into the slop. You guys are looking at yourselves. Let me remove that real quick. But let me check in. There was a super chat that came through. Let me get back in here. Super chat, 50 sec. Thank you, Mithridati. I think is that South Korean? Did you ever take a look at Good Logic's debate on Destiny's show? I not mind an opinion. Full take needed. Regards from Sweden. God Emperor. Oh, it's from Sweden. Thank you. Well, Mithridati, even though you were simping for Trump earlier, I do appreciate the donation and I appreciate the question. Maybe we'll check it out eventually. Obviously, what we need to do, in my opinion, is we need to get through the drama, right? So right now, I understand, and people are probably sick of the drama because they've already watched all the coverage. They probably watched Nick DiOrio, watched Chud Logic, watched Turkey Tom, watched all these drama YouTubers who covered the drama, and they're probably already burnt out. They don't even want to watch my takes on it. However, I feel like as somebody who's actually involved in Twitch and YouTube politics, I should continue to cover it because it is the big thing. My wife was asking me, actually, she's like, Connor, why does anybody care? Why do you care? Why does anybody in Twitch and YouTube poll, why are they still talking about this, right? Even if you think that Destiny is evil for what he did and he's a massive piece of shit and he should get sued and go to jail or whatever, why are you still talking about it like 2 weeks later, 3 weeks later, right? And I think the reason why people are still talking about it, this kind of came to me when she asked me that question, is because it's not just the man, right? It's not just Steven, right? Steven is a man. If he gets taken out, another dozen streamers will take his place and Twitch and YouTube politics will continue and all that kind of stuff. But he has an economic and social network machine around him that is worth millions of dollars. And so people aren't just looking at it because it's sex and drama and backstabbing and betrayal, which, you know, we all love as drama mongering machines. But it's also, is the machinery going to collapse? Is the social network going to collapse? Is the money going to collapse? All that kind of stuff. And that is almost as interesting as anything else. So I'm going to scroll. And if I see at counterpoints, I'm going to answer those questions. I'm going to get caught up with chat. And then we're going to move into the drama slop. And also, thank you. We do have approximately 100 people cross-platform. We were only doing hard news for the first 30 minutes. So the fact that we have 100 people hanging out with us, listening to hard news while they're waiting for drama slop is appreciated. As always, like the stream. That way other people know that we're live. Follow if you're not following already on Twitch. Becoming a Twitch subscriber or a member on YouTube is appreciated. I need to turn on memberships on YouTube. It's something I need to do, but I'm just so busy these days. But your donations are never required, but they are appreciated. Gen X says, I think Brianna was correct that Witsit doesn't understand anything except mutilating children, so he was unable to engage in anything actual discourse. I only watched 30 minutes or so, though. Yeah, we'll take a look at it. Getting mauled where somebody is just attacking you and attacking you and attacking you and talking smack and making points and all that kind of stuff, that has nothing to do with like the factual reality. We watch debates because factual reality should win out over rhetoric, but it doesn't always, right? They need to learn measure twice, cut once. That's always true, but I always cut approximately, how I feel, and then we figure it out. TL1524 says, Pisco had an entertaining talk with the usually friendly Viva Frey lawyer too. Yeah, so apparently, at least the DGG vibe on it was that Pisco did well against AJW, but I had a few commenters saying that that wasn't the case. I'm interested to see the vibes as it continues to roll out. Short Stack Goblin says, Counterfire, don't let Rob lie to you about 25 mil in condoms to Gaza, by the way. That's a lie. That's been going around. It's 7 mil to the entire planet, 0% going to Gaza. Yeah, that was one of the funny things about researching that was it was like Gaza, Mozambique, like it wasn't even the Gaza. It was an African Gaza. And by the way, making sure that Africans have less kids and don't get AIDS is worth a few cents on the dollar as far as American taxes go. FAMAS was a reliable rifle. The L85 was a UK piece of garbage. It's the reason the UK SF switched to AR HK416 style rifles. True. I mean, I think everybody should obviously move to AR platforms, but I understand if Europeans want to, they want to maintain their calibers. If they want to maintain their own platforms and their own domestic arms industry and try to create innovations, that's fine. But yeah, so we're just the Nazis now, right? Fable says, no. Dionysian Spirit says TDS. Yeah, so here's the thing. I want y'all to hear me right now, okay? When somebody says TDS, right? And we got people in East and Southern Africa who are going to die from preventable mosquito stuff. We got people in Ukraine who are going to die because Trump is going to fuck people over. We got people who are going to die because, or we're going to have Africans who are born into squalid conditions because we're not giving them condoms for cents on the dollar. We have Africans who are going to catch AIDS because they don't have access to very basic medical stuff that's going to cost us cents on the dollar. So what you're telling me is I have Trump derangement syndrome because I think that these things are bad. But when you say that, what I hear is that you have Trump dick sucking syndrome. Like no matter what the man does, even if it's firing FAA employees after we had the worst crash since 9/11, even if it's firing NNSA members who were critical to our nuclear infrastructure, who then had to be rehired a week later, you're still going to suck his dick. So you're saying that I'm in the wrong direction and you're in the right direction. I think that I have the right direction, obviously, but maybe we could split the difference. But just because I say Trump does something bad and you say TDS, I'm assuming that you have Trump dick sucking syndrome. Jonah Boy says, sup, guys? What's up, buddy? MAGA is faux populism? No, that's populism. And I was actually thinking that we need a new political orientation between populist and constitutionalist. That's what we need. We need constitutionalist Republicans and constitutionalist liberals to fight populist leftists and populist right-wingers. That's what we need to do. If Ukraine assembled and tried to push right to Moscow, you can expect a nuclear response, says K-Soko. I agree. But we also had that. If you remember, we had the mercenaries do that. We had Prigozhin, I think. He was the head of the largest paramilitary organization in Russia. He was arguing that the Russian government was wasting lives and being ineffective and getting his men killed and this, that, the other. And so he led a rebellion against Moscow and he was charging Moscow. And then he broke at the last moment. Like, dude, 30,000 mercenaries almost took Moscow. So anyways. Alan says, one big downside if America abandons Ukraine and Europe is these European countries will want nukes to defend themselves, and that will make the area and the world much more unstable. I don't necessarily agree. I think France and the UK already have nukes. I think that's enough security. Bud123 says, Connor, isn't a break in the fighting good for Ukraine since they could dig in and fortify? I mean, maybe. But yeah, okay. But Bud123, in the case that Russia would reinvade. Here's my problem, though. Here's my problem with your logic. And I'm sorry that we're still covering hard politics. Obviously, a lot of people are here for the drama. Here's the thing. That is money that if you actually had a stable resolution could be spent on private economic growth and gains and cultural reforms and all of that stuff. So I don't want Ukraine to be a country that is dependent on natural gas and a domestic military industrial complex. That's cool. And I like it, but I want them to actually be able to liberalize their economy and have a strong private sector. Christian Blair says at Counterfire, where are you debating Rob at? It'll be here. I don't know if anybody else is hosting. I just plan on going on his stream at like 8:30. Mythrid 80 says, foolish Connor, one does not simply go through the drama. It never ends. True. True. Happy President's Day. Thank God we have a great president. Oh, Chris Beard, you're just trying to trigger me. Good grief says TDS is the catch-all forever. They actually feel they'll hurt themselves personally. There's no fighting the argument in the people who make it. True. Not a cult. True. We need a constitutionalist party. I agree. I think we should do something called the Constitutionalist Coalition. There should still be liberals and Democrats. There should still be Republicans. But constitutionalist Republicans and Democrats should agree in the preservation of the Republic as a bare minimum for entry into this name, I guess. And then after that, they can negotiate what policies they think are healthy for the republic, and then try to push out. When the leftists go too far, we push them out with an alliance of constitutionalists, Republicans, and Democrats. And then when the right goes too far, the constitutionalists get together and they push the right wing out. I think that's the only way to stabilize our current system. Yep. K Soko says you can't use nukes on your own people. I mean, you can. It's just not a great idea. Conservative liberalism says I meant faux populism in the sense that it's all bark and no bite. It doesn't deliver to the populace. I think the Constitution and populism doesn't inherently need to be at odds. I mean, I agree with you in concept. I'm just talking about the dynamics as they presently are. Sapient Green for 100 DKK. The major problem with U.S. politics is that you only have two parties. The lesser evil BS needs to end. I'd say it's a major reason for polarization. I agree. I think we were just kind of addressing that with the constitutionalists versus populists. The French have nukes, and their first strike policy is pretty wild. Yeah, there you go. Val already saving us with some additional information. RB20 guy says, at Counterfire, do you know what positions were parts of the let go of the FAA, and if it actually affects safety and flight issues, or if the money could possibly be reassigned to system upgrades and more? No idea. No idea, right? If you want to dig into it, you want to dig into it, right? The main point that I wanted to make there is that we had the worst aviation disaster since 9/11, right? So you think that we would want to take money and just throw it at the FAA, because that's what we always do when we have a problem, right? So I'm just saying that if Biden was in charge and he was firing members of the FAA the week or two after the worst aviation disaster since 9/11, then I think Republicans would be correctly saying, what the fuck, right? Fable says a constitutionalist, in other words, being normal. True. Return to tradition, said tradition, liking the thing that makes the U.S. good. I mean, yeah, literally. Yeah. There already is a constitutional party. Yeah, well, where are they? Because they're obviously not helping enough. Anyways, let's get into the drama. I think we did 45 minutes of hard news. That's our broccoli for the day, right? So now we can do our candy. We can do our drama. So I'll try to keep an eye on chat. I might have to pop you guys out somehow. But I'll check in with chat every now and then. I won't be as responsive just because I'm going to need to get through the content, right? So for those of you who don't know, I'm going to do my little intro. So for those of you who don't know, Stephen Bonnell II, the streamer known as Destiny, was probably the progenitor of the Twitch and YouTube political scene. He started on Justin TV over a decade ago. I think it's going to be like a decade and a half now. And he got in trouble early in his career for talking to people about politics and current events, whereas Justin TV wanted you to only talk about gaming. And so as a result, he built a following. Twitch relented and allowed him to build a political scene. He says that he largely transitioned in 2015, 2016 into the debate scene because he didn't think that liberals and progressives were good at arguing, and he was a good shit-talking debate bro. He built, obviously, a pretty strong, I would say, cultish following. And he's effectively, I'm just going to be real here, not that I don't dislike the man, but he's a sociopath, right? And what I mean by that is that he can empathize. He can articulate why people are feeling the way that they're feeling, but he does not sympathize. And the way I'm using that word, even if you disagree with the way that I'm using it, is he does not feel vicarious pain. If I had to argue why he is that way, I think he had a pretty fucked up childhood. I think his parents were neglectful. I think his grandma put down 24 dogs when he was a teenager, and he liked some of those dogs, and he wasn't able to stop his grandma. So I think he emotionally disconnected from the world, and he's effectively traumatized. But that sociopathy has obviously been bad. It's been good for his career because it's allowed him to continue to fight on even after many people have betrayed him, talk shit about him, think he's a piece of shit, think he's a cuck, think he's a whore, think he's this, thinks he's that. But it's also been really bad where he's fucked over a lot of people in his life. So examples of him fucking over people in his life would be Melina Goranson, his ex-wife. They did not have a good relationship. He ignored her, neglected her, et cetera, et cetera. And then he cheated on her with Lauren Southern, the dissident right-wing political person. Allegedly, he lied to both of them in order to be able to continue the relationship. and he was considering leaving his wife for Lauren Southern at a certain point. You know, who knows what that point was, right? That this is all allegations from friends and orbiters and all that kind of stuff, right? So we don't have the exact dates and exact times. While he was doing that, he was also doing other terrible things like sexting an OCD girl who was in love with him. Let's just be straight. And then sexting another OCD girl or BPD girl who was in love with him. And then also taking homemade pornography, so consensual videotapes of sex acts. He disseminated that without the consent of the involved parties. He also took audio recordings of sex acts without consent and disseminated that without consent, allegedly, right? They're still fighting out the civil case. They're still fighting out the criminal case, if there's going to be a criminal case. And Ryan Beard, who is a lefty video essayist, and Willy Mac Show, we're going to try to get to both pieces of content. They both created essays about the drama, highlighting all of Stephen's sins. And so that's what we're going to be reviewing today. I'm going to be pausing intermittently to give you my thoughts. Hope you're going to enjoy the ride. Again, like the stream if you haven't liked it already. Follow on Twitch if you're not already following. Subscriptions are appreciated. Super chats are appreciated, but never required. Let's get into the content. Oh, also, let me know if you guys can hear it, okay?
I don't wish to bring anybody any more harassment than they've already received, but you have to understand that at this point, I'm kind of being pushed into playing my entire hand. There will be no vague allegations today. There will be no mentions of nukes, only mushroom clouds. I went with the title, Keffels, a case study on internet terrorism and mass media manipulation. This is going to be a cataloging the past year, demonstration of what happens when communities fail to hold their own members responsible, and what comes of the belief that there are no bad tactics, only bad targets. This is going to be a careful documentation of lies. I'm not running around screen sharing people's nudes. I'm not having secret recordings to be in my apartment. Bro!
Hold on. Let's go ahead and start taking newts. So the reason why this is relevant, is because I'm not screen sharing people's nudes. As a matter of fact, sorry, we're gonna break this down, okay? So I'm sorry if we get
manipulation. This is going to be a cataloging the past year, demonstration of what happens when communities fail to hold their own members responsible.
Okay. Cataloging when people fail to keep their own communities responsible. I'm sorry if I'm taking notes already, but like this is obviously the framing for the rest of the show. I'm not screen sharing people's nudes, right? All right.
And what comes of the belief that there are no bad tactics, only bad targets. It's going to be a careful documentation of lies. I'm not running around screen sharing people's nudes. I'm not having secret recordings to be in my apartment. Bro, I'll talk about anything all the time ever. Are we serious?
So then the question stands, did you f Lauren Southern?
Scams.
Every single person on the internet that is pushing NFTs is just trying to find a bigger sucker. You can basically buy and sell, or you can buy and sell like Twitch clips, and you get an NFT that you can get autographed by the streamer. And you know what? If you buy it, I can go right up here and click autograph, and I can sign whatever NFT you want me to sign. Okay? Threats, bullying, doxing. I literally just doxed that girl. The one that tried to throw egg on me like a week or two ago. I don't give a fuck about like doxing.
And an utter lack of accountability.
Molina recently confirmed that the sex tapes leaked by Destiny's former
Jesus Christ
girl were shared by Destiny without her consent.
Good one. Nice.
If she has no legal recourse.
And I got a whole bunch of super chats for you. Wick, ready?
Okay.
Over the years, I've worried about the types of tactics endorsed by progressive communities. The uncomfortable distorting of narratives.
Honestly, I'm pro-genocide. It sounds really shitty, but like I think that Israel should just draw up its borders about where it is now, and basically Palestinians can go live in another place. That's really shitty, but like that's about where I'm at.
The grotesque shape-shifting of facts. Let's say there's a person that's like 30 years old and tries to like randomly sext like 14-year-olds and 15-year-olds. That wouldn't be, I don't think that would be considered grooming. The general inability to hold themselves to a decent standard of behavioral conduct.
The rioting needs to stop.
And if that means like white redneck militia dudes out there mowing down dipshit protesters that think that they can torch buildings at 10 p.m., then at this point they have my blessing. Because holy shit, this is the tale of an internet bully given far too much power.
Did you guys know that if a bitch breaks up with you and you send her nudes to everybody, even that's wrong, guys?
On a mission to seek fame and fortune.
So what's that look like revenue-wise? I think last time you said it was like 50K a month.
It's probably a little bit higher than that now. Yeah. By building a career through vicious conflict.
Actually kill yourself. Yes, kill yourself.
We've allowed ourselves to gaze into the abyss for far too long.
Destiny
is the result.
On January 8th, 2025,
I'm so sorry.
the streamer Destiny's ex-wife Melina accused him of sharing pornographic videos of her without her consent to a 19-year-old young woman over Discord.
Something I can't, like, I'm not gonna go into detail or anything, but there's plenty of people that's wondering this, but I feel like this should be obvious. Nothing has happened with consent with anyone, not me and not anyone else. Like there's been no consent.
On January 21st, 2025, one of Destiny's close friends named Pixie accused him of also sharing pornographic videos of her without her consent. Destiny later revealed that this 19-year-old he had sent these pornographic videos to had allegedly been hacked, leading to these videos being leaked on the internet.
Okay, hold on. We already know that's crazy, right? Just checking in. We know that's crazy. All right. So hold on. Let's get caught up a little bit. I'm going to keep some of these notes. I might delete some of these notes as they get more and less relevant. Okay. So when people fail to keep their own communities responsible, this is interesting. I think this can be taken two ways as far as like a clip that's being shown. One, I think that Ryan Beard could be pointing to the fact that the only reason why Steven has gotten as far as he has, as far as like sexual impropriety, is because he's been failed to be held to account so far in his career. I think that's an interesting point, but I also think that if you look at the response from DGG within the past month or two, obviously there's sycophants, but there are people who are like, hey, I'm out, or I'm going to watch him, but I think he's a piece of shit, or I can't fuck with this guy anymore. Or, you know, there were a lot of people where this was the straw that broke the camel's back. So if he's talking about it like it only got this far because people weren't critical of Destiny prior, I could see that. I'm not screen sharing people's nudes. I'm sure Steven could appeal the technicality, but that doesn't matter because he's disseminating people's nudes without their consent. So that would be like a technical difference. It's a differentiation without a difference. So that's obviously hypocritical. No bad tactics, only bad targets. I think Steven does think there's bad tactics. So I don't think that necessarily sticks, but he is wildly abrasive and probably insane. I think we can all agree that the comments around the firefighter, even if you feel that way with the firefighter who got killed at the Trump rally, that was insane tactics, right? I'm not having secret recordings of sex in my apartment. Well, that's also incorrect, right? Because not only, so he had consensual video recordings, but he had non-consensual audio recordings according to the DM leaks that said that he did that during a homosexual liaison and Sherry. Now, whether or not those things result in anything, we'll find out, but it is what it is. Did you have relations with Lauren Southern? Just put it out there. Lauren told me we went up to Baltimore in order to shoot a documentary, and we were at a gas station getting ready to go shoot with the Johns. So we had John Dutois and another John from England. I forget his last name, but he was a great guy. The camera crew was fantastic. And so we were hanging out with them. They were outside. We were inside the gas station picking up some snacks and some gas. And she's like, hey, I got to tell you something. And it seemed like something was bugging her, right? And so she's like, hey, I'm divorced. And I was like, yeah, I kind of figured. And she's like, how? And I was like, well, I always see your son in the background. I don't see your husband. Normally when people are married, you see their spouse or their partner walking in the background. Sometimes they'll drop in and they'll say hi during a stream, or they'll say hi during a video recording. So I've never seen your husband, but I have seen your son. So I just figured there's probably some tension going on in the household, so it's not surprising to me that you're divorced. And she's like, okay. And she's like, yeah. And then Steven and I were like, we were really good friends or whatever. And so there's some brewing drama around that. And so I asked her, I was like, well, did you have sex with Steven? Or did you hook up with Steven? And she said no, but the no was kind of like that pregnant no, where she knew that I was going to be like pretty judgmental if she said yes. So she might have said that to me because she already knew that I was judgmental. And also, I'm not going to lie, I couldn't believe that she would be that stupid. And just being, I think that the entire drama has issues with honesty. So my policy going forward in reference to all of Twitch and YouTube politics is I'm just telling the truth at all times. If you hate me for telling the truth, it is what it is. I don't care. But for me, I kind of couldn't believe that she would do that because obviously it would be so devastating to her career if that came out. They're completely different on politics. Not just her public persona, but her private perspectives on politics, race, religion, good life, all that kind of stuff. I just kind of couldn't believe that that would happen. And so I took her at her word. Well, what ended up happening was there was that thing where Chud was covering the drama and everybody in chat was like, oh, it's Lauren, 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 it's Lauren Southern. And I was just like, well, that's fucked up. She's getting, called like a home wrecking whore for, her relationship with Steven. That's kind of bullshit. So as her friend, I was like, okay, well, based off of what I know, they were just like really good friends. And it was like an emotional thing that got out of hand that they broke off when, Melina found out. Well, in the sake of being transparent again, Melina basically DM'd me after that. And she was like, fuck you. You don't know what you're talking about. This is none of your business. Fuck off. This is between me, Steven, and Lauren. And I was like, you know what? You're right. I was defending the honor of a woman that I kind of only know. I don't know details. And on top of that, this is your relationship. This is your husband. This is your husband's friend. And you guys know what's going on. So basically, I was like, okay, well, I'm going to fuck off then. So I did. And I just let it kind of happen over time. And obviously now we have the DMs. So we kind of know that it was more than just an emotional thing. It was obviously a physical thing too. But I think that if we look at that, I think it wouldn't be as big of a deal if they had like hooked up once and then never talked again, right? I don't think that would be a drama. I think the reason why it was a drama was because of the emotional connection. And so people can, hate on me. They can say that I swept for it and I knew more than I let on and all that kind of stuff. And I think they're right to a degree that I could have just exposed everything. I could have just been like, yep, Melina says it was more than I said it was. It was probably physical, not just emotional. But the truth is, I like Lauren. And to some degree, I like Steven. And so I didn't feel like I wanted to screw them over for internet clout points. And so I just let it sleep for 2 years, and their business is their business. Here's another point, too. This realm is supposed to be about politics. We're supposed to be talking about power and who wields it and why and what responsible wielding of power is. Now, to some degree, there are politics, micro politics in the Twitch and YouTube political scene, but ultimately we're supposed to be talking about the bigger ideas. And so for me, it was actually pretty easy to be like, well, that's Steven's sex life. That's Lauren's sex life. None of my fucking business because it has nothing to do with politics, right? It does have to do with politics because there are political commentary pundits, but it doesn't have anything to do with like whether or not Trump gets into office, unless you consider their minor contributions to right-wing and left-wing propaganda as what gets elected officials into office. Anyways, I hope you appreciate that rant. NFT sales, I'm going to get rid of that. I don't give a shit that he talked about how NFTs are retarded and then he did an NFT. I don't think it has anything to do with that. Threats and bullying I think there's context to the threats and bullying. And we all know that Steven's a bully. Half the time we watch him because it's funny. Doxing, I do think is bad. And I think that'll come up during the Anavar drama, so I'll keep it, but I don't care. Utter lack of accountability. I kind of already addressed that earlier, how DGG is probably more accountable than some other communities, but there's obviously a core of sycophants who will never admit that their dad did anything wrong. Distorting of narratives. I'm going to leave this in there because I think Chud Logic is less biased than I am. One of the things that he called out was the fact that it seems like Steven is doing public relations messaging right now that doesn't seem honest. Pro-genocide, that has to do with Israel. I don't think that has anything to do with the drama. So I'm going to get rid of that. That's just like Ryan Beard being like, hey, isn't Destiny a bad guy? 16, 14-year-olds isn't grooming. This is a distinction without a difference, right? This is Destiny being retarded with rhetoric. So what he said, or what I think he said, is that grooming is finding someone and manipulating them into like being your sexual whatever, right? That's grooming. Whereas if you're just like, if I'm not going to say that's a mistake. If a person takes a picture of their junk and then they mass send it via email to everyone, and there's people under the age of 18 who see their junk, he's not grooming them by sending them his junk, right? Because he's not taking like a active pro-social grooming thing. He's just being lewd or inappropriate. That's the steel man of the argument, but who cares? This is just Steven being edgy to be edgy. Mowing down dipshit protesters. That's a base comment. I don't know why he included that. I thought that was great. That's one of my favorite Steven moments. Internet bully given far too much power. I think that's possible. 50K a month is, I think that's in reference to anything else. So I think that we can all safely assume that Steven's income is 6 figures a month at this point. Kill yourself. That's based. We'll keep that. I think that you should be allowed to tell people to kill themselves on the internet. It's like one of my favorite things to say. I'm actually really sad that I can't say it on Twitter. Melina and others didn't consent to the messages. We'll keep that. That's relevant. Pixie confirms this. Okay, cool. We're caught up. Let's continue.
I think a friend of mine's account.
Oh, sorry. Last comment. Sending messages to a 19-year-old whose handle is Rose is Coming is criminally fucking insane, right? We all agree. Chat agrees. That's criminally fucking insane. Cool. Let's move on.
From that I talked to like 3 or 4 years ago, ended up getting compromised, and sometimes you just gotta roll with.
Elias Jackson asks, Connor, what happened to your Twitter? It got nuked. You can follow me at Counter Connor, COUNTER CONOR. You can bring it. I'll mute myself. Yep.
The memes. It is what it is. What do you want me to say? What do you want me to say? Okay.
Later on that same day of January 21st, one of Destiny's previous close friends named Cherry not only accused Destiny of sharing a recording of them having sex without her consent, but also of recording her without her knowledge. Destiny.
Yeah, that's crazy. So, Sherry alleges audio recording without consent. So with this one, what did I say? Roll on the floor laughing. I used a SpongeBob "we're gonna kill you" meme with Squidward. So Sherry alleges that audio recording without consent occurred. So the problem with this, I actually articulated this in an essay that I'm going to release later. I promise we'll get through the content. I'll let it play for 5 minutes, but I just want to share this because I think it's relevant. If Steven did that on a lark because he was a goofy gooner, as Ryan Beard will call him later in the show, if he did that on a lark because he's a goofy gooner, that's one course of action that's still obviously horrible. However, if he Googled Florida state statutes voyeurism, where what he did, if he had done it with video, would actually be a crime. It would be illegal. He could go to jail and prison for it. But the audio recording is not currently, to my knowledge, covered by state statutes. So if he Googled that and then he was like, oh, I can audio record people having sex acts and that's not illegal and I can get away with that. That's psycho shit, right? Psycho shit. We all agree? Cool.
Destiny has since admitted to sharing these sex tapes of Pixie and Melina without their consent. Cherry's allegation is still just an allegation, but she has recently filed a police report against Destiny.
If I could talk to Sherry, I would ask, because I think she's up in like Virginia or something. I would ask her, did you sign with intent to prosecute, and are you willing to travel to the state of Florida in order to be a part of a criminal case? If the answer is no to either one of those questions, then the criminal case is going nowhere. What I mean by that is if cops are so busy, they're dealing with rapes, they're dealing with murders, they're dealing with robberies, they're dealing with burglaries, they're dealing with this, that, the other, right? So somebody audio recording you guys having a consensual sex act and then leaking that to someone else is very low on the criminal totem pole. So if you say, I'm not willing to prosecute, meaning that you're not willing to be a part of a criminal investigation and a criminal trial, and if you say, I'm not willing to travel for the criminal organization or the criminal trial or whatever, boom, that shit's dead instantaneously. So those would be the two questions that I would ask her if she was willing to answer those questions.
This is the story of Stephen Bonnell II, a man given far too much power and the ways he has abused this power for his own personal gain. Hi, so this video has been a long time coming. I've been slowly collecting evidence about this man Destiny here for about 3 years now, and I don't know about you, but I think it's finally time to take this motherfucker down. Destiny is widely hated by a variety of communities across the internet for a variety of reasons. But no matter how hated Destiny became, he always had a strong army of sycophants that would defend him no matter what he did. However, recently, almost all of his orbiters have abandoned him. Orbiters are what he calls his friends who stream with him. Basically, the implication is that Destiny is this massive planet, and all of his friends are these little planets that orbit around him. This has created an ecosystem where most of Destiny's friends rely on Destiny's success for fame and money. And because most of these people rely on Destiny for money, they've done a remarkably good job at sweeping allegations against Destiny under the rug for years. However,
let's take a look at that. Oh no. Financially reliant on him. Example, removing the is this remorseful? All right. Stenjamin Franklin says, what's the history with Destiny and Ryan Beard? I think Destiny bullied him off the internet for a while and bullied him about being non-binary. So take this MFer down, okay? This is where I have an issue with the way that it's being talked about, where it's like, he's a sex predator. He's a criminal. He should be on the sex offense registry. It's time to take this motherfucker down. It's like, dude, is this internet sex drama or is this a criminal case with victims? Let's pick a lane, right? Strong army of sycophants. I'm not going to argue there. Even the core is surviving this current drama, allegedly. There's our friends who stream with him. I agree with that statement. I would say some of them are financially reliant on him. As an example, I would say that, who is it? ABBA is not financially reliant on Destiny. Nick Diorio and Turkey Tom. Turkey Tom might have been called an orbiter for like 2 or 3 months. He wasn't financially reliant on Destiny. I'm not financially reliant on Destiny, believe it or not. 99% of my revenue comes from Warhammer. It has nothing to do with Destiny. And the donations that you guys do, if it's under $500 a month, all of that is going to the editor. So basically, I think I've been able to pay myself out of the channel like 2 months, but that's it. So there is something to be said for like clout outweighing money. But yeah, this isn't like a totally accurate statement while still being accurate enough for the sake of this conversation. And then Erudite removing a statement that is this remorseful. I think that Dan and Erudite moved too quickly, assuming that Steven did have like, I don't know, emotions. But like I said earlier, and this isn't necessarily derogatory, I think he's a sociopath. He is capable of articulating why people feel the way they do. I don't think he feels the vicarious pain of the other people. So the reason why he's not remorseful is he doesn't feel the vicarious pain of Pixie. He doesn't feel the vicarious pain of Sherry. He doesn't feel the vicarious pain of Melina. So he is still able to operate, go on stream, do what he needs to do, talk to his orbiters who are still left, get political connections, go on a Piers Morgan debate. He's able to continue to do that as if nothing happened because he does not experience the vicarious pain and shame of Melina, his ex-wife, Lauren Southern, the person that he loved, Sherry, a orbiter and ex-lover, and Pixie, a orbiter and ex-lover. He can do that. Like emotionally, it calculates for him. It doesn't calculate for the rest of us, but we're pussies with feelings and consciences.
Job at sweeping allegations against Destiny
under
under
so
the
I can eat a
rug
taco.
for years. However, these recent allegations against Destiny have been so egregious that the majority of even his most loyal orbiters have decided to leave his orbit. Now, barely anyone is still defending Destiny. One person who is still defending Destiny is Myron Gaines from Fresh and Fit, who recently decided to slut-shame Destiny's victims.
Before I go, I feel extremely violated with how so many people saw me non-consensually in a vulnerable position. I feel like people are always going to use this as proof that I slept my way to whatever achievement I garner. I feel like it's evidence that everything would be better with me gone. Well, I hate to be the bearer of bad news, Prixie, but you did sleep your way to the top. You got to call a spade here.
Even though Myron is an absolutely insane anti-Semitic woman hater who stands for everything that Destiny claims to be against, Destiny says that he has more respect for Myron than for anyone else on the internet.
In all of my years, God, this feels so shitty. In all my years doing content, I have more respect for Myron than any other individual.
Apparently, the amount of respect that Destiny has for you as a person is dependent on how willing you are to suck up to him.
He is the only person that I have seen that will consistently go into areas where there's so much like laughing and jokes and fun times to be had right here if he was shit on me, but he doesn't. He won't do it.
I have some level of empathy for Destiny's orbiters because it is difficult to be stuck in a position where you financially
This is funny, but this is fucked up. So hold on. Now, barely anyone is still defending him. That's true, except for the sycophants. Myron Gaines slut-shaming victims. Proof that I slept my way to the top. You did sleep your way to the top. That's rude as fuck, and it's fucked up. And Pixie also did a whole bunch of work that has nothing to do with Destiny. That's revealed in the notes. So Myron's kind of being a piece of shit and talking out of his ass in reference to stuff that he doesn't know about. Myron Gaines, Steven says, incorrectly, I think, that he has more respect for Myron than anybody else on the internet. Now, the reason cited isn't necessarily what Ryan Beard is saying, because I've seen a clip of this. So there is always, even if you're friends with Steven, there is always an opportunity to shit talk him. The reason why is because he literally has blue hair. He talks very aggressively. He has ADD. He takes Vyvanse. He is in open relationships. He's a sexual degenerate. He's a gooner. He likes doing drugs. He's an atheist. He's nihilistic, all that kind of stuff. So there's always an opportunity. As soon as you get outside of Destiny's orbit, there is always an opportunity to dog him for clout. There's always an opportunity to shit on him for the praise of an exterior audience. As an example, Andrew Wilson. Andrew Wilson asked me, and I hope he doesn't mind me sharing this. He asked me, why are you associating with Destiny at all? He's such an obvious piece of shit. He's such a fucking hypocrite. He's such an asshole. He fucked over all these women. And I'm like, well, it's because I don't condone what he does. If anything, I've been like mildly critical of everything that he's ever done. The reason why I'm there is because hopefully I offer him relatively sane center-right opinion. And two, I'm hoping that people will see me and they'll be like, oh, this guy's married. He loves his wife. He loves his kids. He's paying his bills. He's paying his taxes. He's working a normal job. He's doing YouTube as a side hustle. That's cool. I want to do that. And so there's two options here, right? Well, there's a variety of options. There's two options. Being a And like, I'm not trying to dog Steven by saying this. I'm trying to be descriptive. Being unempathetic, being a gooner, living life for yourself, and being successful. He's a multimillionaire. And you can have everything you want, but a lot of people in your life don't like you, or they actually hate you because you fucked them over so many times. That is a lifestyle that you can live. The other lifestyle is you're not as famous, you're not as rich, but you try to conduct your affairs in the way that you think is just as best as you can. And you argue with people passionately about politics because you care about it. Those are two options. So I'm hoping that just through osmosis, that some people will choose my path over his path. It's not about saving Destiny's soul. If he wants to save his soul, then he can start talking to me and I'll tell him what I think he needs to do in order to live a correct life. But if he's not interested in saving his soul, then hopefully there's some people in his audience who are willing to be like, okay, I think that this is a better way to live, right? Then the reason why this is unfair, I actually paused this. I'm eating my lunch and I'm muting myself while I'm doing so. But the reason why this is unfair is, and I'm not saying like, I'm not saying that Ryan Beard is doing anything wrong here. Pisco, as soon as this drama broke, he did what a lot of people wanted every Destiny Orbiter to do. He said, this is too fucked up for me. I can't condone it. Not only can I not condone it, I can't be neutral to it. This violates my values. Therefore, I have to sever all personal and professional relationships. That's what Pisco said. And so him being called like I'm sympathetic to orbiters or whatever. I think that Pisco in a lot of people's minds did what they wanted orbiters to do. Right. And then our String Puller says, am I the only one that has to work on President's Day? Sad. Yeah. Sucks to suck, huh? Erudite obviously did, because she does have a lot of financial entanglements. She tried to stay in there as long as she could. So I understand that criticism to her as an orbiter is fair, right? Lycan, interestingly enough, I don't think he's been in Miami for the past few months. I don't like keep track of everyone in the orbit all the time, but I'm pretty sure that he's in West Florida now, and he's no longer Steven's chef. So this picture, in my estimation, is out of date. And I'm guessing here. I'm not necessarily being accurate. I think that Lycan and Aaron were taking a lot of shit for being more left-wing than DGG and more pro-Palestine. And so I think they just got sick of it and they're like, fuck this, we're out. We're going to go do our own thing. So anyways, I'm going to mute myself so I can continue eating lunch, and then we're going to continue.
Rely on someone who is not a great person, but I have basically no empathy for Destiny because I believe that Destiny is a massive piece of shit, and I will hopefully demonstrate why I feel that way in this video. In this video, I will go through nearly every harmful action that Destiny has committed over the years, and then allow you to come to your own conclusions on whether or not you think this is a person who deserves anyone's admiration or respect. Before we jump into Destiny's actions from across the years, I think I should take a little bit of time to dispel some possible well poisoning that
I feel like he preempts a lot of arguments that I'm not going to make. And so as a result, I don't know if I want to stay for this entire section. But we'll give it a shot.
that Destiny or his community DGG could try to attack me with. The first accusation they might throw at me is that I'm obsessed with Destiny. This is an accusation they like to throw at anyone who criticizes Destiny. Personally, I don't think it makes me obsessed with Destiny that I've been researching him for the purpose of criticizing him. None of Destiny's fans accused me of being obsessed with Sneeko when I did a deep dive into Sneeko's harmful actions because they don't like Sneeko. But they probably will accuse me of being obsessed with Destiny because Destiny is their daddy. This is the first video I've ever made about Destiny, and it'll probably be about an hour and a half long. Compare that to the probably hundreds of hours that Destiny has spent on his stream criticizing Hassan. And I have nothing against Destiny criticizing Hassan. It would just be pretty hypocritical to accuse me of being obsessed with Destiny for making 1 hour and a half long video about him Destiny has talked about Hassan for hundreds of hours. Destiny has written multiple incredibly long manifestos criticizing creators like Vosh, Keffels, and Bob7, who Destiny believes have wronged him over the years. Although I find the label of manifesto a bit cringe, I see nothing inherently wrong with Destiny writing manifestos to chronicle the bad behaviors of these creators. So,
stop. You stop it. Stenjamin Franklin. I've been waiting for this for 3 years, not obsessed. No, we're not doing that. Y'all can do that in your head. If you want to do that, I'm not doing that. Okay? We are all involved in Twitch and YouTube politics. Who is popular, who makes money, who gets in the mainstream, who wields what limited power, influence, and money they have in order to achieve some level of real-world impact is important. So I think you guys are wrong for calling this obsession, because if Ryan Beard is a professional video essayist and could have created dozens of essays and he chose not to, I think you're incorrect in calling him obsessed. That'd be like calling me obsessed with Hassan Piker. I'm not obsessed with Hassan Piker. He is the largest streamer in the world who talks about politics, and he is the biggest fucking piece of shit on the fucking internet. Okay? I'm not obsessed with him. He's large. He's relevant. He makes a lot of money. He has tens of thousands of very passionate followers who watch him almost every day. And he has hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of post-recorded views. And he's breaking into the political mainstream. Talking shit about him on a consistent basis, which, by the way, I don't even spend that much time on him because he pisses me off so much. But, like, taking him down or taking him down a peg would be a worthwhile way to spend your time if you were in the Twitch and YouTube political scene. That's a good point. So conservative liberalism says, even if you concede someone is quote unquote obsessed, it doesn't make any of the points they made invalid. It's a moot point. I agree with this wholeheartedly. The truth is the truth. All right, let's continue.
in the same way, I guess this will be my manifesto against Destiny. And if you have an issue with me making this manifesto, I hope you will stay logically consistent and also criticize Destiny for making manifestos about Vosh, Keffels, and Bob7. If I had to predict how Destiny himself would respond to this video, he would probably respond with something similar to this tweet that he tweeted at me a couple years ago. You're hopping into a bandwagon of people accusing me of being a rape apologist because you're still upset that I bullied you off the internet a year ago. Don't play stupid. You know exactly what you're doing. To be honest, Destiny isn't 100% wrong here. I am jumping onto a bandwagon of people criticizing him, but I don't think that's an inherently bad thing to do. Destiny jumps onto bandwagons of people criticizing Hassan all the time. When Ethan Klein makes videos attacking Hassan, Destiny jumps onto the bandwagon. So when a bunch of people on the internet are criticizing Destiny right now for sharing women's sex tapes without their consent, hell yeah, I'm gonna jump onto the bandwagon and roast the shit out of him. With the way the internet works, criticisms against someone are more likely to stick when that person is actively engaged in a controversy. This is just how the internet is. So yes, I waited to make this video until you were in a possibly career-ending controversy because I knew that this would make more people listen to my criticism against you. Do you have a problem with that? You know how the internet works, Destiny. You jump onto bandwagons of criticizing people who are in controversies all the time. But now that the shoe's on the other foot, you're mad about it.
All the other shit from all the other vultures and all the other communities that are like coming in trying to like make drama out of this, that don't give a fuck about any victims or any people involved, which is the majority of people. Don't give a fuck about any of that. I don't care about that.
Another accusation that Destiny's fans like to throw at people who criticize him is that they're just doing it for money. Oh, you mean like how Destiny has made money from covering other people's controversies for years? What a dog shit argument. Yes, I'm gonna make money from this video because this is my job, just like Destiny makes money from criticizing other people because that's his job. But this video isn't just about making money for me. I genuinely care about raising awareness for the shitty stuff that Destiny has done. If you're gonna write a manifesto about Keffels and say that she needs to be held responsible for her actions,
demonstration of what happens when communities fail to hold their own members responsible.
I'm gonna do the same thing to you, motherfucker. Now let's focus in on this part of the tweet. You're still upset that I bullied you off the internet a year ago. You know what, Destiny? You are not totally wrong. Being bullied off the internet didn't feel particularly good because people don't tend to enjoy being bullied. Destiny and his community definitely have bullied me over the years, but I don't really care to relitigate state my personal beef with Destiny. Destiny and his community weren't very nice to the suit-wearing fatty. Who gives a fuck? But Destiny, you don't get to criticize Keffals for being a bully,
Internet bullying,
and then turn around and take pride in the fact that you're a bully. That is called hypocrisy. The fact that Destiny and his community have bullied me in the past probably is a factor in why I chose to make this video. And I would argue that the treatment that Destiny received from creators like Vosh and Keffals is one of the reasons he made manifestos against them. As much as I might want to, I am a human being and I can't fully separate myself from my own personal biases. And the fact that I have been bullied by Destiny and his community in the past does probably make me somewhat biased against them. If you feel like my personal bias against Destiny means that I'm not the right person to make this video, I respect that opinion and I encourage you to go watch a different YouTube video. But in this video, I'm going to try my absolute best to be as unbiased as possible and stick to the facts as much as possible. I am going to try my best to not view Destiny in bad faith, because I think even if you view him in good faith, he's still a piece of shit. I do feel like one of Destiny's tactics from across the years is to be incredibly mean to anyone he has a conflict with. So when that person eventually decides to make a video criticizing him, he can just write that person off as obsessive and just mad because he bullied them.
As a supporter of yours, I'd appreciate if you addressed some of the points made in the Brittany video. She seemed to be pretty fair, especially in her conclusions. I don't have time to address every deranged, obsessive video that's made about me. I still haven't watched the Brittany video.
Just add this tactic to the long list of tactics that Destiny and his community use to deflect criticism from themselves. The last criticism that Destiny and his community might make against this video is that I'm bringing up a bunch of old news that Destiny has already addressed. While that might be the case for some of the things I talk about in this video is not being made for Destiny's community. I'm making this video for the broader internet, and the majority of the broader internet doesn't know about all of these past controversies that you might consider old news. Contrary to what you guys might believe, the entire world does not orbit around Destiny. If Destiny is going to be interviewing potential presidential candidates like Marianne Williamson, then I think the broader political community deserves to know about Destiny's past actions. Destiny has said before that he has nothing to hide, and people can't expose him for anything that he's done in the past because he's open about everything he's done in his life. When someone else was trying to expose Destiny for his bad behavior, he sent these messages to his chat. So if he wants to expose me, that's fine. Let him expose. But he needs to post receipts instead of just vaguely alluding to shit. There's literally nothing.
Okay, let's pause and break some things down. And again, listen, guys, I am all about the sweeping. I think I've been called one of Destiny's strongest soldiers, okay? However, the Armene, good faith, yet won't allow a millisecond of context for a surgically precise clipping. I mean, if you can bring up a specific one, that's fine. But if you add in the context of the Israel clips, or if you add in the context of the, the rioters clip, I don't think that's going to change. Ryan Beard is a progressive. He's going to think that that's a bad take no matter what. So adding in the context doesn't change anything. For me, it doesn't change anything either, because I agree with Destiny's opinion at that time, which is basically if BLM at the time, if the BLM riots, not the protests, you want to protest, if you want to go downtown, you know, I live in Central Florida. If you want to go to downtown Orlando, you want to carry signs and you want to say XYZ police did XYZ bad thing and we need police reform. That's fantastic. If you stay past 10 p.m. and then you start throwing Molotov cocktails into businesses, smashing businesses, beating people up, and killing people who try to stop you, then I think that the people who own those businesses downtown should be willing and able to be armed in order to protect their own businesses. And if you attack them, they should have the right to kill you. That's the way that I feel. And I feel that about roof Koreans. I feel that about Black Americans protecting their businesses. I feel that way about white Americans protecting their businesses. I feel that way about the cops. If somebody attacks the cops, they should be able to be at minimum arrested. And if they try to kill the cops, they should be able to be killed. That's a consistent position. Adding context doesn't change the position. So anyways, I just want to address that. Let's address the little notes that I took real quick. Ryan Beard's perspective is that Destiny is a massive piece of garbage. And he doesn't deserve anyone's admiration or respect. So I'm not going to like quibble over the words. I don't know if I admire Destiny like I'm like, oh, I wish I could be him. But I do admire his intellectual capacity. and his ability to be rhetorically effective. I think those, regardless of whether or not he's personally a good guy, those traits are why he's popular. So that doesn't change anything. And then with respect, I respect everyone with a basic level of like human dignity, even if they're pieces of shit, right? Like I'm still going to talk to them like they're human. I'm still going to afford them some level of charity if they're trying to describe something that they're passionate about, right? Now, if you mean respect as in revering someone and wanting to be like them, then no, I don't respect Destiny in that way, right? And also, I think kids are always a litmus test. If you have kids or thinking about being kids, if you have a niece or a nephew or something like that, I think that's a good litmus test. So I don't want my sons to be like Destiny. And that's not supposed to be like oh, Destiny's so evil, he deserves this, he deserves that. It's more like I would rather them be poor and be healthy, happy, in love with their wives, having kids, working a job that they're okay with, even if they don't love it. I would rather them be poor, working class, or middle class, rather than have all of the success, but also all of the sexual degeneracy and dysfunction. I would rather my sons live a different life. Roast the shit out of him. The reason why I wrote that down is because I think that we jump between like Destiny's a sex criminal who deserves to be incarcerated or added to the sex offense list versus like it's on the internet and we're going to roast him. I'm not saying that's Ryan Beard's fault, but that's the color that I'm getting from Mr. Girl, Queeman, and Lav and J-Stock, who thinks that, you know, he should be added to the sex offense list. I think I just wrote down the rest of his points, but I think you heard him. He articulated his points just fine. The one thing that I think is worth noting is that I think that he's self-aware about his bias, which does make him more sympathetic to the audience, in my opinion. All right, let's continue.
Anyone could have on me for anything because I don't do anything bad / weird. I am the cleanest motherfucker in this entire scene. The worst anyone could ever have on me is fucking dick pics or something. He can talk about whatever he wants, but he should provide proof, not just baseless accusations / speculation. Alright, Destiny, in this video I will provide plenty of proof and receipts to back up everything
with you about his actions. Sociopath, are you gonna have good faith you have in? So who is this? Christian Blair says, would Destiny be willing to talk about this? It might be so personal. I don't know if he's gonna be willing to do that. He might just say like, hey man, that's like too close to the sun as far as like talking about personal shit. And it's like really sensitive, so I don't know. But I'm sure that like, you know, barring I'm still calling him like a sociopath, right? So people accuse me of being like Destiny's biggest sweeper. I'm still saying that he does not feel vicarious pain of the people he hurts. And that's a problem, right? And so I think if there's a political debate, that'll be easy to do as long as we ignore the personal shit. I think that if we're talking about like personal values and how somebody should conduct their life, we could probably take it philosophical. I don't know if he'll be willing to personally litigate the minutia of these incidents.
that I accuse you of. If what you said in these messages is true, then you should have absolutely no issue with me lying out everything that you've done over the years on the table. Are we on the same page? Great.
Yes.
Honestly, I feel like the fact that I feel the need to lay out all these preambles and pretext and shoot down possible criticisms before they make them should show you that Destiny's community have become masters at deflecting criticism against them. You can call these motherfuckers Bert from Mary Poppins in the way that they're masters at sweeping. The joke here is that Bert from Mary Poppins.
So Sapient Green says, hasn't Destiny said that he can't talk about the situation because of legal issues? Yes, but the thing about it is he was saying that he was going to make a statement sometime this week about it, which will kind of lends me to think that he's either going to make like a broad generic statement of like, hey, this is what I did that I'm willing to accept responsibility for, and I'm working with the parties behind the scenes in order to reach a legal resolution. That would be admitting some level of fault while not indicting yourself. So he might say that. Also, but if he goes on the offensive, which that is going to be one of my judgments, is if he goes on the offensive against people who are clearly wronged and he is in the wrong, then I'm going to have more of a judgment about that than I am anything else. Because basically, like, we all fuck up. right? All of us fuck up. We fuck up our lives. We fall to temptation. We sin in the eyes of God. We sin in our own minds. And by the way, like when I say sin in the eyes of God, if you're not religious, I don't care. Like I'm not like trying to put my own shit onto you. But the thing is, like, we all fall short of our expectations and ideals, right? That's not the problem. The problem is, how do you deal when you fall short? So if Steven is like, oh, I'm a goofy gooner, lol, and I paid Pixie $10,000 and had her sign an NDA and she can fuck off and everybody else can fuck off. If that's his attitude, then I'm going to be like, yeah, you're like a massive fucking piece of shit, right? Like, and at that point, I'll be like, fuck you. We can debate politics, but I'm not going to be your friend, right? Whereas if he's like, listen, I was compulsive, impulsive, fucked up, emotional, and an asshole, and I hurt some of the people closest in my life. I can only make amends in so many ways. I am making amends in these ways. I don't, if I joke about it or whatever, that's because I'm coping. And you know what? At the end of the day, I did fuck up, and I'm trying to make it right as best I can. If he says something like that, then I'll be like, okay, right? And then I'm not going to trust him. People always talk about like trust. I'm not going to trust him. I'm not sending him my dick pics. I'm not sending him videos of me doing anything. Not sending any videos of my family of doing anything private. And I'm going to wait 3 years. Probably that was my thing. 2028. If he has no more scandals from 2025 to 2028, then I'll be like, okay, looks like he, put in some energy and some effort in order to change himself as a person. Therefore, I'm going to start trusting him a little bit more. But if he just keeps being a sexual degenerate and 10,000 people and not caring when it falls apart and hurting people, then I'm going to be like, okay, I can talk to him about politics, but no way will I be neutral or condone his lifestyle. If anything, I'll be telling his audience and his friends, I'll be like, listen, I think Steven's like really smart and good at debating politics, but I think his personal life is fucking dog shit. And I think the fact that people look up to him is a fucking problem. Right. So Christian Valera says, didn't watch all this video, but I wonder if Ryan went all the way back to Destiny discussing Bob 7. I think he does. Pretty sure Destiny said Bob 7 recording people was one of the worst things that you can do to someone, lol. Yeah, I think he says something equivalent to that effect where he's talking about like spreading intimate recordings. The context of that, this is not a sweep. This is being descriptive, okay? The context of that is that Bob 7 allegedly, based off of my limited memory, was working for the Austin show. He was talking to girls who wanted to come on the Austin show, and he was asking them for their nudes in order to get onto the program. Then once he got those nudes, he spread those around in order to talk shit about said person. Now, if you're the Armin says, am I giving credence to his Vyvanse claim? No, I'm not. We can talk about that in a second. But yeah, but Destiny might not have committed that exact crime, but by committing two subcomponents of the crime, he effectively recommitted that crime. So he might have thought that he was being logically consistent, but he wasn't. The Armin says, do I give any credence to the claim that Vyvanse has tamed his energy? So I think it's possible. So for instance, I take duloxetine for nerve pain and anxiety. And it's just a little bit of PTSD. Okay. Nothing too crazy, but a little bit. All right. And it's just because if I get into a stressful situation, if there's a lot of people around me, if I think that there's a fight about to go down or whatever, my heart rate is not 120 beats per minute. My heart rate, do I ever snort it? No. My heart rate is like 180. And the reason why is because I've been present while people got murdered. I've been present. I pointed my guns at people. I've gotten into fist fights. I've chased down murderers. I've done all this crazy shit, right? And so I take duloxetine, and I'll admit that there was a recalibration. It didn't kill my libido, but there was a recalibration of the way that I felt about intimate stuff, right? And so that took like 2 weeks to a month or whatever. So I think that it's possible that Steven had a recalibration where gooning stuff isn't as appealing. But the fact that January 9th message or whatever, where he was still sexting somebody who's not, I don't think is his current girlfriend, because I don't think his current girlfriend would leak that. The fact that he's still doing that would lead me to believe that it might have tempered his libido, but it didn't change it. You know what I'm saying? He's not like a It's not like a Catholic priest because he got on ADD meds, right? Although Catholic priest might be a bad example, but you know what I'm saying. Leader says, hey, Connor. Hi, Leader. How are you? All right, let's continue because we're still in the intro, by the way.
Poppins is a chimney sweep. It's a funny joke, okay? Fuck off. My goal in this video is not to push some sort of political agenda against Destiny. I actually think he is a very smart dude who's one of the best debaters on the internet and one of the best people
what a sweeper.
Using logic to defend liberal values. I debated Destiny a couple times a few years ago, and he definitely wiped the floor with me, especially in our second debate. I have no shame in admitting that. Destiny is definitely a better debater than I am. Even if I disagree with a lot of his opinions because I'm a leftist, I can still recognize that he's done a great job dunking on a bunch of dumbass conservatives. But like Destiny said in his manifesto against Keffals, I don't think we should be afraid to hold members of our own community accountable.
Demonstration of what happens when communities fail to hold their own members responsible.
And
Ryan Beard sweeping.
Destiny has done a lot of fucked up shit that I think he needs to be held accountable for. Just because he's a good debater who's really good at defending the liberal ideology, I don't think that means that we should sweep his bad behavior under the rug.
And I don't understand how Steven can really say that he wants to be a serious political advocate if he doesn't want to manage his personal life in any way that's serious. Like, why should the DNC involve you in anything that they want when your personal life looks like a fucking train wreck that's going to be bad PR for all of them? Why should anyone want to spend time debating you on these bigger platforms if all you're going to do is bring fucking tarnishing their reputation, right?
True. Now, I'm not arguing this. I think Steven would argue, oh, well, it's all just like sex shit and personal shit, so nobody should care about it, right? But people do care about it. And politics is about who wields power. Now, obviously, I have my criticisms of Trump. I think he's a massive piece of shit. I think his personal life is fucking awful. But Abba's just spitting. He's just spitting right here.
It's like, if you're serious about this, you should make this sacrifice. And if you can't, then I don't think you really care about the political positions that you claim to care about.
My goal.
Yep. There's an idea here that that Jordan Peterson says, you are what you worship. You are what you do. So if Steven prioritizes sexual escapades over politics, then he's choosing his God. He's choosing the thing that he worships, right? And if he chooses politics over sex, then he's choosing his God and he chooses what he worships. And we're not going to analyze just your words. Oh, I want to be a serious political operator. Okay. Are you willing to sacrifice for it? Right? You got to be able to sacrifice.
On this video is to simply lay out all of his actions from across.
Hold on. Christian Vlaris, another cop-out. The right doesn't give a fuck about, but the left does. No, I would say plenty of people care about it. They're just willing to break the rules for Elon Musk and Donald Trump hypocritically. They're hypocrites, and they deserve to be called piece of shit, lying-ass motherfucking hypocrites. Like all the conservatives who are currently sweeping for Ashley St. Clair having a baby out of wedlock with Elon Musk. Everyone defending that is a fucking piece of shit. Not that you shouldn't, like, have babies. Like, I'm happy Ashley St. Clair has a baby, and hopefully it makes her a better person. But, you know, that's rank hypocrisy and should be called out.
Across the years that I consider harmful and allow you to come to your own conclusions. All right? Let's get into it. In this video, I hope to establish a pattern of how Destiny over the course of his career has repeatedly taken advantage of and harmed women and occasionally children. And how he has advocated for a world that makes it easier for people like him to harm women and children. We'll start by going through Destiny's harmful behavior towards women, then we'll take a detour to his harmful behavior towards children, and then we'll loop back around to his harmful behavior towards women again. Sound good? Well, it's not going to be. Around the end of 2011, Destiny sexually assaulted a woman on his live stream. I'm not using the word allegedly here because we have video of him doing it, and he has openly admitted that it was sexual assault.
I would say that in my streaming career in the past, like totally publicly, like I completely and totally like assaulted a girl on stream before for like fucking 5 minutes or whatever. I got super fucking drunk and was like grabbing her fucking breast the entire time.
Later, Destiny has attempted to downplay his actions here by tweeting, "I was drunk off my ass literally for the first time in my life." And he said that at the time he didn't understand how bad it was, but now looking back.
Bud123 says, why does Elon Musk sleep around so much? Because he's a billionaire and he can afford the kids. Hope that answers your question.
Years later, he understands that it was reprehensible behavior.
And at the time, I figured like, oh, well, you know, we're going to fuck anyway. Like, it doesn't matter. Like, she's chill or whatever. Like, I'm drunk. It doesn't matter. Like, at the time, I'm thinking like, you know, oh, it's not a big deal. But like looking back, I'm like,
it's reprehensible behavior.
And at the time, I figured like, oh, well, you know, we're going to fuck anyway. Like, it doesn't matter. Like, she's chill or whatever. Like, I'm drunk. It doesn't matter. Like, at the time, I'm thinking like, you know, oh, it's not a big deal. But like looking back, I'm like, okay, wait, this is like really, really, really reprehensible behavior.
But if you go back and watch the clip, immediately after assaulting her, he says, listen, I'm going to apologize to you so much tomorrow.
Listen, I'm going to apologize
Yeah,
to you
say sorry.
so much tomorrow.
Why would you need to apologize to her tomorrow, Destiny? Is it maybe because
drunk.
you understood that what you were doing was wrong? To me, this shows that even in his incredibly drunk state, he knew that what he was doing is wrong. And obviously, being drunk does not absolve you of your actions. Otherwise, we wouldn't criminalize drunk driving.
You've come here to this stream to defend drunk drivers to me.
This is a common tactic with Destiny where he'll half take accountability for something, but half try to downplay it by saying, oh, I was so drunk at the time. Oh, I didn't understand how bad it was at the time. But I'm calling bullshit. You understood that what you were doing was bad, even back when you did it, because you were an adult, not a baby. According to this woman, Destiny has never directly apologized to her, even though she would like him to. She acknowledges that he has indirectly apologized on his stream. But my question is, did
So, all right. Yeah. Grabs your boobs on stream. It's bad, right? Don't do that. Don't grab people's boobs when they don't want you to. Allegedly, he said like, "Oh, we're gonna fuck later, so it's not that big of a deal." Whatever. I think they were in a physical relationship. Also, Mia Rose XXX. I think she's a sex worker. I'm not saying that you can grab the boobs of sex workers. Obviously not. Consent is important, even for sex workers, right? But you know, let's just say this was okay. It's bad. Now what?
Did he apologize on his stream to save his reputation, or did he apologize because he was genuinely remorseful? I will allow you to answer that question for yourself.
Destiny is a sociopath, so he is capable of understanding why people are upset with him while not necessarily feeling vicarious pain. He probably apologized because he knew that he fucked up, but he didn't feel the vicarious pain of the situation. Therefore, he was like, yep, I'm sorry. I fucked up. My bad. Then he moved the fuck on. Silver Jacket Man. I'm not saying that. That's funny. Funny. Not saying that.
As we go through more of Destiny's pattern of behavior from over the years. In 2012, Destiny shared private nudes of a woman he had been sexting named Blue Tea with his friends. Destiny will often claim that the reason for his actions are because he was provoked into doing them and he had no other choice.
I'm kind of being pushed into playing my entire hand.
But here, there was no provocation. He just thought it would be funny to share this woman's private nudes with his friends and joke about how fucking hideous her face is compared to her beautiful body. And he also insulted her because he thought she looked like Shrek. So he shared a woman's private nudes without consent for the purpose of degrading her. In response, Blue Tea hacked Destiny's Twitter and tweeted out pictures of his...
Dr. Zaya says, it's so funny he blurred this video out. He just grabs her boobs. They were dating. Inappropriate, but if that's rape, then I was a turbo rapist at this time. Yo, listen, we're sweeping a little bit. I have to go with Dr. Zayas, especially in the 2000s, 2010s, and even now with like my wife or whatever. I don't like grab her boobs randomly, but I'll smack her butt, right? Now, she'll say that that's consensual, and I agree that it's consensual, but sometimes it's probably not. Sometimes she's just chilling. She's doing the dishes. I'm doing the dishes, whatever. She's taking something to the laundry room, and I just go, and it's a joke. And we're intimate, and we're a partner, and we're a couple. And also sometimes she will smack me in places that are sexually inappropriate, like the buttocks. She'll hit my buttocks while I'm doing chores or whatever. And not all the time do I want my buttocks slapped, right? So do we want to classify, like, right, being drunk and grabbing her boobs on stream, there's probably like a public aspect of it, which is why it's bad, right? Because you wouldn't want to see, like, if I was out on a date with a wife, you wouldn't want to see me groping my wife, even if we were giggling about it, right? You're involving a third party, right? But I think that's why it's bad. I think it's because it's in public, because she's live, and so it's inappropriate. But I think that if they were a couple and the live stream was off, And then he just like grabbed her real quick. And then she's like, ha ha ha, please stop. I'm not in the mood right now. That's everyday life. That's not on the scale of sex crimes, 1 to 10. This is a 0.5, but he's talking about it. So we'll let it ride. Yeah, exactly. Pretty much based off of the lefty definition of sexual assault. I have a dozen sexual assaulters in my chat because they all grab their wives' boobs and their girlfriend's boobs, not always with consent. But yeah, consent, of course, it can be revoked 100%. Yeah. Yeah. Everybody gets it. Everybody who isn't socially retarded in chat gets it. So, yep. All right, cool.
Dick. Obviously, I condemn this woman's actions. She posted revenge porn of Destiny, which is never justified. But don't forget that the situation that provoked this was Destiny maliciously sharing her nudes without her consent. On Reddit, Destiny replied to her by saying, I can't imagine how you can think that people will never, ever, ever talk about anything personal or private amongst their friends. Maybe I'm just stupid, but I can't see myself caring at all if you shared pictures between your close friends, especially given the fact that I'd never see any of them in real life. So in this comment, Destiny is admitting that he did send the nudes without consent, and he's attempting to downplay his actions. A couple years later, when one of Destiny's friends named Bob7 allegedly shared a woman's nudes without her consent, Destiny said that this should be life-destroying.
Bob7 shared nude photographs of multiple women after pressuring one to post one without their consent. But I do believe that these are relatively life-destroying revelations.
But when Destiny does it, he justifies it by saying that he wouldn't care if someone did it to him. This is known as the personal preference fallacy, arguing that something isn't wrong simply because you wouldn't care if it was personally done to you. Even if Destiny wouldn't care if someone shared his nudes, which I doubt, that doesn't make it okay for him to do it to someone else. And a couple years later, Destiny demonstrates that he knows that sharing nudes is wrong by laughing at this clip of someone explaining how it's wrong.
The guy sent the nudes to like his buddy, and the buddy sent it to the other buddy, and it just like the whole school had her nudes.
Wow.
Right?
That's cray.
That in and of itself is another example of like violating consent. Like, even though, you know, for so long we were trained to be like, oh, consent has to do with like, you know, like sex.
Did you guys know that if a bitch breaks up with you and you send her nudes to everybody, even that's wrong, guys?
Him laughing like this is him sarcastically showing that he obviously understands it's wrong. So I think even back when Destiny did this, he understood that it was wrong. He's just pretending like he didn't understand that it was wrong to avoid taking accountability for his actions. Destiny has a long history of really not liking when women post about their negative sexual experiences online. Real talk, opening up about quote-unquote your rape and shit on Twitter is incredibly fucking weird and should never have been normalized. I have no idea why the fuck people encourage others to trauma dump on social media. It's insanely unhealthy. This was in response to a woman sharing an allegation about how she was stealthed. She was allegedly having sex with a man. She had established the boundary beforehand that he needed to wear.
Hold up. I need to check and see. Yeah. So this is like psycho shit. So I agree with the sentiment that trauma dumping on social media is cringe. However, this is psycho shit. And what I mean by that is that Steven went to, I don't know if he quote tweeted her directly, but there was this thread where this lady was talking about getting stealthed, where they're going to describe it in a second. But basically, they were having consensual sex with somebody. That person took off the condom and then had sex. And they said that they weren't able to, articulate the fact that they were being violated. Therefore, that kind of thing. Now, wildly inappropriate, Victoria. My wife just made a lewd gesture at me while I'm talking about something serious. That is, see, I just got violated. It was funny though. So anyways, point is, that I actually do find it like sociopathic, psychotic in order to talk to this chick specifically. If you want to put out like a vague tweet without quote tweeting the thread directly and just say, hey, opening up about this shit is fucking, you know, it's cringe, it's fucked up, it's whatever. I'm not reliant on paying my bills based off of streaming. So I get how Steven would say, well, like, I'm throwing bait on Twitter in order to get debates. We all saw this. We all saw this in like the late 10s, early 20s with Steven. Was his business model seemed to be starting shit on Twitter by saying the most the most mundane thing in the most aggressive, hyperbolic way possible in order to get Twitter mad at him. So some people would come onto his stream to fight him. That's kind of this era. Now, I'm not reliant on this financially. So that's not the business model I would pursue. But I think we just need to acknowledge the business model while taking a look at this, basically.
On Twitter is incredibly fucking weird and should never have been normalized. I have no idea why the fuck people encourage others to trauma dump on social media. It's insanely unhealthy. This was in response to a woman sharing an allegation about how she was stealthed. She was allegedly having sex with a man. She had established the boundary beforehand that he needed to wear a condom during sex, but in the middle of sex, he removed the condom, which is a form of rape. I agree with Destiny that sometimes trauma dumping on social media can be unhealthy, but sharing allegations on social media obviously has the possible benefit of holding people accountable for their actions. And putting the words "your rape" in quotation marks obviously implies that he's casting some level of doubt onto her story. It's one thing to wait to see evidence before you fully believe someone's story.
I don't think so. I don't think that's what he was doing based off of the content that then followed. I think Steven wasn't questioning whether or not the incident happened. I think he was questioning whether or not that thing was rape. And he's wrong for this, by the way. I think Ryan Beard's about to get into this. But he was saying that if you are in a sexual liaison and somebody does something that is against your consent after you were explicit, you need to have the fortitude to articulate why you don't want a thing being done in the moment. And if not, you should not be having promiscuous sex. Now, my perspective is you shouldn't be having promiscuous sex anyways. However, I don't have an argument like with that logic. The problem is like he has this conversation with Hans of Arkir, and I think Ryan Beard addresses that. And I'm actually with Hans and Ryan Beard over Destiny in this situation. Let's continue.
Story that they post on social media. It's another thing to instantly cast doubt on their story just because you're annoyed that they decided to post about it on social media.
I think that's a mischaracterization, but it's not a big deal.
Destiny had retweeted someone who tweeted, "If you knew he took off the condom and you couldn't even bring yourself to say anything, you shouldn't be having casual sex."
Which is also like mind waves, no offense, but you hang out in the fucking progressive and whatever sex shit. I agree. Oh, number one, you shouldn't be having casual sex anyways. Number two, if you can't articulate your boundaries during a sexual liaison, then you definitely shouldn't be having casual sex. But he's quote tweeting, a dude slipped his condom off during sex and I asked him to wear one this week and it's still bothering me. Yo, why are you quote tweeting her? Like, what the fuck? Like, if she is actually, you know, fucked up about this or mentally fucked up, make your own tweet. Separate from the thread. Quote tweeting her, I think, is fucking insane, but it is what it is. It's arguing on Twitter, like, right? Like this is where I feel like this video. Okay, this video is good. A lot of people are calling this like the magnum opus best content as far as like taking Destiny down. But right now we are 25 minutes into it of a 90-minute video. So far, this is a very mild criticism, but it is a criticism. Destiny grabbed the streamer's boobs on stream. It was Maya Rose. I think she is a sex worker. They were dating at the time and they were having sex. He was drunk and he grabbed her boobs and he said, "Oh, I'm going to apologize to you so much tomorrow," probably because he's embarrassing her in public, right? It's bad, but we talked about in the chat how pretty much everybody in a heterosexual relationship gropes their partner inappropriately sometimes, right? So for me, that's like very small. 0.5 out of 10 is what I rated it on my personal sexual assault scale. Showing off Blue T's nudes, personal preference fallacy. Destiny was wrong. Nobody's arguing that he was right, right? I would say that's like 3 out of 10. So if I took, I'm not going to, but if I took somebody else's, my wife's in this scenario, because I'm married and I don't cheat on my wife, but if I took her nudes and then I shared it with some of my best friends, that's fucked up, right? So it is fucked up to be sharing somebody else's nudes, but it happens, right? So I would put that at a 3 out of 10 on my fucked up scale. Steven dunks on a trauma victim. Trauma dumping on social media is cringe. He's correct while being a abrasive piece of shit about it. Okay. This isn't sexual assault. This is being rude on the internet. So I'm giving that a 0.5 out of 10. Let's continue though.
A bunch of people got mad at Destiny for retweeting this, so then he tweeted, "If you are noticing someone is taking a condom off and you can't say anything, you probably don't have the emotional maturity to engage in sex. You should probably just grab a caretaker or something and stick to masturbating to furry porn. Sorry." People got even more mad at this tweet, so then he tweeted, "Sorry, I want to apologize for my last tweet. You should treat every single woman you come across like a child who's incapable of voicing an opinion about literally anything. Ideally, you would bring her dad along to every fuck so he can guide her through the process."
No.
First of all, she did clearly assert her boundaries before sex. She just struggled to reassert her boundaries when this man started raping her because this made her so uncomfortable. I agree that if you struggle to reassert your boundaries during sex, this could make it more likely that you would end up being harmed during sex. And we should obviously encourage people to assert their boundaries during sex as much as they possibly can. But rather than show empathy for women who struggle to tell men to stop because they're so terrified while they're being raped, Destiny decides to insult these women's emotional maturity and call them retarded children. According to a neuroscience article in the journal Nature Human Behavior, victims frequently report immobility during rape and sexual assault, often using the term freezing. Neuroscientific evidence suggests fear and threat can block cortical neural circuits for action control, leading to involuntary immobility. And this sort of immobility can manifest as physical immobility or verbal immobility. A 2017 Scandinavian study reported that 70% of the 298 women who had visited an emergency clinic within a month of experiencing sexual violence had experienced significant tonic immobility or paralysis when it happened. So when women struggle to reassert their boundaries while they're being raped, this isn't because they're children with no emotional maturity. There are actual neurological reasons for this behavior. When the streamer Hans of Harkir brings up the fact that these women could be having a freeze response when they experience stealthing, Destiny disregards this and says that a victim couldn't possibly have a freeze response just from seeing a man take his condom off.
Freeze up is some shit where you're like in a fucking traumatic situation and somebody's doing some crazy shit. Not like you look down and you see that some asshole is trying to slip a condom off. Like, oh, I'm frozen out. I can't fucking think. I don't take the condom off. I'm fucking completely frozen. Bro, what the fuck kind of 14-year-olds are you fucking? Nice.
So, all right. Steven's wrong and he's an asshole. Okay. So I'm gonna share something personal with you. And, Hans, God bless him. He's been gone off the internet. We had a conversation. I'm not going to share the details of it, but Hans had a private situation that went sideways where he experienced a freeze response. I also had that happen. And just to share it, basically what happened was in the military, people were screwing with me. It was just gay. It was gay chicken. Let's be real. Okay. It was gay chicken, but they never fucking told me what it was. Right. So basically what was going on was we're hanging out. It's the bros, whatever. Somebody touches me inappropriately. And I actually have like a 5-second freeze response where I'm like, and I didn't say anything. I didn't move. I didn't hit him. I didn't do anything. And realistically, I wish I had hit him, but he basically, kind of went for my junk, I guess. And my response wasn't to fight, and it wasn't to run away, and it wasn't to say no. I actually experienced a freeze response. Now, it resolved. It was just a joke. Like, he wasn't actually trying to assault me or whatever. He wasn't trying to have his way with me or whatever. But I think that Steven being so dismissive of the freeze response in this context, he's being an asshole, but he's also just wrong, right? Now, again, is arguing about a freeze response of a sexual assault victim a crime? No. Do a lot of people on the planet share Destiny's perspective? Yes. Are we going to criminalize this behavior in the future? No. Could it be indicative of violating consent behavior? Maybe. So again, I'm still going to put this like a 0.5 out of 10. Freezing is violation of trust manifests. It's hard to fight in flight when there's an expectation of normalcy being violated. Yeah. And here's the thing is it wasn't a conscious decision. I didn't make a conscious decision to be like, I'm going to freeze now because I'm experiencing the same thing that my ancestors did when a mountain lion was about to eat them. And you're trying to figure out if fighting, running away, or freezing is the best course of action. There was no conscious thought, right? It was instinct. The instinct is to fight, flight, or freeze. I've never fled. I've never had that instinct. I have fought and I have frozen, right? It wasn't conscious. It was a subconscious process. Okay. Yeah. So he's being a dick. Wait, we are covering Han's cipher ass? No, it's just it's a side piece of the Ryan Beard essay. Yeah, String Puller says Hans got scammed, if I recall. Yeah. So basically, he went into a situation thinking that it was one thing. It ended up being another thing. Somebody started initiating with him, and he froze. And then he was like, listen, this isn't what I signed up for. I'm out. And then he left. Now, that being said, you know, I hope he doesn't mind me sharing those details. I hope it's vague enough that it's not like embarrassing for him or whatever. But like, you know, that's an appropriate response for Hans is to, he froze. He figured out that the situation wasn't what he was looking for, and he left. He had an appropriate response, but he experienced the freezing response similar to the way that I did. And so he knows that even if it's a casual issue, right, then that doesn't mean that somebody can't almost have a worse outcome because of freezing during a casual situation, right? So if she froze and then allowed him to do what he wanted to do, that's kind of like it's mild rape, right? She articulated what she wanted. He did something that violated her consent. She had a freeze response. And as a result of having a freeze response, he was able to do something that was against her consent. Is it forcible rape? No. But is it a form of rape or sexual assault? I think it is. And so I don't think Steven should be as dismissive. Chat is popping off a little bit. Let's the comment. That was the whole situation. Felt like Destiny. Sorry, I'm trying to focus on this comment, but it's not staying put. What's your problem? Knew that he was wrong halfway through, but wanted to maintain that he shouldn't be having sex if she's easy to fold. Well, see, and that's the thing. From my mildly socially conservative perspective, Destiny's right. These people shouldn't be having casual sex at all, but they definitely shouldn't be having casual sex if they can't reassert boundaries. And especially if they experience a freeze response, then at that point going forward, they should be like, oh shit, sex things can go sideways really quick. I need to be ready that if I'm going into a hookup situation, things can go sideways and I need to be ready to reassert my boundaries 100%. And then my scroll is like off, so I'm sorry if I don't read your name. But Connor, what would have happened if it didn't work itself out and you didn't find out it was a joke? Yeah, I probably would have been sexually assaulted. Straight up. If that freeze response continued, they probably would have gotten a few seconds into a sexual assault before I did anything, before I fought or before I fled. I probably would have frozen for a few moments. So yeah, so like that's where I think people need to be sympathetic. I am, as a result of that experience, I am more sympathetic to sexual assault victims if they have a freeze response. I think Steven, we're kind of going down a side tangent, but this isn't Steven is a rapist. This is Steven should have been more sensitive to people on the internet when they experienced a freeze response. And when Hans of Harkir challenged him on it, even though Hans of Harkir might have optically lost the debate, Hans was right. Steven was wrong. That's the summary of this scenario. All right. Sorry if I'm not able to pay attention to chat, but the chat is, it's like going fast for me, but I can't focus on a single chat. So my apologies.
serious?
But according to a 2010 study titled Facing Freeze, Social Threat-Induced Bodily Freeze in Humans, even negative social interactions can trigger a psychological freeze response in some people. The more fear someone is experiencing, the more likely they are to have a freeze response, but even a moderate amount of fear can still induce a psychological freeze response. And seeing someone non-consensually removing their condom during sex after you've established that
maybe the freeze response is something that's hard to understand if you haven't experienced it. I don't know. Yeah, but I would also say if you've ever had a fight or flight response, let's say that there was a gunshot. Let's say you're downtown with your boys, you're not in the military, you're not in law enforcement, and then a bunch of gunshots go off. If you have that instinct to stop, look, listen, and then you run with your friends away from the gunshots, then you experienced that stop, look, listen is kind of the instinctive drive that you experience. It's not a conscious thought, right? You're not like, oh, there's gunshots. Oh, I need to stop, look, and listen. Oh, those do sound like gunshots. I'm going to run away now. It's never that conscious. It's instinct, right? So what might happen is you hear gunshots over here. You realize that it's gunshots. You stop, look, listen. You figure out what it is. And then you're like, okay, I'm running. And by the time you have another conscious thought, you're already 10 yards down the sidewalk, right? So, you might not have experienced the freeze response specifically, but you've probably had something similar to it if you've ever been in a life-threatening situation.
That they need to wear a condom absolutely could cause enough fear to induce a freeze response. The way that Destiny chooses to mock these women who claim that they do have a freeze response while being stealthed is just really fucking gross. I don't know what else to say.
Oh, I'm frozen out. I can't fucking think. I don't take the condom off. I'm fucking completely frozen.
I think this is from the person who is the retarded child. They said, I've actually been raped, and saying no just made him rape me harder. I know that's what happened after he pulled out. This is not incomprehensible that I would just walk away from that situation.
It sounds like she needs to stop having casual sex.
To be clear, I don't think that Destiny is saying it's okay to stealth people, but I do think he is choosing to mock women for something that is outside of their control. Obviously, women do have some level of control over reasserting their boundaries during sex, and we should always encourage people to assert their boundaries as much as possible. But if someone is struggling to reassert their boundaries because of a freeze response when someone is raping them, maybe we shouldn't call them retarded children. After this controversy, the absolutely brilliant trans activist known as Keffels decided to make a false allegation against Destiny. She claimed that Destiny himself had stealthed a woman.
Oh yeah, meanwhile he stealths people, which is legitimately a form of rape. Insane.
As far as we know, this is totally untrue. Destiny himself has not stealthed a woman. He was just a massive asshole to a woman who was stealthed. To give Keffels credit, she did acknowledge soon after this that she was wrong and Destiny actually didn't stealth anyone.
Yeah, Christian Blair says little likes, little yikes.
Backing up, I don't actually know if he did it.
But Keffels, maybe consider trying to be really sure before you make these types of allegations against people. Destiny is correct that spreading false allegations like this absolutely does undermine the cause of the left. Making this false allegation against Destiny allowed him to shift his focus onto your false allegation instead of focusing on the fact that he was a massive asshole to this woman who was stealthed. Unfortunately, many of the people who have tried to take down Destiny over the years haven't...
Carlito Brigante says, what does stealthing someone mean? It means that you are having consensual sex with a condom in which the person has articulated that they want you to use a condom, but then because you don't like the way condoms feel, you take the condom off and then have sex that way. So, yeah.
Been the sharpest tools in the shed. Speaking of tools in the shed, let's talk about the time that Destiny tweeted that he hopes a woman is raped to death with a shovel. In 2015, the porn star Stoya tweeted...
Listen, I'm not going to defend this, but it is Nebraska Steve. Okay? James Dean held me down and effed me while I said no, stop, use my safe word. I just can't nod and smile when people bring him up anymore, which is... yeah, that's rape. So, James Dean allegedly raped Stoya.
Allegations that the male porn star James Dean had raped her. This tweet really upset Destiny because, as we've established, he really does not like it when women talk about their negative sexual experiences online. Jesus, why not file a fucking police report instead of tweeting this? You're fucking disgusting. What a fucking idiot at...
Okay. So... This is Nebraska Steve for the uninitiated. I came after Nebraska Steve, but allegedly what was happening was in Nebraska, Steven was a shit-talking but financially successful StarCraft 2 player. As can be seen that this is dated November 2015. And while I think you're effing disgusting, what an effing idiot at Stoya is wildly unnecessary, and you're inviting controversy, file a police report instead of tweeting this is probably accurate. Now, I think that Stoya could probably argue the police aren't going to be able to do anything because it was during a pornographic shoot and it's been a few months or been a few weeks. Therefore, there's not going to be any physical evidence or any witnesses or anything like that. You know, it was us. It was a closed set. The people who work for the company aren't going to, you know, corroborate my story, et cetera, et cetera. There's a billion reasons why she could say like filing a police report isn't sufficient. But then I do think that she kind of needs to make like now this was 2015. This is almost a decade ago now. But I think that she should have made like a more formal statement. Social media has evolved, obviously, in the past decade, but she should have said, you know, I filed a police report. This is why there was no criminal allegations. This is why there's no criminal complaint. This is why this is this. This is why this is that. But I worked with this male porn actor and he violated my consent, effectively leading to what I believe is my rape. I think that it's fucked up, and I don't think that anybody should work with him. I think that would be perfectly fine. She should have, yeah, you know, I'm not blaming her at all. But I think that if her goal was to spread awareness on social media in order to give some kind of social consequence to James Dean, then she should have made like a PR statement, which is something that we've only really learned with time.
Stoya. Stephen Bennell, why don't you write us a long list of everything you feel a survivor of rape should do? Then I'll use it to wipe my ass. Survivor of rape. It's rape, not murder, not beheading, not a fatal car crash. Everyone survives rape. Get over yourself. Survivor of rape here. Hello. Want to talk about how hard it is to go on every day? Kill yourself so you don't have to live with the pain. So rape survivors should just get over it because at least they didn't die. And if they're dealing with a lot of pain or trauma because of their rape, they should just kill themselves because if they kill themselves, the pain will stop. Very cool, Stephen. I have no idea why anyone has ever accused you of being a rape apologist. This should go without saying, but obviously it's good for rape survivors to file police reports to hold rapists accountable, but police reports don't always lead to rapists being held accountable for their actions, which is why sometimes it's good to post about it on social media. At least Destiny will be happy that the woman he allegedly recorded while they were having sex without her knowledge did file a police report against Destiny. Good job, Cherry. You have done things in the Destiny-approved way. Right after this, Destiny got...
Woo! All right. I think we need to make a little comment there. I'm not going to classify this as a sex offense because I don't think that it is. If you guys are taking a look here, you know, we're going through the allegations and I'm rating them on a scale of 1 to 10 on how bad I think they are. That's a 15 out of 10 for fucked up thing to do on the internet, right? Telling rape survivors to kill themselves. I would say that's beyond fucked up. You can think it's funny. I don't think it's funny in the chat. That's fine. You can think it's funny. Yeah, that's some psycho shit, right? It's not a sex offense. It's being an asshole on the internet offense, but he really went for it, huh? Yeah, Jesus.
Into an argument with another woman about how James Dean did
only 15 sweeping much. Woo! Jeez.
Didn't respect Stoya's safe word. As Stephen Bennell, ignoring a safe word and not stopping when someone asks is ignoring consent and is rape. Go fuck yourself. Kill yourself, you fucking cunt. I hope you get raped with a fucking shovel until you bleed out your fucking vag and die. Holy. This right here is probably the most violent, vitriolic language that I have ever seen Destiny use in his entire career on the internet. And it just so happens to be in response to women talking about their negative sexual experiences. My question after seeing all of this is why does Destiny have such an intense hatred for women talking about their negative sexual experiences on the internet? Is it because he just cares so much about these women, and he doesn't want them to harm their own mental health, because trauma dumping on the internet can be really damaging for them. Or is it
probably
maybe
not.
because a culture where women feel comfortable coming forth with allegations on the internet can lead to women like Pixie and Cherry and Melina coming forth with allegations against people like Destiny, exposing them for being massive pieces of shit? I will again allow you to answer that question for yourself. We'll get back to Destiny treating women like shit a little bit later on, but now let's pivot to Destiny harming children. For some strange reason, a lot of people like to label Destiny here a pedophile. So in the next section, we'll get to the bottom of whether or not Mr. Bunnell here really is a certified EDP 445. Is Destiny really a pedo, or are these just false, slanderous allegations meant to try to dethrone the debate bro king? Let's find out. In 2012, when Destiny was 23, he shared in a group chat with a couple of his friends the messages, "You want to see the sickest shit in the world? So many fangirls. I had one that was 15. She wanted to meet and hook up. Dude, she's 15. What the fuck? But she sent me pictures that made it so hard to say no." Then Destiny linked a picture of this girl in a bikini in the chat and said, "Girl on the left, so hard to say no. Gonna get arrested one of these MLGs, man." So in these logs, when Destiny was 23, he said that it was really hard to turn down hooking up with this 15-year-old because she looked so good in this picture of her in a bikini. He then shared this lewd image of a child with his friends and said that he's gonna get arrested someday. Well, like I said, a woman just filed a police report against Destiny, so we'll just have to wait and see if his prediction comes true. A couple years later, in 2015, when Destiny...
Hold on. West Wendigo says, "I think sending around people's compromising videos without consent is worse than his Twitter proclivities. Why a 1510, but it's on the internet." Yeah, hold on. Let me see if I wrote that down. Rhetorical violations versus sex offenses. Let me go ahead and put this in bold so people can see the difference on them. Let's put alleged. Yeah. So it's not a 15 out of 10 on the sex scale. It's a 15 out of 10 on Jesus, what the fuck are you saying on the internet scale? So yeah, that's pretty much the edgiest shit I've ever fucking seen. On the sex offense scale, it's there. Now here's the interesting thing. I'm gonna put like question mark out of 10, and I'm gonna think about it. The reason being is because this is obviously like potentially a phebophile pedo shit. He's joking about how, oh, haha, maybe Steven will hook up with a underage teenager at an MLG or something. But it's definitely like, for me, I guess it's like a red flag out of 10, right? Like, so on one hand, it's a clothed picture. And he's like, hey, this girl's attractive. On the other hand, it's like, I don't know what to make of that. I would red flag the fuck out of it, but I don't think itself, like sharing picture of a clothed person who you think is attractive is not the violation. The violation is the fact that they're underage and you're considering their, you're basically saying that they're so attractive you're considering violating the law. That's it. So I don't know what to do that out of, because like a 10 out of 10 is like a rape, right? Like a 5 out of 10 or a 7 out of 10 is like a sexual assault, right? So I don't want to put like a 7 out of 10 and say, oh, sharing a bikini picture of a 15-year-old is a 7 out of 10, but it should absolutely be like, all right, we need to be on the lookout for more shit, right? Self-report, Destiny is one big red flag. Girl in a bikini attractor. What the fuck are we talking about here? Well, Time Watch, yeah, I'm with you there. So the actual thing of, hey, this girl in a bikini is attractive, that's not a problem. Plenty of people comment on the attractiveness of different people all the time. The problem is that it's a underage girl that he's sharing with other people, and then he's saying like, oh, well, maybe at one of these meetups, I would break the law in order to hook up with an underage fan, right? So it's not sharing the clothed picture of a girl and commenting on their attractiveness is not the problem. It's the underage thing and the ha ha ha, maybe I would violate the law thing. No, I don't even think it's the spreading the problem or spreading. The spreading isn't the problem. The consideration of the violation of the law, I think, is the problem. But anyways, I think red flag out of 10 articulates what I'm trying to communicate, where it's like, it's an indication of something serious, but it itself is not the serious thing. Yeah. Yeah. Yep.
He was 26, he shared in his chat, I would fuck the shit out of that 15-year-old. What the fuck? There's no way that chick is 15. So now we've seen 2 separate occasions where Destiny says that he's attracted to 15-year-olds. Ironically, this conversation where he's sharing a picture of a 15-year-old in a bikini with his
I think
friend,
I agree with that. I think it's a 2. Red flag and 2 out of 10. I'm going to leave the red flag there because I think it's like, this is an indication of something that could be nefarious. And then on the actual offense scale, I think it's a 2 out of 10. I think that's accurate. When was this? Probably 5-10 years ago. I feel like this would kill anyone's reputation. Yeah. Welcome to Twitch and YouTube politics.
Is the exact same conversation where he also shared that other woman's nudes without her consent. Sharing non-consensual nudes
so that was like
and sharing a picture of a child in a bikini in one conversation? What a certified Destiny moment. This is what we in the business call a Diddy-stiny party. A common defense that Destiny fans will give when he says that he wants to have sex with children is that he's just joking. For example, these tweets.
If I did the kid test. So, Alan... this is the kid test. I'm actually really happy you said that. So if Steven had a consensual but illicit affair with one of my children, I would beat the shit out of him. Right? Like, this is the thing. Like, I swear to God, this is so crazy. So I had this conversation with J-Stock and Queeman and Lav, and they said effectively that they didn't think that Steven should be incarcerated, but he should be added to the sex offense list, but he shouldn't be hit. And I'm just going to be real. Where I come from, if you fuck up, you can get the shit kicked out of you, but once you get the shit kicked out of you, you shake hands and you move the fuck on. Right? So, like, this is actually, it's going to come to Pixie later on, right? So with Pixie, I also don't think that Steven should be incarcerated. I don't think the crime matches the punishment. I also don't think that he should be put on the sex offender list. But there's a clip in here of Steven talking to Pixie's dad, and Pixie's dad thanking Steven for being friends with Pixie. If Pixie's dad went down to Miami, caught him at the grocery store, beat the shit out of him, and then left, I would think that that was a form of natural justice. So maybe I'm crazy, but that's the culture I come from, where it's like the law isn't always the best solution, and you don't want to kill someone, but you want to teach them a lesson. So, I don't know. Well, hold on. So, this is interesting. Horatio Mantooth says, replace Pixie with your daughter. See if you can still say what you just said. I think I would say what I just said. So, if my daughter has a consensual relationship with someone, and then they choose to shoot pornography, one, I'm going to view that as a failure as a parent. If I didn't tell them like not to do that a billion fucking times by the time they're an adult, I'm going to view that as my failure, right? And then two, I wouldn't necessarily want to see Steven incarcerated, but he would need to suffer a consequence. And so I think a beating is appropriate. So, I mean, you can disagree with me. You can say like, oh, he needs to be incarcerated. He needs to be on the sex offense registry. I don't think that's appropriate. In this hypothetical, my child had a consensual relationship and then that person leaked video of their consensual relationship to somebody else. I don't think that person deserves to be incarcerated. I do think they deserve to get the shit kicked out of them. I mean, it can be an unpopular opinion. I don't care if it's unpopular. I'm just telling you, that's what I think. If they were smart, they should push for him having a digital sex offense tag instead of sex offender registry locally, or it should be for online presence or something. I don't even know if that exists in Florida. Saying if someone should be hit or not online should be seen as advocating for violence. Some shit ought to just get handled offline without online posturing. Natural justice for sure. Okay. I think we agree. Dead man can't pay debts. Okay. Would be based and 100% morally justified given Destiny Soy allows shit and has never been in a physical confrontation. I mean, yeah. I failed the Chris Rock test. Ooh. Yes. We 100% got rated by Queen and Mr. Girl fans, lol. And thanked him. In the moment, so you can't say that now. But you're not emotionally in the moment. I mean, I can say what I think I would do. You could say that you don't think I would feel that way. But I'm telling you what I think. How's the solution better? Her dad then goes to prison? No, he doesn't. Simple battery. Go to jail for a day. No, simple battery. So random something says, how is this a good solution? Number one, Steven would have to report it. And I'm pretty sure any cop in their sane mind would be like, yeah, you fucking pussy. You fucking deserved it. Right? Now they might take the report and they might take it to the state attorney. The state attorney might say, yeah, you're a fucking pussy and you fucking deserved it. Right? But let's say he still intends to prosecute. Then you get convicted of simple battery. And then what? You go to jail for a day? Okay. That's fine. I would go to jail for a day for that. That's fine. Yeah, if I'm willing to die for my children, I'm willing to go to jail for a day for my children, 100%. Yeah, I'm not going to say your name, but I think you guys are pussies. And what if it was your daughter in Destiny's place? What if my child violated the consent of somebody else? Yeah, I think they should probably get their... Now, maybe beating the shit out of your kid, your adult kid, isn't smart. But, yeah, smacking him around a little bit, cuffing him behind the head. If the shit kicking results in death, yeah, the point would for it to not result in death, obviously. Half the problems are because people don't get a beating because they do something wrong. I mean, that's my perspective. You don't have to agree with it. That's what I believe. Like being at a debate and telling someone you will eat them when they destroy you rhetorically. Margazuno, that's still true. Like, yeah, I don't care. Queeman's, so number one, Margazuno. Queeman, if we met in person, he can go to TwitchCon, he can go to Comic-Con or some con, right? And we can hang out in person. My suspicion is that he wouldn't pop off at the mouth the same way he was popping off out to me the way that he was during that conversation. He called me a bitch and a coward. And two, if you call me a bitch and a coward and you're in person, I'm going to slap the fuck out of you, right? And then it is just true because he's 20 years old and he's 5'5" and he's 110 pounds soaking wet. In nature, I could take a rock, hit him in the side of the fucking head, and I could eat him. It's just true. So I don't care if you don't like it. I don't give a shit. You know, take your fucking faggot, fucking 110 pound fucking faggot ass someplace else. I don't give a shit. Wouldn't that depend on the severity of the beating? Of course. Two wrongs don't make a right. Well, I'm a cultural Christian. I'm not a literalist. Yeah. Cops used to punch you in the face to teach you a lesson or go to court and become a criminal for life. Exactly. Yeah. Don't eat the brain. Uh-huh. All right. It seems like some people don't like it. Some people do. It is what it is. I don't care. If you don't like my takes, that's fine. I don't give a shit. You would hit the 20-year-old kid over him calling you a bitch? Yeah. 100%. If he's like, you're a bitch, you're a coward, you're a fucking faggot, this, that, little fucking bitch slap. Can't you see that? No. See, Zorkmine says, Connor, that's such a baby bitch thing to say. Can't you see that? No. because I've been in physical confrontations. See, you guys have this like retarded perspective, and it's okay. We can take a little side tangent. We should get back into the content in a moment. But see, you have this thing where you think that you've seen the video of the dogs barking at each other where the gate comes open and then they stop barking at each other. That's what you're assuming. You're assuming that the dogs are barking at each other and then both dogs stop barking when the gate opens. What I'm saying is, for me, when the gate comes open, if you keep barking and you are smaller than me, then I'm going to fuck you up. That's what I'm saying. Like it's not like a big deal. It's not like I think I'm tough or cool. I'm saying that I'm bigger. That's all it is. And it would be one thing if I had never been in a physical confrontation, but I literally spent a decade of my life in physical confrontations. Here's another thing that you guys need to realize too. If you lose a physical confrontation, that's not a big deal. Like you guys think that like, if you start a fight and you don't win, that's like your life. No, that's not the end of your life. You just fight. You just fight. Somebody gets fucked up more than the other person. You shake hands and you move on. It's not that big of a deal. Like the reason why y'all have this perspective, I'm going to be real here. The reason why you're like, oh, you talk big on the internet, but you're not big in real life. Burp, burp, burp. The reason why y'all say that is because number one, you're on the internet. Number two, you've never been in a physical confrontation. That's not my fault. If you're a pussy and you have no life experience, I don't care. That's a you problem. Yeah. Conservative liberalism is like, I love how you started not saying the word shit and now you're using the word faggot. Yeah, I know. My bad. Playing with fire on Twitch. Fuck Twitch. What do I have? Like 6 viewers? YouTube's where I have all the viewers anyways. Twitch used to give me like $50 to $100 every 2 months. Since the adpocalypse, I don't think I've seen a check in like a month or two. Aren't you older and wiser? The wiser man walks away knowing his position is clear. Fools roll in the mud with other fools. No. Absolutely not. That's how you get old fools. Right? This fucking pusillanimous mentality, curse you, Boyle. No. The reason why we have so many pieces of shit running around is because people won't fucking check them. So check them. I don't care. Zork mind. You have this thing when you're losing an argument and then like a toddler, you say, I'm bigger than you, therefore I win. It's true. I would sit on Queeman. I mean, it's childish that you have the fragile of an ego. It's not a fragile ego. It's not a fragile ego. I've been called way worse by way better. All right, that's enough. Can't be a pussy. Zorkmine says, I can't win your argument. Therefore, I'm going to try and physically intimidate you. All right, this is where you're fucking retarded. We're going to keep going down the side tangent just for one more minute. This is where you're fucking retarded. Okay. Queeman was arguing that Destiny should be labeled a sex predator and put on the sex offense registry. I don't care if you win in the eyes of the mob. That's an actually retarded perspective. It's a childish, naive, dipshit perspective. And I said as much during the conversation. And then he says, oh, you're a bitch. You're a coward because you won't take my position. It's like, no, fuck you, you fucking faggot. And if you were talking that much shit in person, I would fucking kill you. It has nothing to do with like, oh, I think I'm that much better than him. He's being a fucking faggot on the internet. And I'm calling him a faggot. It is what it is. All right. Anyways, like half a dozen to a dozen conservative leaning folks are like, yes, ass beatings in public. And then like 3 fucking people are like, no, fighting's bad. Fighting is bad. Don't fight. Fighting is bad. And I don't care. I think you're fucking children. Moving on. Let's continue.
tweets where he says, "You were hot at 10? Any pics? Check DMs. Jesus, I've never wanted to bend someone over the hood of their little tyke so bad. I do."
So In Pursuit of Knowledge says, can you say retard like a normal person instead of the F slur? And the answer is no. All right. If you're a homosexual in my chat, that's fine. I hope you find a beautiful husband or a beautiful wife. And I hope you raise all your fucking gabies together. And I hope you're happy and successful. I don't care that you're homosexual. But I think we all know that faggot is an effective term. Okay. I don't care that you're homosexual. I care that you're a faggot. Anyways.
I think these tweets are jokes, very strange jokes, but I don't think that him saying he wanted to hook up with this 15-year-old was a joke. You know that classic prank where you send your friends pictures of kids in bikinis and say how hot you find them as a joke? And to help prove that this wasn't a joke, here are some clips of Destiny doubling down on his attraction to this 15-year-old in a debate with someone named Mr. Medicare.
Of course, of this chat log, I was talking with a bunch of other esports guys, and we were basically talking about how crazy the fucking jailbait is in the gaming community.
Marcus Uno, I'm in Orlando. Come on down.
It's ridiculous. I think I said something along the lines of like, there are 15-year-old chicks that are like hot as fuck that will like try to send you pictures to like fuck you at events and shit. And it's like, you have to be really careful when you navigate that.
So what is the admitting to jerking off to 15-year-olds then? What is that in relation to?
I never admitted to jerking off. I think I just said like this. I think the log is something like this 15-year-old chick was trying to send me, or was sending me pictures of herself and she was hot as fuck. It's like really hard to like turn down some of these people. I think
Wait, how old was she?
She said she was 15.
So you did get pictures from a 15-year-old?
Not nudes though. Sorry, I should specify. I think a couple pics of her like at the beach or some shit. But
in swimwear?
Yeah.
So you're getting swimwear pics from 15-year-olds?
Yeah, hell yeah, dude. This shit is fucking crazy. Shit is fuck.
So in these clips, he says that some 15-year-olds are hot as fuck. And he admits to sharing a picture of this 15-year-old in a bikini to his friends. So is
Okay, hold up. Hold up. Wes Wendigo says, I've got no problems with fighting, but hitting a guy because they said mean words is a lack of self-control. Number one, I've had so much control. I've been in control for decades. Okay. I've never lost control. Okay. But I think what happens is there's small men who talk a lot of shit because they're like, oh, it's my birthday. You're going to beat me up on your birthday? Don't beat me up on my birthday. And it's like, no, fuck you. And so, no, I am tired of these people. I'm tired of them. I'm tired of you. I'm tired of you complaining about it. There's so many people who deserve to have the shit slapped out of them, and they fucking should. And if somebody does that to you, I encourage you to slap the fucking piss out of them. I've been in 3 fights before I was 21, but yeah, I lost my patience for bullshit. I'm not using fists for some of us having different morals. Yeah, I'm not fighting people because of morals. I'm not even talking about banter. Banter is fine. Yeah, dude. Okay, so banter. You guys are still wrapped up on this, okay? We're not even paying attention to the content, which is fine. Banter. Banter is when you're shit talking back and forth and you're being playful with the other party. Right? If you're being playful with the other party, Queeman and I have bantered before. We've had fun. We've talked shit to each other. I've had banter with fucking Chud. I've had banter with Destiny. I have so much banter. But the whole point is, oh my God, you're being such pussies. All right, next person, I think we're dropping it. Okay? We're done. If you're big in fight, we should accept that you can go around. Hold on. You can go around and bully people. This is schoolyard shit. So Valiant Ivana says, so if you're big in a fight, we should accept you can go around bullying people. This is schoolyard shit. Okay. You guys are retarded. And I'm gonna explain this to you because I think you're actually fucking retarded. All right. I'm gonna give you my undivided attention because you guys won't shut the fuck up and watch the content. Okay. So I don't bully people. I don't go out of my way to be rude or inconsiderate to anyone else. When my wife is getting in the car and we're on a date, I open a door for her. When I see an old person walking across the street and there's oncoming traffic, I will walk alongside them to make sure that the old person doesn't get hit by an inattentive driver. When there's somebody who is carrying a lot of things, I open the door for them. I am not unnecessarily mean or cruel to anyone. Okay. I'm not being mean, rude, or cruel to anyone in my life. Okay. But there are people in this world, in the real world, and on the internet who will say the craziest shit you have ever heard, right? They'll say you're a bitch. They'll say you're a coward. They say that you won't step out. They're saying that you won't take your fucking belt off. They're saying this, that, the other. And what they're trying to do is they're trying to say all of the things that would normally start a fight, but then they want you to punk out and to not do anything about it, right? Whereas in my experience in the real world is if you say, okay, you are being a rude bitch. If you don't shut the fuck up, I'm going to fist fight you. And you start taking steps to fist fight them, 80% of the people who are chirping, they stop chirping, right? They just stop because they don't actually want the fist fight. They just want to be able to aggress on you without consequence. They get a rise out of it. They think it's fun, right? So if it's an internet debate, yeah, sure. Okay. He was telling me to call Steven a sex predator. I said no. And then he called me a bitch and a coward. What I'm saying is, if we were in real life and he was chirping off like that, I would step to him and I would expect him to either not want to fight or he could fight. And if he wants to fight, we can fight. That's fine. That's all I'm saying. Right? And based off of his height, weight, and age, I think I would rape him, metaphorically. Okay? You're missing the point. If a bigger, stronger dude is talking shit to you, you guys have like I don't know how you've survived this long without existing. You're missing the point. If a bigger, stronger dude is talking shit to you, who's going to teach them a lesson when they can beat your ass? You don't be a pussy and then you lose the fight, right? You don't get it. Like 90% of people don't want to kill you. They don't want to kill you. They just want to step. So if a bigger person steps to me and they cross a line, then they can win, right? It's not that big of a deal. You step to him, you fight, you try to fucking knock his block off. If he knocks yours off, you fucking lose. It is what it is. But at least you stepped. Yeah. Thank you. Okay. All right. So hold on. I'm going to stop getting one guide. We spent 15 minutes on it. Gen X says stop. These are loser trolls. And then Destron5150 says, why is this being explained? This is basics 90s interactions. I think it's because I'm old. I think that's what's going on. I think I'm just old. Yeah. It's okay. It's all right. We're going to move on. We're going to move on. Okay. All right. Half a dozen to a dozen people agree with me in the chat, and we're old as fuck. And there's a bunch of young people who have never been in a fist fight in their entire life, and they're complaining about it. It's fine. We're going to move on. So right now, it is 2:40. Okay? At 2:45, we're done with the fight talk. Okay? So if I see you and you're still pissing in my chat about it, I'm not gonna ban anybody who supports me, obviously. But if somebody is still whining, like, don't fight. Don't fight. Connor, out for you with the PV woo stuff, and I catastrophically overreacted. I didn't like PV, but I was wrong. Wrote you off because of emotions. Said the story. Sorry. No, well, thank you. Thank you, world-renowned GeoHound. It's okay. Anyways, okay. We're moving on at 2:45 p.m. EST. If you're still complaining about the fighting take, you're not gonna get perma'd, but I'm gonna time you out. All right. We're moving on. Move on. Let's move on.
Destiny, a pedophile? Well, he admitted that he finds some 15-year-olds hot as fuck, and he sent his friends a picture of a 15-year-old in a bikini because he found her so attractive. A lot of arguments with Destiny about pedophilia end up getting wrapped up in semantic debates about labels instead of focusing on the facts of the matter. If you call Destiny a pedo for being attracted to a 15-year-old, he'll launch into a tirade about how, pedophilia is the attraction to prepubescent children and 15-year-olds are post-pubescent. So therefore, by calling me a pedo, "Oh, you have slandered me." So then you go, "Okay, I guess you're not a pedophile, you're an ephebophile, because ephebophilia is the attraction to teenagers aged 15 to 19. So then he'll go, "No, no, no. Ephebophilia is the primary attraction to mid to late adolescents. I'm mostly attracted to adults. I'm just a little bit attracted to children.
There are 15-year-old chicks that are like hot as fuck.
So therefore, I am not an ephebophile, and you have slandered me yet again." Also, there's nothing inherently wrong with ephebophilia, because 18-year-olds and 19-year-olds fall under the category of ephebophilia, and there's nothing wrong with being attracted to adults. So your normative position condemning ephebophilia in its entirety is already a flawed premise. And even if I was a pedophile, there's nothing wrong with being attracted to children. It's only bad if you act on that attraction. So therefore, you have slandered me in countless ways, and my community will now harass you for years. See how you've now had an exhausting 20-minute debate about labels instead of focusing on the fact that Destiny admitted to being attracted to some children and admitted to acting on that attraction by sending a picture of a child in a bikini to his friends? This is the debate bro way. Crush your opponent through pedantic arguments about semantics so you never have to actually take accountability for your actions. As far as we know, I don't think Destiny falls under the clinical definition of pedophile, but the colloquial definition of pedophile is someone who is attracted to children, and Destiny is at least somewhat attracted to children.
There's a
Be careful there. He's making a Mr. Girl point right there.
16-year-old chicks that like look pretty fucking hot. Like I can't help that. Like some people mature fucking older.
Destiny defended another streamer who got exposed for having sex with a 14-year-old by saying, even if he did bang a 14-year-old, no, that's not what pedophile means. Go look it up. Seriously, if you don't understand the difference between being attracted to someone that happens to be young and being attracted to someone because they are young, you have absolutely no business whatsoever commenting on the issue, period. It makes you look uneducated. I really want to see someone use this argument in court. Your Honor, I didn't have sex with that baby because I'm attracted to babies. I had sex with that baby because it just so happened to be a really hot baby. Most babies are not hot, but every once in a while, one of those...
That should be a soundbite right there.
Hot baby. Most babies are not hot, but
Listen, he did a really good job pre-debating all the Destiny bullshit, so good for him. Right. So Destiny thought a 15-year-old was hot, send it to his friends. Okay, we got it. It's bad. Don't do it.
Every once in a while, one of those extra special babies rolls their stroller on past.
So hold on. BizD says the most unbelievable thing in all this mess was Erudite saying she believes Steven was remorseful. Like, really? So listen, I think that Steven does have tiny, if I had to guess, right? He probably does have tiny bouts of remorse, right? Where he's in private, he's hanging out with his friends. He's like, man, I really fucked up. I fucked over this person. I fucked over that person. I wish I could go back to this. I wish I could go back to that. Blah, 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 blah. But then he has a public-facing job, right? And the public-facing job, he needs to be unflappable. He can't be weak. If he's weak, no offense to DGG, but there are plenty, I call them drama piranha, okay? Drama piranha are chatters who basically, like, they will rip you apart with very tiny cuts. And if you show that a tiny cut hurts you, then basically that just encourages more piranha to pile in and rip you apart, right? And so I think that Steven could have had a moment of remorse in private that he shared with Kyla, but then as soon as the streamer world came back in, then he was like, okay, well, I can't appear weak. I just have to go on the offensive because that's what's going to, like somebody said, he's getting sued. He can't apologize. Yeah, he can... In private, he could have the victim sign an NDA and pay them tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of dollars. But in public, he's going to have to, make jokes about it, right? Yeah. And then somebody was saying, like, even if he's a sociopath, he might be, post hoc justifying it. It's like, yeah, he could initially feel bad. And then eventually he could be like, it's not that big of a deal. Whatever. I shared some nudes without consent. I'll settle it out of court. If there's a criminal thing, it's probably not going anywhere. It is what it is. Fuck it, And then he starts being sociopathic again. So the problem, though, you know, from the outside, like I guess as like an orbiter or whatever. The problem is that if he's rawly sociopathic, admits no wrongdoing, then there's no reason why he wouldn't do it again. Right? That's the problem.
Past my goon cave, and I just can't help myself. But this does not make me a pedophile. You look really uneducated right now. You know what, Destiny? You can feel free to have your pedantic definition of pedophile that only applies to being specifically attracted to prepubescent children because of the fact that they are prepubescent. And I can say that I think you are a freak for saying as a 26-year-old that some 15-year-olds are hot as fuck, and for as a 23-year-old sharing around a picture of a 15-year-old in a bikini. The next,
that's fine. So this is that's like a perfectly well articulated point by Ryan, in my opinion, where he's like, I don't care about the semantics. I'm kind of a freak, right? That's good. That's fine. BizD says, have you seen the Willy Mac video yet? I've seen it. We're probably, if we got time, we'll react to it, but we're taking a lot of side steps on this journey.
Child-related Destiny incident is when him and his friends, the Bro Squad, watched an 8-year-old boy shake his penis for them on a live stream.
I shouldn't tell this because I'm gonna get fucking arrested. Or Child Protective Services. I used to be part of this horrible thing called the Bro Squad. Okay. Fucking me, if you remember that fucking Cheeks bitch, and fucking a couple other people that have never been on my stream before. We're part of the Bro Squad, and what we would do is we would go around Justin TV streams, trolling the shit out of these people. And we went around from fucking channel to channel, like fucking around. Like it was this horrible shit. We went to this channel with this fucking like this kid was like 8 years old, and he was fucking broing out with everybody in this chat. For whatever fucking reason. This kid decides to fucking take his pants off and fucking wiggle his 8-year-old dick on the stream. I can't even believe it. Oh my fucking god. It was like, I didn't even know, like, we were on Skype, we were like, holy shit. Like, we had to do like a double take because we didn't even fucking know, like, what the fuck was on. Like, we were looking at like an 8-year-old dick, like, on the fucking screen. And his fucking brother. And his brother, we called him Captain Push-Ups, would like come in the room. And this guy was like fucking 14 years old. He had his shirt off and he was like this, like watching this stream the entire time and shit. Oh my god.
As far as what Destiny says in this clip, they didn't ask the child to pull his pants down, but I still think it's very bad that him and his Bro Squad didn't immediately click off of this live stream the second that this child exposed himself. If a child exposes themselves to you, I think you have a moral responsibility to immediately click away from that shit. But I guess Destiny and his Bro Squad thought it was really funny to sit and laugh while staring at an 8-year-old's penis. Next, a couple years.
Okay, listen. I'm gonna be real. This is my perspective. Did y'all watch Bruno? Right. So in Bruno, it's a whatever. Who is it by? It's by the same guy as Borat, right? And the video opens up, and I almost left the theater. I saw it in theaters because I loved Borat, right? And in the opening of the scene, there's a flaccid penis and balls, I think with like a smiley face like painted on it. And then the dick starts like spinning around on screen. This is like a 40-foot projection, right? And there's a flaccid penis spinning on the screen. And then it opens up and the dick hole is moved in stop motion animation. I think it says the word Bruno, right? And so for me, I'm not gay. I don't want to fuck this guy. I don't want to fuck Sacha Baron Cohen. I don't think, yeah, I did. Straight up. Bro got meat spinned. Yeah, I did. He fucking hit that. He got me. Sacha Baron Cohen fucking got me. He showed me a helicopter. Right. And so for me, there was nothing there. I was like watching it because I'm like, where's the comedy? Right. I wasn't watching it because I wanted to see dick. I wanted to fucking, whatever. Right. It was kind of funny. Now. Yeah. Gen X, you're gay now. Sorry. True. But anyways, based off of that logic, he's a pedo, right? But unless Steven wanted to fuck the 8-year-old, or unless, yeah, I got a freeze response. True. Unless he wanted to fuck the 8-year-old or somebody else wanted to say that they wanted to fuck the 8-year-old, I'm not going to lie. I'm just going to say it. This is like a 0 out of 10 for me. This is nothing. I don't think it speaks to his sexual proclivities one way or the other. Right? My opinion. If you guys want to put it higher up on the list, that's fine. But unless he wants to bang the kid, that's nothing to me. Okay, Soko says, F, what do you think it is? What? Not just what's the harm, but like what is the opinion, right? I'm asking because maybe I'm tripping. It's just immature humor. Yeah. Right. Okay. All right. Sorry, there's somebody who let's get real here. These people are moralizing clowns. The little kid was acting a fool. They were clearly stunned by the weirdness of the whole thing. They were not thinking about it. Okay. Nah, you're right. It's less than nothing. Okay. All right. I just want to check. I just want to check. All right.
Years later, Destiny planned to kill a kid. Apparently, this kid was DDoSing Destiny's website. DDoSing is when you overwhelm a website with fake internet traffic, causing it to shut down. And because Destiny's website was shut down, he was no longer able to make money from it.
Oh, I did troll the shit out of the DDoS kid. That's a guy, that's one of the people, like, legitimately, like, you have no, like, it's actually kind of scary, like, how close I was to getting people together to go down to his house and kill him and his family. Or it would have just been him and his father. Because I didn't know anything about it. Dude, that was some of the most fucked up shit in my entire life. I was so fucking close to doing it, but I was making so much money on Twitch, and I don't know if Nathan was involved in yet, but for whatever reason, I decided that the current life I had wasn't worth the risk of. Oh my god, I was so close to this fucking address. I had fucking streets mapped out and fucking you had no fucking idea. That's when I first started getting interest in like owning a weapon. I got a permit to own a gun and everything.
Destiny obviously never went through with killing this kid, but the fact that he legitimately planned to kill him is unhinged.
Were you really considering it? Yeah, of course.
It's actually kind of scary, like how close I was to getting people together to go down to his house and kill him and his family.
How old was the kid in relation to you? I think the kid was probably 16. I think I was 22.
Destiny has defended this to this day, saying that if someone is stopping you from making money, this justifies killing them, even if they're a child.
If you came outside every single day and some guy was slashing your tires and he wouldn't stop and you called the police and nobody wanted to do anything, despite having proof for it, you're like, well, I'm going to have to attack this dude and maybe even kill him. Yeah, sure, go for it.
Obviously, I agree that someone maliciously taking away your primary source of income is incredibly bad, but I think there are a lot of other possible avenues you could explore before jumping to the nuclear option of shooting a child. As much as it obviously sucks to lose your income, I think if you need to choose between killing a child in cold blood and losing your Twitch revenue, you're just going to need to put the fries in the bag and get a new job. The next child-related Destiny incident is when he encouraged an infamous...
I just put a 3 out of 10. It could be indicative of something more serious, but again, so the whole thing is he thought about killing this kid. He planned it all out in his head. He had the directions and all that kind of stuff. He seriously thought about it. This is after he reported to local law enforcement. This is after he reported to federal law enforcement. This is after he reported it to the dad. This is after he confronted the kid about it, and he had already lost like $10,000 over the course of 2 months because this kid was DDoSing his fucking stream or whatever. And so for me, it's like he thought about murder. It's fucked up. I think about murder every day, right? So I'm driving my car. Somebody cuts me off. I think about killing him, right? So homicidal impulses are, I would say, pretty normal. I think what's abnormal is the planning stage where he really thought about it, right? So, that's abnormal. But again, this is like, it's not, I don't know. This just, for me, this doesn't move the needle that much. Yeah. And people are talking about it. Yeah, he shut him down for like 60 days, I think. Okay. He had homicidal impulses, and then he stopped and then he created anti DDoS protocol that stopped the problem. Okay, he thought about killing someone. It's bad, but I do it all the time. So I'm not, I'll judge it a little bit for him not thinking about putting the fries in the bag. That's about it. Well, in case Oko says, like, yeah, the closer he gets to the actual act, obviously the bigger problem it is. All right. Simple enough. Let's continue.
Miss Lolly or drawn CP artist to draw a picture of his 6-year-old child. This artist is a man named Shadman. You might recognize Shadman from the recent controversy with Ava Chris Tyson from Mr. Beast, who was a really big fan of Shadman's work. Shadman has a long history of drawing pornographic images of actual children, including Keemstar's daughter. And because Destiny was aware of this, he encouraged Shadman to draw a pornographic image of his 6-year-old son. This controversy started because Destiny had been insulting the YouTube animation community. In response, Shadman made this drawing of Destiny to make fun of him. So Destiny then responded to Shadman by tweeting, "Hey, at Shadbase, if drawing fan art of me is a tad uncomfortable, you could try drawing my son. He's only 6, so it should be easier for you." To try.
This is I'm going to delete my red flag. He's literally calling Shadman a pedo. This is like a 0 out of 10. This is like okay. This is like the definitive Ryan Beard video, right? This is probably the best Destiny takedown piece, and I'm okay with it. I still think it's good. He just brought up Steven calling another guy a pedo as a reason to think that Destiny's a pedo. For me, this should have been omitted. Like because it actually takes away from the rest of the stuff. Yeah. So listen, hold on. Let's go over what we have so far, actually. So we are about halfway through, I think. I think we're at like 30 minutes, 40 minutes, something like that. He thinks that he's a piece of shit. He thinks that he's a hypocrite. Blah, blah, blah. Who cares, right? Like okay, we're there. Nebraska Steve tells rape victims to kill themselves. I put that as a 15 out of 10 for a rhetorical violation. But realistically, like on the scale of things, this is like a 1 out of 10 or a 0 out of 10. I just think it's so fucked up that like it deserves its own category almost as like a rhetorical violation. That is the spiciest shit that I've ever seen on the fucking internet, right? Planning on murdering a kid who was messing with his income. I'm gonna put that as like a 3 out of 10, right? Just because it points to something serious, but nothing really happened, right? Destiny grabbed a streamer's boobs that he was dating with at the time while drunk. I put a 0.5 out of 10. Y'all can disagree or agree. Showing off Blue T's nudes, I put that at a 3 out of 10. I think that's pretty fucked up, but it's not like, again, we're talking about we exist in a world where there's rapists and murderers and sexual assaulters running around at all times. And so we have to scale what we're talking about in reference to the real world. I understand that this is the internet world, but we have to pay attention. Kid test, if someone attacked you, would you bring your kid into it? No, absolutely not, Alan. Absolutely not. That I think is an astute point, is that if there was a fucking pedophile who was attacking me, I wouldn't be like, hey, pedophile, draw my kids. But at the same time, the joke isn't, hey, actually draw my kids. The joke is you're a fucking pedophile. Anyways, watching an 8-year-old twirl his dick on stream, for me, that was a nothing burger. People in chat agreed. Somebody can argue with me about it, but I really don't care about that. Because he didn't want to fuck the kid as far as we know, right? Steven shares bikini picture of 15-year-olds to friends. I think it's a red flag. It could be an indication of something more serious if he wanted to have sex with underage fans. But I put that as like a 2 out of 10. Sharing a clothed picture of somebody you think is attractive, right? The problem is that it's underage and that it's a 15-year-old who is DMing him because she likes him, right? Steven dunks on trauma victim. It's fucked up. I'm not saying it's not fucked up, but again, we're talking about like sex offenses, right? We're talking about sex crimes, right? So yeah, so this is like nothing, right? So hold on. So violence violations, I'm not even going to average that out. So let's actually put this, let's put this in the real world perspective where committing murder is a thing. I'll put that at like a 2 out of 10. Okay. As far as like on the scale of violence, telling rape victims to kill themselves is fucked up. but on the scale of things, right? So for this, I think we can go ahead and average that out to a 2.5 out of 10 on the scale of how shitty a person can be. And then on this, 0.5, 3, 0, 2. We'll do an average at the end. And bear in mind, 10 is rape, right? 10 is forcible rape. 0.5 plus 3 plus 0 plus 2 plus 0.5 plus 0, 6, and divided by how many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Divide by 6. Steven is currently a 1 out of 10 evil in my book. Now, we're going to add some things that are definitely going to change the stats by the end of the video. But right now, this is almost nothing. Yeah. All right, let's continue.
Try to be good faith to Destiny. This tweet was obviously a joke, and he didn't actually want Shadman to draw a picture of his son. However, I still think that goading a known CP artist into drawing CP of your own son is incredibly irresponsible.
Agreed.
Because imagine if Shadman took him up on his request and did go ahead and make the drawing in the same way he had drawn Keemstar's daughter. Then Destiny's son would have had to deal with the fact that there would be drawn CP of him floating around the internet for the rest of his life.
Yeah, conservative liberalism says, would you feel comfortable calling him a rape apologist, seeing as how he ridiculed the freeze response? You could. I don't care. That's fine. Rape apologist. You're somebody who makes rape easier. Sure. Horatio Mantooth, how many red flags are needed before you can call somebody toxic? Call them toxic now. You don't have to wait. Call them toxic now. Hard Chicken Juice says, why is the CP artist known? Nobody contacted the police on this guy. It's because he drew lolicon. So he took fictional characters and real world characters and he drew them as children involved in sex acts. That's legal in some countries and it's illegal in others. He was in Switzerland and eventually his website was taken down. Yeah.
If there was a known child murderer and you decided to tweet at that child murderer, hey, how about you come murder my child, LOL? I think we would all agree that that would be incredibly irresponsible, even if that was just a joke. In the same way, I think it's incredibly irresponsible to encourage a known CP artist to draw CP of your child, even if it's just a joke.
I agree with Ryan Beard.
Thankfully, Shadman did not end up drawing Destiny's child like he had drawn Keemstar's child, and Destiny got to have fun making his little joke.
What a great comeback.
Even
that's funny. It's fucked up, it's retarded, it's dangerous, and it's reckless. It's also funny.
Though this joke could have come at the expense of his 6-year-old son's safety. Even though a lot of these situations involving children happened quite a while ago, I still think Destiny has been spreading harmful rhetoric around children even quite recently. A couple years ago, Destiny said that a 30-year-old randomly sexting a 14-year-old would not be grooming.
Let's say there's a person that's like...
Holy shit. Are you going to keep adding fucking L's? Sorry.
30 years old and tries to like randomly sext like 14-year-olds and 15-year-olds. That wouldn't be, I don't think that would be considered grooming.
So that clip sounds pretty bad, right? But we don't want to approach Destiny in bad faith or take him out of context.
That simile was actually retarded though, right? You'd have to tell me what you mean by simile. To me, a simile is a... what is it? It's like a poem that doesn't have to rhyme or some shit. I forget what a simile is, but I'm pretty sure that's what that is. So you'd have to be more specific.
So let's try to understand the actual argument that Destiny is making.
That wouldn't be, I don't think that would be considered grooming. Now, let's say there's a person that's 30 years old and they're specifically seeking out like 14, 15-year-olds to kind of just like talk to them about their school life, figure out what their problems are, you know, be cool because you're old and you have experience, and then you kind of weasel in like sex. That's like grooming, right? That would be like grooming.
So Destiny's argument is that a 30-year-old randomly sexting a 14-year-old isn't grooming, but if a 30-year-old tries to weasel their way into a 14-year-old's life and slowly manipulate them into sexting them, this would be grooming. But this argument goes against the definition of grooming. The definition of grooming is the action of attempting to form a relationship with a child or young person with the intention of sexually assaulting them or inducing them to commit an illegal act. Guess what, Destiny? Nowhere in that definition does it say that grooming has to be a slow process. Grooming is just forming a relationship with a child for the purpose of sex. A lot of times grooming is a slow process because they have to slowly break down the child's boundaries in order to get them to have a sexual relationship with them. But sometimes grooming can happen very quickly. For example, in situations where the child already has some established level of trust with the person who is grooming them. In this clip, Destiny is talking about influencers who sext their underage fans and saying that these influencers sexting their fans wouldn't necessarily be grooming because grooming is a slow process. The reason that influencers are often able to groom their fans so quickly is because their fans already have an established parasocial relationship with the influencer. If a teacher wants to groom a student, this usually happens more slowly because the teacher doesn't have a pre-established relationship with the student. But because influencers already have a parasocial relationship with their fans, grooming can occur much more quickly. Maybe Destiny's argument is that the very first time you sext a 14-year-old, this wouldn't be grooming yet because you haven't established a relationship with them yet. But this is still a stupid argument because in this context, randomly sexting a 14-year-old for the first time would be the first step in attempting to groom them. You're acting like everyone else is so stupid for not understanding grooming while you don't understand grooming. Destiny would claim that he just cares about definitional specificity, but the specific definitions you're promoting aren't even accurate. I'm not saying that Destiny is making this argument because he wants to groom children, but when you combine him saying that some 15-year-olds are hot as fuck with him sharing around pictures of 15-year-olds in bikinis, with him saying that 30-year-olds sexting 14-year-olds isn't necessarily grooming, it starts to paint a very strange picture. Destiny also got really mad that people were labeling Drake a pedophile. He even had a debate about...
He's just wrong for this one. Steven's just wrong.
Why it's totally fine for Millie Bobby Brown at 14 to be texting Drake about relationship advice.
When you say he's texting her and he wants to give her dating advice, what if she's the one that brought it up first? Should he say something like, I'm sorry, but it's inappropriate for me to talk to you about high school boys? Or what? Like, what?
Yeah. You do it all the time. When some young person comes up to you and starts saying some weird stuff, you just sit there with this 13-year-old and then you start having conversations extended about them about dating.
Yeah, I have before. What do you mean? No, would I tell if a young person came up to me and they were asking me questions about some like boy problems or some shit? Yeah, I'd probably say, yeah, of course. What do you mean, about a 35-year-old man? Of course I'm gonna have better advice for them than some fucking random high school person. Yeah, of course.
Wait.
If a 15-year-old girl came up to me and she's like, there's some weird shit going on with a boy in my high school, I'd say, oh no, don't talk to me, honey. Go ask another 15-year-old boy or ask your fucking mom and dad who are gonna tell you to never talk to any boys ever. No, what the fuck?
Hold up. Do you think you should be talking to them about sex?
It depends on the context. I don't give a fuck. What do you mean? If a 15-year-old asks me and she's like, I think I'm gonna fuck this guy at school unprotected, yeah, I'd probably say, bro, you're 15. Don't destroy your fucking life. Make sure you guys are using protection. What the fuck? Why would I not say this?
Okay, and do you think that most parents finding out that you're talking to their kids about sex and giving them advice, do you think they would take it well?
I don't know. I don't give a fuck. They should be talking to their own kids about it.
So apparently Destiny...
Okay. I'm joking and I'm not. Drake is a 30-year-old man who's known for liking the Instagram pictures of 17-year-old and 18-year-old volleyball players on Instagram. He's also known for being a fuckboy and all that bullshit. Him talking to Millie Bobby Brown when she's like 14 or 15 is absolutely, one, some grooming shit, two, wildly inappropriate. So Destiny is fucking, he's wrong, right? Some of y'all are putting 0s out of 10s. I'm putting 10 out of 10s, man. We gotta get something in there. This is as bad as rape, right? Biz D. Okay, I'm joking mostly. I'm mostly joking. However, nah, fuck that. Don't be talking to fucking teenagers about sex. Say, go talk to your priest, go talk to your fucking parents, right? Yeah, nah. Yeah. All right. Some sane people in chat are coming my way. Yeah. Don't, as a 30-year-old man or a 15-year-old man, don't be talking to teenagers and giving them fucking life advice. Say, go talk to your priest. As long as they're not molesting you, go talk to your parents. Go talk to people your age. Wear a condom. That's it. There's your advice. Yeah. All right. Hold on. So what I'm going to do, God damn it, tomfoolery. Be careful. I'm going to use this against you when you need a manifesto. All right. I put a 10 out of 10. it's a red flag. Realistically, it's a 0 out of 10, but I'm just going to put a 2. Yeah, but I'm going to put a 2 just because it's creepy to me that you would be encouraging adult people to talk to teenagers that they are not related to about sex shit. So, yeah. Yeah. Red flag. Red flag. Realistically, a 2 out of 10 or a 0 out of 10. It's a bad opinion, but I don't think it does anything. I think this does nothing.
Destiny has given children relationship advice in the past. Destiny is famously really great at relationships, so I'm sure these children really appreciated his sage words of wisdom.
But if there's one thing that nobody would ever say about Destiny, is that he makes good personal life dating decisions.
Destiny also says that he thinks he would give better relationship advice than a child's retarded parents, and that he would give a child sex advice even if this would upset the child's parents. Who cares if parents don't want you to talk to their kids about sex? Destiny understands your kids better than you do. Destiny, you're a rule
JD, I'm with you
utilitarian,
100%.
right? You believe that we should establish moral rules based on what generally leads to the least amount of harm. But you don't think that it would be good to establish a general rule that it's not safe for 31-year-olds like Drake to be texting 14-year-olds like Millie Bobby Brown about their relationships? Of course, there can be hypothetical situations where this isn't harmful and the adult actually does have good intentions. But in general, I don't think it's safe for children to be having these sorts of private conversations with adults. And I think it is totally reasonable to side-eye Drake for having these sorts of conversations with Millie Bobby Brown, especially because he kissed a child on stage.
How old are you? I can't go to jail yet, man. 17? Why do you look like that?
Now, is Drake a pedophile? Well, like I said, he kissed a child on stage, but Destiny would probably explain that this child was post-pubescent, not prepubescent, and kissing one child doesn't prove that he has a primary attraction to children, so therefore, we don't have enough evidence to label Drake a pedophile. Oh god, can you see how exhausting this is? Some people actually enjoy to listen to this shit day in and day out on Destiny's stream. Maybe Destiny just really wants to show Drake good faith because Drake has dropped so many bangers over the years. Or maybe he's defending Drake because he sees himself in Drake because of his own personal relationships with young people. Enter Rose is Coming, Destiny's 19-year-old e-girl Discord kitten. A couple years ago, Destiny was simultaneously married to a woman named Melina while having an affair on Melina with a white nationalist woman named Lauren Southern.
She's not a white nationalist. She's a dissident right-wing commentator who's sympathetic to ethno-nationalists, all right?
And sexting this 19-year-old e-girl named Rose is Coming on the side.
Don't forget Anna Voir. Don't forget Anna.
Destiny was in an open marriage with Melina, but he still managed to have an affair with Melina because he didn't tell her about his relationship with Lauren Southern. And he also violated his wife's consent by sending her sex tapes to this 19-year-old e-girl without asking her.
Nothing has happened with consent.
I guess having an open relationship just wasn't enough for Destiny. Even though he was already free to sleep with other people, he still had to figure out some way to fuck over his wife. Anyway, while Destiny was sexting this 19-year-old, he asked her if she wanted to do age play, which is where you role play as being even younger. She was already 15 years younger than him, but you know, why not add on another 5 or 10 years for good measure? According to Destiny himself, he views sexting 19-year-olds as the same as sexting 15-year-olds.
When you're 19, you're a little kid, okay? Now,
this is so based. This clip right here.
As sexting 15-year-olds.
When you're 19, you're a little kid, okay?
Yep.
Now, if you're 22, a 19-year-old's not a kid to you, okay? I'm 29. A 19-year-old might as well be a 15-year-old to me. It's all the fucking same, dude. Don't give me this fucking, just because of some...
True. Destiny should listen to Destiny about sex dynamics.
legal age of consent, whatever bullshit, I have about as much in common with like an 18-year-old, 19-year-old fucking freshman in school as I would a fucking sophomore in high school. Any type of inclination towards any of those people is really fucking weird. If you
keep going,
you live with your mom and dad still pay all of your bills, you're still a virgin, you've never been in a relationship, you don't go to school, you've never even had a job before, you've never lived on your own, you're a child. You're very, very much a child.
So
true. So true. All right. So Steven cheated on his wife, Melina. I'm going to go ahead and give that a 3.5 out of 10. It's not like a sex crime, right? In the way that we would define a crime. However, the reason why I'm putting it up so high is just because like you're willing to lie about sex shit, right? To some of the most important people in your life. So for me, that is like something pretty fucking serious, right? So if 5 is sexual assault, 7 is like a non-forcible rape, and 10 is a forcible rape or some shit. For me, this is like you're cheating. This is another thing that's interesting. So we're all talking about consent, right? Something that always occurred to me that wasn't popular in the thousands or tens, but I still believed it and acted accordingly, is that a lot of guys thought it was okay to lie to girls about who they were, how much money they made, what kind of car they had, this, that, the other, in order to get laid, right? And so if you're having, obviously, like if you're banging on the first date or whatever, like you're kind of stupid for banging on the first date, but they were okay with lying in order to maximize their chances of a hookup, right? But the thing is, the people they were hooking up with, that they were chatting up to, they were consenting to sex with a totally different human being with who they ended up having sex with. So on the scale of this, I think that most people would put that at like 0 out of 10, 1 out of 10, right? Because that's just like, I don't know, the dating scene, right? But for me, it actually is a consent violation because you're effectively lying about who you are in order to get laid, right? So you're violating their consent because they didn't consent to having sex with a loser with a Toyota fucking Camry from 1998. That's, past due by 90 days. They, consented to have sex with, Fad, the finance major who works at fucking Lehman Brothers making $1 million a year, right? So it's a 0 out of 10 or a 1 out of 10 societally, but I think it's like, for me, it's like a 3 out of 10, right? So I would put that, Steven cheating up there, even if you guys wouldn't at home, right? Steven sent consensual videos of his wife without consent to a 19-year-old. I'm going to put this again, probably out of 3 out of 10, right? Because we're talking about, if y'all want to up the number a little bit, I could be convinced. I don't think I could down the number any. The reason why I would do this is because obviously it's a consent violation, but we're putting 5 for sexual assault, like somebody grabbing somebody else's genitals against their will, and then also probably continuing with a sex act after they no longer want to do the sex act, but it's not forcible rape. Then we're talking about non-forcible rape being like a 7, and we're talking about forcible rape being a 10. So Talon says 4. Give it a retard rating of 10 out of 10. Well, this is all retarded. Absolutely. Alan says, I disagree with your ideology. I mean, you can explain why in the chat. I'll read it if I see it. Yeah. Redmore says, can you lie about having been pegged in chemistry class? Yeah, you could probably lie about that if you want. My business partner, what is this? My business card still lists me as a billionaire astronaut dinosaur hunter. Nice. Christian Valera says the age play was Destiny allegedly being a minor and the adult woman being an older babysitter. So I would say almost as bad as Vosh. Oh no, he pulled a flamenco. No way. Hi, Omnigladius. 4 out of 5 of 10, but that's only going by your scale. Sure. If you guys want to put it out of 4, we could put it out of, I'll put it out like a 3.5. So what I'll do is I'll reduce cheating to 3. And I'll put this at a 4. Age play. I'm going to put red flag on this. 100%. I'm going to put like a, based off of our current scale, I'm going to do like a 2 out of 10. If he is the younger party, I would feel one way. And if he was the older party, I would say that's like a red flag in bold. So older party, red flag, younger party, red flag. 2 out of 10. So I'm going to put this in bold. I'm going to put this in normal. Younger party, red flag. Yeah. Yeah. Yep. Christian Blair says, I would make it as bad as Vosh if Destiny was planning on being in a diaper. Yeah, 100%. I'm actually taking a class that's about, Jonah Boy says, about training AI maids to work with data sets. I could probably, in the Destiny Evil Scares data, teaching AI about Destiny's sex life. So if I'm understanding, you're right. Coercion is like a 7. Yeah, I would say so. So it depends on what you mean by coerce, okay? So if you mean like the come on, baby, let's do it. Let's just do it. Come on, it'd be so fun. You would never do it where you like pressure someone or somebody like that. I would probably put that more on like the 5 scale, I guess. If 5 is like, you know, sexual assault or something like that. Like, I don't know. I don't even know how, like Trump allegedly groped Jean Carroll and also digitally penetrated her. And I would put that at like a 7 out of 10 or an 8 out of 10. But the reason why is because he groped and he continued after he allegedly knew that she wasn't consenting. So that's where, for me, I would put it that high. 7 out of 10, 8 out of 10, somewhere in there. I think a forcible rape is 10 out of 10 every single day of the week as far as like a sex crime goes. So then we need to get, so if that's where the maximum is, then we kind of need to scale it back in order to kind of determine it digitally with a finger, not electronically. So, yeah. So anyways. Yeah. So the retard stats are through the roof. Gen X says, I've been coerced more times than not. Well, yeah, then you might need to change your sex life a little bit. Yeah. I've always coerced to get up early by society, and it's bullshit. True. You having to get up for work is just like being raped. So anyways, the whole thing, though, I'm not like doing the scale system for my own edification. I'm not doing it for fun. I'm trying to play in my mind with how serious I think this stuff is. Conservative liberalism says I'm still saying a 5 out of 10. Check out your reasoning higher up. Let's see. Well, if you did a super chat, it would be super easy for me to check your reasoning. Call me crazy, but I think some women may prefer to be groped with the option to slap the person groping them to have their naked body put on the internet forever. I agree. But just because they have a personal preference doesn't mean that that is the appropriate scale. Yeah. Yep. Being in a position of power and floating a consequence over someone's head if they don't perform sexually. Yeah, like Weinstein. Yeah, I'd put that in the 5 to 7 out of 10 category, 100%. 100%. I think that could be as bad as sexual assault. Like the Weinstein stuff was bad. Yeah, so Jacob Coventhouse, what's interesting about you saying that is there's an audio recording of, I think, an Asian actress who was thinking about hooking up with Weinstein in order to get a part, but she really didn't want to. And so she kept, she kept trying to back out, and he kept pushing, where he was like, well, if you want the job, you should come back to the hotel room. And then she goes back to the hotel room, He's like, well, if you want the job, then you should come hang out with me in here. And she's like, I don't know. I don't really feel like that. I feel like we should just have a talk about the job in over here. And he's like, no. I think if you want the job, then you really need to come into this room or whatever. So he's not saying, come into this room and we're going to have sex in order for you to get a job. He's saying, oh, well, in order to discuss the job further, I think you should come into the bathroom with me. And it's like, obviously we know what's being said. And Aziz Ansari was like a 0 out of 10. I'm pretty sure they made out, they hooked up, and then she didn't like it and she left. That was almost nothing, in my opinion. Anyways, let's continue. We still got plenty more to get through, which is frustrating.
Destiny views 19-year-olds as little kids.
You're a little kid.
And says that being attracted to them is really fucking weird.
Really fucking weird.
What about Louis C.K.? I would put that in the 4 to 5 out of 10 range because he basically got in the doorway and started jerking off in front of people. So even though he didn't like attack anyone or whatever, he basically forced them to watch him masturbate, which is crazy. So yeah, I'd put that in the 4 out of 5, 10 category 100%.
Yet here he is 5 years later at age 34, sexting this 19-year-old, asking her if she wants to do age play with him, and sending her non-consensual sex tapes of his friends and wife. And honestly, it doesn't even matter what my opinion is of this. In Destiny's own words, he thinks this is really fucking weird.
Really fucking weird.
So, is Destiny a pedophile? I don't really give a fuck what you label him. I choose to label him a freak. Only freaks engage in the type of degenerate behavior that Destiny has engaged in. I don't give a fuck about semantic debates about the technical clinical definition of pedophilia. If you send pictures of a 15-year-old in a bikini to your friends and talk about how hot they are, you are a freak. Let's finish out the video by talking about Destiny's treatment towards women in more recent years. A little while ago, Destiny admitted that he was psychologically abusive towards his ex-wife.
This is probably just going to be Melina venting about her relationship with me to Bob. Listen, okay? I've said it a million times. I'm a very fucking hard person to date. I work a fuck ton and I'm very fucking cold. I have a really hard time dealing with people when they get emotional, okay? But if Melina starts crying or we're having an argument, I'll say like, listen, I'm going to go play fucking Minecraft. Like, come talk to me when you're done crying because I can't sit here and listen to you cry. I'm wasting the few fucking minutes of free time I have in the day. I'm not going to sit here and listen to you cry doing it. Like, so anybody that survives a relationship with me for more than like 6 months, okay, props to that person because they're going through some severe fucking psychological abuse, all right? It's a fucking hard thing to deal with. I'm not joking.
Maybe Destiny's fans would claim that he was being hyperbolic here and he wasn't actually admitting to being abusive, but here's his best friend Dan also saying that Destiny was really shitty towards his ex-wife.
I'll say this also. I think Steven was a fucking really shitty husband to Melina. Okay? I'm coming out here saying it right now. I don't think Steve
there's
would deny it
me
either, but it's not good.
There's
the
me
way
with
that
the
he
sweeping
was.
emoji.
I talked with Melina a lot of times and she was crying.
Oh, that's
and
nice.
miserable and everything else. And Steve would say, what do you want me to say? I'm a selfish motherfucker. That's why I'm in the relationship that I'm in, the way that I do things that I'm in. And Melina like really was hurt by it. And I think like she was like, you know, what should I do? Should I leave? And I'll tell you this, I never was like, I was never like, no, you should stay and make things out. I told her multiple times, like, listen, if you feel like this is an abusive relationship, get the fuck out of there immediately.
Melina herself has also accused Destiny of being psychologically
bad. What do you want me to
abusive
say?
towards her.
I'm irritated by a couple things. One thing I'm irritated about is that my ex-wife has reached out to a ton of people. At least 5 mutual friends have alerted me. I have no idea how many other are affected. Basically saying that I've lied about a ton of stuff and that I am abusive.
So Destiny has said that he was psychologically abusive towards Melina. Melina has said that Destiny was psychologically abusive towards Melina. And Destiny's best friend Dan also seems to think that Destiny was psychologically abusive towards Melina. I wonder if maybe Destiny was psychologically abusive towards Melina. Destiny seems to think that as long as he's like, yep, I'm an abuser, deal with it.
Because they're going through some severe fucking psychological abuse, all right? It's a fucking hard thing to deal with. I'm not joking.
That he can just move on from this and sweep it under the rug, but I don't believe he should be allowed to do this. And I don't understand why any woman would ever want to associate with Destiny after seeing shit like this. Destiny not only has a history of allegedly
I'm going to share this. It's my sincere opinion. Women like psychopaths. Okay, you talk to women, they'll tell you their top 5 hottest serial killers. They'll talk to you about random murderers that they think are attractive. You know, they watch serial killer shows. They're all addicted to crime shows, all that kind of bullshit. I think women are partially attracted to sociopaths or psychopaths. So, you know, is what it is. So they're just like, you know, Ryan Beard's like, I don't know what kind of woman would ever be attracted to that. And it's like, just by saying that, you gave all of the women the ick, and they are now more attracted to the sociopath that you're talking about. Like, there are 5 new e-girls who just DM Destiny because they saw Ryan Beard say, I don't know what kind of woman would be attracted to Destiny. So, whoops. Good job, Ryan Beard.
Being abusive himself, he also has a history of surrounding himself with other abusive men. Years ago, the streamer Vosh was exposed by Destiny for sexually harassing a woman named Poppy.
Yeah, so the problem is that we've gotten these complaints for like I think about a year, where like you've been like really sexually aggressive from a variety of people.
Okay.
Yeah.
Give me a
Well, no,
treatment.
the worst thing is that you engage in a repeatable pattern of behavior where you try to be very sexually aggressive towards a lot of the women in chat in order to make them uncomfortable enough to send you pictures. And then if they don't, you either act very aggressive towards them, like by telling them that you can't continue conversations anymore, or you continue to sexually harass them until they either give in or block you or go crazy or whatever.
It hasn't. I mean, none of this has happened. That's an extrapolation that you can make based on Poppy.
But even after Destiny found out that Vosh had sexually harassed her, he still decided to be friends with him and platform
Oh my
him and
God.
help him start his career. And now, years later, because of Destiny's actions, all of us have had to endure learning about Vosh's horse fetish and his short stack goblin porn. If you don't know what I'm talking about, don't look into it.
This is an example of the kind of structure that I'm referring to.
Later on, after Destiny's relationship with Vosh fell apart, Destiny decided to become friends with a rapist named Mr. Girl. And
Oh my God, dude. Okay, I'm actually getting a little bit pissed off. Dude, okay, listen. If you want to point out that Destiny, I've caught so much shit. Okay, you don't know. All right, there's 130 people here. They're relatively sympathetic to what I have to say, and even if I say something that they don't like, they'll at least stay in chat and tell me why I'm wrong. Okay, that's fine. That's no problem. If I go onto Twitter or if I go onto the YouTube stream where Brianna and I were talking about the incident, there are so many people who are like, Connor, you're a rape apologist. You're sweeping for a sex predator. You're sweeping for a guy who should be on the sex offense list. How do you look your children in the eyes when you say that you don't think that Steven is a sex predator? And so far, we are an hour into a 90-minute hit piece. We are currently talking about how Steven was friends with Vosh after it was revealed that he was a bad person and he sexually harassed Poppy. We're talking about how Mr. Girl is a bad person who does have that freakish rape story that Mr. Beard is going to play. But he was like friends with him. And this is supposed to be like indications that he's a fucking massive, violative, psychopathic rapist piece of shit. And let's make it even more clear. If Destiny is later revealed to be a sexual assaulter, I will take that evidence. Not only will I take that evidence into consideration, I'll be like, he's a piece of shit. I can no longer associate with him. Fuck him for all of eternity, right? If it's revealed that he had forcible or non-forcible rape with anybody, I'd be like, yeah, he's a fucking freak. He deserves to be punished. He should go to jail, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Even with the current situations where he's being civilly sued and potentially criminally liable, the outcomes are going to be the outcomes. He's going to have to pay tens of thousands of dollars for leaking people's homemade porn, consensual and non-consensual. He's going to have something to answer to when it comes to the non-consensual audio recordings, which I talked about earlier, how those could be gooner and how those could be predatory. But we're looking at this thing and we're pulling apart the actual things that Steven has done. And it's like, give me a term, right? Give me a term. Sexual degenerate. Okay. Gooner. Yes. Sex freak. Yes. Apologizes and defends abhorrent behavior. Yes. All of these things I will agree with. But so far, if Destiny is a sex predator who deserves to be on the sex offense registry, you need to show me that. You need to show me that he's a rapist, that he molested people, that he molested kids, that he molested somebody that was disabled, he sexually assaulted someone, he what else would be on there? We could literally pull up the list. We're going to pull up the list. I'm so sick of this shit. I'm so sick of this shit. I'm literally going to pull it up. Florida Department. Let me go to Google. Yahoo's not as good. You're going to have to be patient with me, chat. Department of Law Enforcement. Sex offense registry crimes. Not the search. I don't need the search. What are the rules? Florida sexual offenders and predators. Offenders and predators. Registration laws? That might be it. Give me 1 second. There's like a drop-down menu. I've seen it before. You're going to have to be patient. Be patient with me. Who goes on Florida Department Sex Offender Registry? It's got to be here. Why is it not here? I'm going to pull it up. Sorry, guys. I'm going to use the main screen. My apologies. What is it? Can somebody send me the link if you got it? Sexual offender search. No. FDLE. Sex offender search. FDLE. No, I don't want that. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. I found it. I found it. Who must register for the sex offense under the state of Florida? Sexual misconduct prohibited. This is like molesting somebody who's retarded. Sexual misconduct prohibited. It's molesting somebody in like a treatment facility. Kidnapping, false imprisonment, luring or enticing a child, human trafficking, sexual battery, unlawful sexual activity with a minor, procuring a person under the age of 18, selling or buying minors, lewd or lascivious offense committed upon or in the presence of somebody less than 16 years old, digital voyeurism of a minor. Digital voyeurism specifically is video. It's not audio, and it also involves a minor in order to go on the sex offense registry. Lewd, lascivious offense committed upon or in the presence of an elderly person, sex performance by a child, child porn, penalties, protections of minors, prohibition, computer pornography, transmission of child pornography, transmission of harmful materials to minors, selling or buying of minors, offenses concerning racketeering and illegal debts that involve sexual offenses, or committed of a similar crime in a different jurisdiction. If you want to show me that, show me that. I will happily, if you show me he committed any of those offenses, I will happily say he's a sex predator. He should be on the sex offense registry. So far, I have not been shown that.
Mr. Girl is not allegedly a rapist. He is a rapist. He posted a video openly admitting to raping a woman.
A couple years ago, I matched with a woman on Tinder. I say woman because she was 46. Anyway, we got frozen yogurt. She came over. We got naked. I got naked. Then we both got naked. We started making out. Sex kind of makes me anxious, so I don't like a ton of foreplay. To me, it should be like tearing off a Band-Aid, right? I'm trying to be patient. Finally, I get her on top of me. I put my dick in place, like right at her vagina, and I'm like, all right, let's do this. She holds perfectly still and says, I'm not ready. Clear as day. No mistaking her meaning. She doesn't consent. But she has this look in her eye, like she's daring me to just push it in. Like I'm some kind of pussy if I don't. I could have been imagining that, but I grabbed her shoulders and pushed her down onto my dick.
I fucked her.
Did she like that I did that? I think so. She probably had mixed feelings about it. Was it rape? Yes, I guess. I don't know. She told me not to, and I did it anyway. That makes it rape.
I don't know what went through Mr. Girl's head that he thought it was a good idea to openly admit to raping someone on the internet, but that's Mr. Girl.
Mr. Girl is bad because he did that, right? And Steven was friends with him after the fact, even though Mr. Girl was a freak. Got it.
For you. Mr. Girl is most well known for his review of the movie Cuties, where he said that he found the 10-year-old girls in that movie hot.
And it juxtaposes these amazing scenes where it's like you'll see the girls playing on a bed where they're stuffing gummy bears in their mouths and they're just totally children. And then you'll see them shaking their booties on this stairway as they make this this viral video. And they're pretty hot.
10 years old is 5 years too young for Destiny's taste, but he decided to become friends with Mr. Girl anyway. Mr. Girl also released a bunch of videos where he was like emotionally abusing his girlfriend on camera. After they had been friends for a while, Destiny and Mr. Girl got into some drama because Destiny had banned Mr. Girl from Destiny's subreddit because Mr. Girl was criticizing Destiny for the way that he had defended Nick Fuentes. And then a few months after this, Mr. Girl released a report called the Destiny Report, where he outlined all of the ways that he believes Destiny is an abuser. Most people ignored this report because they didn't really care to
somebody
listen
said
to
red
a
flag.
potential abusive
I guess I could put a red flag
give
there.
his opinions on why he thinks
Just because I think if
Destiny
you
is
do want to be
abusive.
Mr. Girl's
the report was
best
also
friend,
over
that could be a red
100,000
flag.
words long, and it was terribly formatted, and honestly no one had time to read all that shit. And
Except
while
for-
I personally think that
Except for Chud Logic. Chud Logic had the time and the money to read it. I think he got paid between $4,000 and $7,000 to read it.
Mr. Girl is a disgusting weirdo, I do think he made a couple decent points in his report. Mr. Girl's main perspective is that he believes Destiny has a pattern of being abusive towards the women in his orbit. And now that we've seen evidence that Destiny has been sharing sex tapes of his orbiters and his ex-wife behind their back without their consent, I think this adds some credence to the idea that there might be a pattern of abuse happening here. In my opinion, Destiny kind of reminds me of the character of Dennis from It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia,
Yep.
if Dennis was shorter and scrawnier and more annoying.
I didn't know I was being filmed. If you're in my room, you're always being filmed.
I wish I had used that clip in a Destiny related video, but unfortunately I already shot it and it's not related.
You are.
It's true.
It's just
Always
kind of
does.
creepy.
In case you haven't seen the show, the character Dennis is known for being a psychopath who's incredibly good at manipulating women.
Oh, look, I'm not narcissistic. That's good. I told you guys I was humble. We're a bit Machiavellian, a bit not psychotic. Psychopath, a bit psychopathic. That's what I'm looking for.
The most famous clip of Dennis is where he explains that if you take a woman out on a boat with you, she won't say no to having sex with you because of the implication.
The whole purpose of buying the boat in the first place was to get the ladies nice and tipsy topside so we can take them to a nice, comfortable place below deck and, you know, they can't refuse because of the implication.
Oh, okay. You had me going there for the first part. The second half kind of threw me.
Well, dude, think about it. She's out in the middle of nowhere with some dude she barely knows. You know, she looks around her. What does she see? Nothing but open ocean. There's nowhere for me to run. What am I going to do? Say no?
Okay. That, that seems really dark.
No, it's not dark. You're misunderstanding me, bro.
I think I am.
Yeah, you are. Because if the girl said no, then the answer obviously is no.
No.
But the thing is she's not going to say no. She would never say no because of the implication.
Well, in 2020, Destiny explains that he doesn't think it would be good for someone who has a large online platform to be sexting the women who he has as guests on his show because of the implication.
Let's say that I run like a really big podcast. I get 30,000 viewers. Let's say that I have a podcast. I get 30,000 viewers. Let's say that there's a girl that messages me. We talk for a little bit and she really wants to be on. And I'm like, yeah, cool. Like, you really want to come on a podcast, blah, blah, blah. I could probably start sexting her and she'll probably give in and send me nudes and shit because she doesn't want to lose that opportunity. She might not actually want to. She might not be into it really at all. But if I start propositioning her, if she says no to me, she might worry like, fuck, like if I say no to this guy, like I'm not going to make it on that podcast.
Oh yeah, definitely. And then,
Yeah.
and then are you wrong for asking in that case? Even though
Yeah.
you saw
I think it is wrong. Yeah, I don't think you should.
However, as we now know, Destiny has a long history of doing this exact thing to the women who are guests on his show.
I don't like the idea that we're normalizing, someone bringing in a bunch of small content creators that are women, fucking them, right? And then when that fallout inevitably happens, like just cast them away. Like it's a really weird dynamic. I work with women and I'm happy with the fact that it's professional. And that needs to be a standard that we set for more people, because I hate the idea that I just show up on screen with a woman and it's automatically sex. But can I really be mad at an audience for thinking that when I hang out with Steven, who literally fucks pretty much everybody he works with?
It is possible that like you are like a very like mature person, and even if they turned you down, you're still cool with them being on your podcast. Like there are some people like that, but like not everybody, no one knows. That's the problem. Nobody can ever know that if you're actually that kind of person. That's why it's like a very hazy area where you can't really consent in that situation because you don't really know.
So on the one hand, he is saying that you shouldn't sext with women who are guests on your show because they can't fully consent. And on the other hand, he is sexting with most of the women who are guests on his show and sharing around their sex tapes without their consent. A woman named Lav came forward and said that she felt pressured to send Destiny.
Hold on, before we get into the lab stuff, okay? So Abba's 100% correct. And by the way, like nothing has changed, all right? We're laughing, we're minimizing, we're sweeping, we're doing this, we're doing that, right? But realistically, we're taking the allegations as they come across our thing, and we're looking at them, in my opinion, as honestly as we possibly can for like an analysis of good versus evil on the scale of what human beings are capable of, right? And I think that we've also agreed with some of Ryan Beard's statements, or even you could say a majority of Ryan Beard's statements. My issue, and I also agree with Abba, by the way. Abba is correct that talent recruitment, as in getting somebody to come on your show, should be as asexual as possible, because you don't want people to even believe that there's the implication, right? Now, I think with Destiny specifically, all right, I think when he was talking about a podcast, he was talking about whatever podcast. I'm just going to be real. And the reason why is because on Whatever and Fresh and Fit, allegedly, they would book Instagram models and girls onto the program who had huge social media followings. But then basically, I know for a fact with Myron and whoever Fresh is, or whoever the other guy is, and then I know with the main guy from Whatever podcast, the main host, I know that both of them were accused of sexually enticing people who were coming onto the program or who had just been on the program. And then when their advances were declined, they either declined to have them on the show or ceased communication with that person, right? And so right there, you have the implication that like, oh, well, if I want to be on this program, which is big, which could get me a lot of money, get me a lot of subs, get me a lot of this, get me a lot of that, then basically I have to do sexual favors for the host of the podcast. And I actually think that's the context of that clip. When it comes to Steven being his orbiter, streaming, et cetera, you might get like a little bit of a boost for talking to Steven. Like, let's say that I was just talking about dry political shit. I would be down at 50 viewers. Let's say that I was talking about drama shit. Right now we're talking about drama shit. I'm at like 120, 130, right? Cross-platform. If I'm on Destiny's program, I would expect like another 20 or 30 people to pop into the chat and maybe give a couple extra donations because I was talking to Destiny. So you don't get rich just because you're like streaming with Destiny once or twice, right? And then being an orbiter, it can be cumulative where it adds up clout and money over time, but you have to have your own talent outside of Steven or else it's not going to work. You're not going to be successful just because you talk to Steven. So is that enough for girls to do sexual favors just because they might get a 30% or 20% boost on whatever stream that they're on with Steven? I have no fucking idea. Right. So I put the implication allegations as a 1.5 out of 10, just because I think that this evidence, while potentially bad, I feel like this evidence is weak, especially knowing a lot of the dynamics of Lav. Lav, like, I don't know, man. Like she can say that she was like, oh, I didn't know what I was doing. And, I did this, this, and this. And I sent him this, this, and this because he said this, this, and this. But realistically, like we saw what we saw, man. She was on that program every other fucking day, jumping in a stream, bullshitting, having fun, all that kind of stuff. So for me, like, I like Lav, but I'm not taking her advice as gospel. Right. Anyways, all right. So I put red flag 1.5 out of 10.
feet pics in exchange for being a guest on his stream?
At least in my case, I was so desperate to get out of sex work, and I told him that, and he said, why don't you stream with me? This can open up an avenue where, like, you don't have to do what you hate to do. And I'm a political streamer. You can get into politics, like fully extending himself to me in a way that was, like, very friendly. And then it turned into something like, oh, right after that conversation, he was like, oh, by the way, I don't see any feet on your profile. He. Like, immediately after.
Apparently, after she sent him feet pics, he said, welcome to the Orbiters Club.
Yeah, which is crazy. I didn't even get a thank you when I sent him pictures of my feet. That was bullshit. Maybe HR is right. Yeah, I agree. All right, anyways.
Implying that sending her feet pics is what will give her the chance to be one of his orbiters. Now, Destiny claims that this was a completely ironic joke and it wasn't meant to be taken seriously whatsoever, but if Destiny himself has said that he shouldn't be sexting his orbiters because of the implication, and then he sexts his orbiters and then says, welcome to the Orbiter Club, I am struggling to see how this is a joke. And even if it was intended as a joke, like Destiny explained in this previous clip, you shouldn't be making jokes like this because the person on the receiving end might not understand that you're joking. It seems strange to me that Destiny had this incredibly nuanced view of consent a couple years ago, but then once he wanted to start sexting people, all of these rules that he set for himself went out the window.
Now, again, there are exceptions. Maybe you're friends with this person for 10 years or some shit, and you guys have like some, like, it could be like very niche. I don't want to say like every single time, but like as a blanket rule, if you even have to stop.
It's actually my understanding that Lav and he hooked up in which he gave her oral and that act was not reciprocated in Los Angeles. It was like 6 months to a year. And then that's when the streaming started. So I don't know.
Stop and think about this. You should just not do it. It's just a bad idea.
Later on, Lav accused Destiny of being the Harvey Weinstein of YouTube because she felt like Destiny had a pattern of manipulating the women in his orbit into doing sexual favors for him, and because she felt like it was emotionally abusive that every woman who came on Destiny's stream would inevitably be flooded with hate comments on his subreddit, which Destiny would refuse to take down. If you come onto Destiny's stream as a woman, you can be pretty safe to assume that you are going to get a bunch of hate comments on Destiny's subreddit. But according to Destiny's community, it's...
What about the men? What about the men? If I go to Destiny's subreddit right now, aren't I going to find like a billion comments where it's like, Connor's retarded. Connor's a piece of shit centrist. Connor's apologizing for Trump, even though he says he hates Trump. Connor's a useful idiot for the right. Connor's a fucking tool and he talks for too long. Connor is a fucking piece of shit. I can't believe he doesn't talk about his fucking family. Dude, a subreddit talking shit, you shouldn't give a flying fuck about like a subreddit talking shit about you. Yeah. Okay, yeah, see? There's literally, yeah, there's a dozen people in my chat right now who are like, I'm going to go on Destiny's subreddit and start talking shit about you right now. That's what I'm saying, man. So because I don't bang Destiny, I don't get any sympathy? Jesus. Double standards much?
It's not because they hate women, it's just because these particular women all happen to be too stupid to debate their daddy Destiny.
Okay, I hate women too. That has nothing to do with this.
Time, Destiny's head moderator of his subreddit named Forethought sent one of his female orbiters the message, Kelly Jean, stop pretending like you're hurt by sexism. Your greatest aspiration was being an esports victim. Holy fuck, no wonder you wish you got raped. You've got literally nothing going on to be doing this at 40.
Holy
After seeing
shit.
these messages, Destiny refused to remove Forethought as a moderator of his subreddit.
But the whole idea is that if there's no wrong way to treat Kelly Jean or whatever, if that's her mentality when it comes to her, who's to say that doesn't expand to other people?
But can we just why is it okay to do whatever you want
Onto Kelly Jean.
Oh yeah,
you'd have to ask Destiny that.
I mean, it's Kelly
sucks.
Jean.
That's not that.
Yeah, but if you have that mentality, Destiny, then yeah, he's gonna copy it, isn't he?
I wonder why women don't always feel comfortable on Destiny's subreddit. At the time, Destiny and his community absolutely tore Lav to shreds because they didn't think that she had enough evidence to substantiate the claim that Destiny was the Harvey Weinstein of YouTube. One time when Lav was in the hospital, Destiny sent to his public chat, like, I wish this person would just kill themselves already or fuck off from my shit forever. Destiny even one time shared with his public chat that there was a Kiwi Farms thread being made about Lav. In case you don't know, Kiwi Farms is a message board that is famous for doxing and harassing people they don't like. So by sending Destiny's community to her Kiwi Farms page,
Oh my God.
Destiny was essentially doxing her. To be clear, I'm not trying to 100% defend Lav here. I think that some of the negative comments about her debating were accurate. I don't think she's a particularly good debater. I also don't think that she necessarily had enough evidence to back up the claim that Destiny
All right, we
is
got
the
20 minutes
Harvey
left in this
Weinstein
one.
of YouTube. Although these days I do think there is a lot more evidence pointing to that being the case. She also one time claimed that Hassan had slept with a 17-year-old, which she didn't have any evidence to back up, and then Hassan ended up tearing her to shreds for that. And since then, she has become a TERF who says a bunch of racist and transphobic shit on Twitter. However, I do still think that the treatment she endured from Destiny's community was insane. Being a bad person does not disqualify you from being abused. And if a woman feels like she's being abused by you and your community, I don't think a good way to prove that you're actually not abusive is by telling her to kill herself and doxing her. Destiny's community wrote off Lav as mentally unstable and insane. And because both her and Mr. Girl were widely hated by most people on the internet, most people ignored their allegations that Destiny was abusive. Destiny has a long history of bringing mentally ill women onto his stream to the point where it's a meme in his community that all of the women on Destiny's stream have BPD. Destiny himself has said that he's most attracted to women who he considers mentally unstable.
This dude really has a penchant for going after mentally ill women. Okay, women with like severe depression, and a lot of them got like self-diagnosed BPD or some bullshit. Like he just likes that. I don't know. To me, the fact that there's a pattern with a lot of these girls is a bit weird.
But the question is, does Destiny just happen to attract a bunch of mentally unstable women to his stream, or does he purposefully attract mentally unstable women because he knows they are more easy to abuse? Another mentally ill woman that Destiny had a long conflict with was a woman named Anna. Just like with Lav, Destiny also encouraged his community to go to Anna's Kiwi Farms thread, and he encouraged them to post in her thread.
Oh, okay. Also, heads up. This is my only non-media blackout time, okay? This is my only non-media blackout time. I will immediately back this, okay? Somebody on Kiwi Farms has made a thread of Anna. So if you are obsessed with Anna and you want to talk about her all the time, you, chatter, you can actually go to Kiwi Farms and you can go and post all you want, read all you want. Go there, post about it, talk about it. People put a lot of effort into categorizing and archiving everything. There you go. Okay.
And in the thread about Anna that Destiny encouraged his fans to go message, they doxed Anna. And it was later revealed that at this time, Destiny was secretly in an ongoing sexual relationship with Anna.
So you acknowledge that you've been sexting with her for a year?
Yeah, we've had on and off, sure.
In response to this, Anna texted Destiny, "You literally ruined my fucking life. You just doxed me on your stream. Fuck you. You put me in danger." And Destiny responded to this by saying, "You're doing it to yourself and you're going to keep doing it to yourself." This is one of the most insane things I have ever seen in my entire life. Choosing to dox a woman you are actively sexting with just because she pissed you off. I guess if you want to live life by Destiny's rules, if your wife or girlfriend or friends with benefits ever pisses you off, why not just dox her to hundreds of thousands of people? I also want to be clear that I'm not defending Anna. Anna also has a long history of harassing Steven, which is obviously not good. But Destiny also treated Anna like garbage. He not only doxed her, but he also threatened to leak her nudes when she threatened to leak sext messages between the two of them
Holy
to
shit.
prove that Destiny had been lying about her.
So do you think that leaking sexting and leaking nudes is proportional, or do you think it's a proportional response in the way that you're reacting to that?
I think it's about proportional. Yeah. Thanks.
You don't think that she has more to lose in that scenario? Like, you think that people were going...
Oh, I mean, she could have more to lose, but I just don't see the huge difference between like sex and nudes. Like, you're leaking like personal, like sexual shit that somebody sent you and like trusted you with. Like, in my opinion, this is like one of the biggest forms of like weird, like backstabbing shit that you can do. It's like one of the worst things a person can do is like leaking like private sexual shit like
I
that.
love you, Tom.
Looking back at Destiny's streams from over the years, I found at least 20 different women who had allegedly had some sort of sexual relationship with Destiny at some point. And I found at least 15 different previous female orbiters who now all hate Destiny's guts, and Destiny now labels them as crazy. The fact that Destiny has had sex with a bunch of his orbiters and now a bunch of them hate him doesn't necessarily prove abuse. But what I do know is that Destiny is not living by the standard he expects other people to live by. Again, he said himself that you should not sext people who are guests on your platform because they might not be able to fully consent because of the implication.
I think it is wrong. Yeah, I don't think you should.
And at the very least, he has totally and utterly failed at living up to this standard of conduct that he expects other people to live by. I think we would need more evidence to concretely prove that Destiny's stream really is this system of abuse. But all I know is that there are at least 4 alleged victims and a whole host of other women who absolutely hate Destiny's guts. So I would recommend that women should stay as far away from Destiny's community as possible.
If you know that the people you're going to be involved with are only short-term partners, and you constantly see the after effect of most of your hookups and your interactions leaving a trail of broken hearts and disappointed people, that's a moral failing.
All right, let's recap all of Destiny's treatment towards women. Destiny sexually assaulted a woman. Destiny has a long history of sharing women's nudes and sex tapes without their consent. Destiny allegedly recorded a woman having sex with him without her consent. And in his messages to his Discord kitten, Roses Coming, he sent her audio recordings of men that he had slept with from Grindr and said, "I went out and sucked the guy off a few nights ago and recorded the audio. It's really scuffed in my pocket, LOL. Did I ever send it to you?" If he was recording the audio from his pocket, it sure doesn't sound like that audio was recorded consensually, does it? Maybe he did ask if he could record him, but then he put the phone back in his pocket where the audio would sound terrible for some reason, but I highly, highly, highly doubt that. And if he was recording men from Grindr without their knowledge, it's also very easy to believe that he was recording Cherry without her knowledge. He has a history of calling 15-year-olds attractive and sharing pictures of them in bikinis. He has a long history of getting very mad at women when they post about their sexual assaults on social media. He has allegedly abused at least one of his female orbiters and was psychologically abusive towards his ex-wife. And he also admitted to choking out another one of his exes multiple times. However, he claims that this was done in self-defense.
Because you better fucking believe I had to fucking choke her out a few fucking times.
Finally, Destiny has a history of doxing and threatening to leak the nudes of women that get on his bad side. I find this incredibly ironic because in his Keppel's manifesto, he says that progressives believe there's no such thing as bad tactics, only bad targets.
And what comes of the belief that there are no bad tactics, only bad targets?
Well, if you ask me, doxing women and threatening to leak their nudes is the definition of bad tactics that you should not be doing even if you think that woman is a valid target. If you add up all of these allegations, I think it's time to consider that maybe Destiny is just not a good fucking person. Maybe he's your typical male feminist and all of the liberal bullshit that he spews on his platform is just him trying to get into women's pants. Before it had been publicly exposed that Destiny had shared Pixie's sex tapes without her consent, in private he acknowledged that he had severely, at the very least psychologically, damaged her. But once Pixie came out with her allegations publicly and announced that she was planning to sue Destiny, he went back to his old defensive.
Dude, guys, I'm gonna fast forward. This is fucking brutal. We're at an hour and 16. We got 14 minutes left. And honestly, I kind of want to summarize and close out because this is, I don't want to be accused of not watching the whole thing. So we're going to go to 125 and go for it. But this is, honestly, I don't feel less strong in my positions after reviewing the supposedly best Destiny takedown essay on the internet.
ways and took accountability for nothing. He posted to his subreddit, legal arc beginning in mysterious ways, such wow, which is the most millennial cringe way possible to respond to allegations of sex crimes. In this post, he never takes direct accountability for sharing Pixie's sex tapes with Rose's Coming without her consent, and instead he focuses on how he's a victim too because his nudes were also leaked by the hacker that apparently hacked Rose's Coming. Obviously, Destiny is also a victim in this situation, but I struggle to find empathy for him because he refuses to take accountability for sharing the sex tapes non-consensually in the first place, which led to this entire mess. He also talks about how Pixie was asking him for a large amount of money because she was trying to teach him a lesson, and I don't necessarily see anything wrong with her wanting to teach Destiny.
Alan is asking an unrelated question. Which is it counterpoints? Did they say something or did you ban because Brianna said? I don't know what you're talking about, but if somebody says some wild shit, like they're like, Brianna, you're a troon and you're always going to be a man and you should go kill yourself. Like, yeah, you're getting banned. Like, it is what it is. And she might have banned, I might have banned. We both have access to bans. So if you say something fucked up to Brianna, I don't care if she's saying some stupid shit. You're going to catch a ban. I don't care.
Destiny a lesson, maybe he needs to be taught a lesson. Pixie made the point that unless there are some real consequences to Destiny for doing this, he'll probably just do it again in the future, which I agree with. Destiny later sent to his public chat, Pixie and the people behind her just want money. Yet this is a blatant lie because she made it abundantly clear to Steven that she would be willing to donate the money he gave her to charity. So just like usual, Destiny is attempting to smear his victim in order to silence her, even though in my opinion, Pixie has done absolutely nothing wrong. And I think this shows incredible moral character on Pixie's part that she's even willing to donate this money to charity because I don't think she has any obligation to do this. But even with Pixie being basically the quote-unquote perfect victim, Destiny still decides to smear her. My favorite sentence from this post is when Destiny says, I have been trying to move on from covering drama content as it has had an increasingly negative impact on those in my life. Bitch, you loved covering drama content when it was other people's heads on the chopping block, but now you want to stop covering drama once your head is on the chopping block. After this, Destiny sent some messages to his chat that were even more defensive. I have never done anything maliciously, as any of the fucking insane allegations say. That's fucking retarded. My only crime was being too much of a gooner in 2023 and earlier, 100% sure. Though again, I can't say anything specifically because everyone wants to come at me in court now, I guess. When he says that he didn't do anything maliciously, I think he means that he didn't intend for Pixie's nudes to ever get leaked to the public. But I would argue that non-consensually sending her sex tapes in the first place was malicious in and of itself. And again, yeah, I think Destiny would agree with me that sharing the nudes in and of itself is malicious because he said that when Bob 7 allegedly did the same thing, this should be life-destroying.
But I do believe that these are relatively life-destroying revelations.
And you are not fucking stupid, Destiny. You know that if you're sending around sex tapes to random 19-year-old e-girls, eventually something is going to get leaked.
You know, actually, one of the craziest parts about this whole story is the fact that Destiny trusted a 19-year-old Discord lady, okay, named Rose is Coming, with sex tapes of other people in his life. Nigga, if that's not compromised judgment, I don't know what the fuck is, okay?
Also, your only crime is being too much of a gooner. Destiny's just a little bit of a goofy gooner. It's not like he committed any serious sex crimes. He's just a little gooner goblin. Look at my gooner goblin over there in the corner gooning. As usual, every single thing that Destiny says is an attempt to downplay, and refuse to take any fucking accountability. Then Destiny sent this to his chat. Bro, if I need to go on the sex offender list, I'm taking like 20 other streamers with me.
Dude, this is all like post
again
shit.
Trying to deflect from taking responsibility by saying that a bunch of other
chat, I'm gonna apologize. We have to finish it just because I don't want people to say that I'm not paying attention to it, but literally this is all like post drama analysis, right? Like it's not this is Destiny's a piece of shit for not apologizing enough. He's remorseless. He's claiming victimhood. He's accusing Pixie of being a money grubber. In my opinion, Destiny is coping right there. Destiny has moved on from drama in 2022. I think that's definitely coped to some degree, but I'm going to agree with people like DGGers who say that the peak of Destiny drama was 2022. We can go to his channel when we're done with this and we could take a look at his channel. And it's basically like 2022 is the peak with the Mr. Girl, Anna Voir, whatever drama. And then 2023 through 2024, I'm pretty sure is going to be like the Israel-Palestine arc, right? Especially since October. So, you know, I think his drama has died down. He can feel that way, but of course he made a fuckload of money and built his audience off of drama. So that's not going to be like a particularly valiant defense. Alan, get over it. Brianna requested ban. It was out of respect for her. Move on. Yeah, dude, I don't care. Alan, yeah, if you say, oh, you don't like that I banned somebody that Brianna asked me to ban. I don't know. We banned like dozens of people. So if there was somebody who was saying wild shit to Brianna and she says, ban that guy, and then I take a look at what they're saying and they're saying wild shit, then yeah, I'm going to ban them. It is what it is. If you don't like that, that's not my fucking problem. You don't have to hang out here if you don't want to.
Other streamers have done the same shit. If other streamers have done the same shit, then yeah, maybe they should be on the sex offender registry. Recently, another clip of Destiny resurfaced where he talked about how he knew that a bunch of different streamers had committed sex crimes against children, but he just didn't care to expose any of them.
Okay, dude, guys, I'm done. I'm done. The sex crimes he's talking about is that they received a bunch of underage, unsolicited messages. That's it. Denims hates Destiny because he has a non-consensual recording of Denims talking shit about people, which is non-sexual. Nobody cares. That's a 0 out of 10 as well. You're being very vague. That's because I don't remember what the fuck you're talking about, Alan. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. There's plenty of people who come into the chat all the goddamn time and they say fucked up and rude shit to fucking Brianna, and I ban them. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Do you know what that chatter said? Maybe I would remember it if you remembered what they said. I don't know what the fuck they said. We've banned dozens of people from this chat for being shitty to fucking Brianna. Anyways, you're about to get banned. So, you know, keep it up if you want to. I don't give a shit. I don't see any super chats from you. What have you done for me lately, Alan? What part of my life have you improved? All right. So anyways, let's do the summary. And it's 4:15 right now. I don't know if we have time for Willy Mack, but maybe we'll do like the last half of Willy Mack, because Willy Mack basically like relitigates everything and then says it. So anyways, let's go over it. All right. And I'm gonna share this. I'm gonna make this my bigger thing. Can y'all see it? I love Brianna. Same. All right, I can't see it. Can y'all see it? I think y'all can see it. Move around. I can move it around. All right, cool. All right, so let's do this. So we watched 90% of the content except for the last 10 minutes, and that's because he was moving into like post-drama bullshit, and I'm trying to get to what are Destiny's actual sins, okay? So we rated them on a scale of 1 to 10. 10 is like forcible rape. 7 would probably be like coercive rape. 5 would probably be sexual assault, like where you grab somebody's genitals and then you keep grabbing them and fondling them after it's clear that you don't have consent. I would say 3 would be probably some of the things that we talked about today. And then a 0 out of 10 would be something that I just don't give a shit about, right? So Destiny's a hypocrite because he's saying that other communities need to hold people accountable. I would say a majority of people in DGG are trying to hold him accountable right now, except for his like core audience of sycophants. I'm not screen sharing people's nudes. That ended up being a partial lie because he did share nudes without consent. I'm not having secret recordings of sex in my apartment. He's right that he's not doing videotapes, but he did allegedly do audio recordings of Sherry and some homosexual hookups, and there might be more people. This is what happens when an internet bully has too much power, and Destiny also doesn't care about doxing. Okay. Destiny has told people to kill themselves. Okay. Melina states that they didn't have consent in order to share the nudes. Pixie confirms this. Sherry alleges that the audio recording occurred without consent and was also disseminated without consent. Okay. Those are the worst crimes by far, by the way. Mr. Beard says, take this motherfucker down. This was part of my frustration with this show. Are we talking about crimes in which a person needs to be put on the sex offense registry, or are we talking about a hit piece in order to knock somebody's digital career down a peg? What are we talking about? If you're saying take this motherfucker down, I'm not assuming that we're actually covering like serious crimes. I'm assuming we're doing a digital hit piece in order to damage somebody's career. Steven does have a strong army of sycophants. Orbiters are friends who stream with him. That was partially true. They're financially reliant on him. That's partially true. Example removing, is this remorseful? That was actually Erudite taking shit for saying that Steven was remorseful when he was being a fucking clown after the drama. I would actually see that as, I don't see Erudite removing it as an L, but I think her presuming that Steven would be contrite in public was probably something that she shouldn't have done without actually making sure that Steven was going to follow through with that plan. Now, barely anyone is defending him. That's true, because some of these things shouldn't be defended. They're actually antisocial behaviors. Myron Gaines slut-shamed the victims. Okay, who cares? And then what was interesting about this was Destiny said that the reason why he respected Myron was because Myron had ample opportunity to talk massive amounts of shit for him because it would have been in line with the content that they were currently generating, and he just didn't do it. That's not like, I don't know. It's not like a particularly big point. Ryan Beard says roast the shit out of him. Again, that makes me feel like this is a digital hit piece, not like an actual analysis of a crime. Destiny is a massive piece of shit and shouldn't have anybody's admiration or respect. I think we went over how, like, I think Destiny's intelligent. I think he's a good debater. I think he can consume vast amounts of information, and then he can give his political analysis on it. That's what I liked about him. Just because he might be interpersonally not a great person or even a bad person, that doesn't change that factor. So I don't respect the way that he conducts his personal life, but I do respect his intelligence and capacity for digesting and disseminating information. Steven says he doesn't care about the bandwagon coming after him. Who cares? You just want to make money. We all want to make money. That's a weak defense on Destiny's part. Holding people accountable, we're trying to do that. All right. And then he admitted, Ryan Beard was self-aware and admitted that he wanted to attack Destiny for personal reasons as well as professional reasons. Destiny has harmed women, he's harmed children, and he's advocated for a world that makes it easier for people to get away with it. All right, that's where we're at right now. I'm just going to go full screen, check out with chat, and then we're going to continue we're going to end the summary, basically. Let's remove that real quick. But chat, how are you feeling? Because that was the intro to Ryan Beard. A lot of people have hailed this as the best documentation and video documentation of the takedown of Destiny. I think I've watched it once or twice via Chud Logic and Nicholas DiOrio. And Nicholas DiOrio has a stronger opinion than I do that effectively Destiny should not be considered a serious political commentator after this moment. And I can agree with him that his personal conduct is reprehensible, objectionable, deserving of scorn, criticism, et cetera, but I don't think it's enough, right? I think we would need a sexual assault. I think we would need a rape. I think we need something else. I think Chud also had an interesting statement where he said that the sex crimes aren't what should eliminate Destiny's career. It's the way that he's reacting to it, where he's like self-sweeping and going on the attack and being a piece of shit about it. It only shows he's a hypocrite. Kind of. K-Silco says, what a bad video. I don't think it's a bad video. I think it documents everything that's supposed to be documented. I think people are exaggerating what it is. Counterfire just saying all these women said they didn't sleep with him is well, right when the sex tape is going to come out. True. We get done with our little sweep session and then we get some rapes and some sexual assaults tomorrow. That would be interesting. Yeah. If someone continually slashes your tires, you stop them from going to work and no law enforcement can or won't help you. What are your actions? That is pretty much the DDoS story. Yeah, true. His digital career should also be damaged, but it would be very different if Destiny didn't personally engage in morally condemning his political opponents, many of them whom did less harm than him. That's interesting. I'll take that as a point, is that Steven has made moral, positive, and negative statements, and through that inference, you would infer that he's a moral authority on which you should listen to on how to live your life. I agree with that. Christian Blair says, what is him planning the murder of the DDoS kid? Yeah, it's literally that. Basically, the DDoS kid was interrupting his internet connection for 60 days when he was making $5,000 a month. Oh, Alan, you fucking pussy. You loser. Go on, ban me. Ban me. I won't care. Go on. You did wrong and you know it. Dude, this is like you're like reenacting the Predator scene from with Arnold Schwarzenegger, where he's like, do it, kill me now, and it's like you got banned from a chat for being annoying. Okay, this entire stream is about misappropriated levels of intensity to world events, and you are like the definition of it. Do it. Do it now. Ban me. Ban me now. You did wrong and you know it. That's you right now. It's crazy. Well, QC John says his political career philosophy is congruent contingent on being a feminist. How does he keep that image after this? Well, you should actually just assume that all feminists or all male feminists are advocating for feminism as a way to gain sexual access to promiscuous women. I mean, that would have been my perspective already, right? It's like, why is Steven a feminist? It's because he wants girls to be floozies so he can hook up with floozies. You ban someone because someone else tells you, and now you think you have the high ground? Dude, fuck off. There you go. There you go. Enjoy it. I will forget you exist in 20 minutes, you fucking nerd. You ban someone from a Twitch count? You ban someone from a YouTube chat? It's like, bro, shut the fuck up. These fucking nerds, man. These fucking nerds. JD makes an interesting point that I also think is true. Being a hypocrite doesn't change whether or not someone's arguments are correct or not. No one should use any YouTuber as a moral authority on anything. Not only do I agree with you, I think that's the interesting point that people need to make peace with. If Destiny says that drinking water is good for you, and then he ends up being a sex criminal, that doesn't stop the fact that drinking water is good for you and you should still drink water, right? So people need to figure that the fuck out. I have the high ground. True. Been saying it since 2014. Do not trust any man who proudly wears the proud feminist label unless he's gay. Yeah, probably. My freedom of speech. How could you? True. Good Arnold impersonation. Did they turn that in the Crucible? They did in the Army OUS. What? Anyways. All right. So like the stream. Follow. Subscribe if you're on Twitch. I will turn on memberships on YouTube eventually. That way all you freeloaders can give me $2 to $5 a month. That way you can say, hey, Connor, I'm a member. And, you shouldn't be mad at me. I want to thank, we peaked out at 130. We're at around 100 right now. I want to thank the 100 to 130 people who stuck with us through the content. We could do the tail end of Willy Mac because I don't think we're going to come back to it. So we might as well do it now. We're going to do Willy Mac. And we're going to jump straight to the President Sunday segment because people got pissed at me that President Sunday did some fucked up shit in the background. And they were like mad. They're like, why are you talking about Sunday at all? You should just be saying Destiny's bad. Destiny's bad, right? He's bad, right? And it's like, yeah, he's bad. He's bad. But Mr. Sunday also did something bad that was highlighted by one of his editors almost immediately after the drama. Yeah. So we're just going to check that out real quick. I'm going to run until 5. So we'll still be here for a minute. So everybody, I'm going to start freebooting Willy Mac. And where is it? This one? There we go. I'm going to freeboot Willy Mac. Shaming the victim, slandering the victim. Here we go. And actually, I'm going to start it here. That way I can get some water. So I will be right back. Enjoy the lovely sounds of Willy Mac.
Very obvious. So is Destiny's career over because of this? Well, if Tim Pool can frame himself as a patriot while secretly taking Russian money, Vosh can say Lolly makes you a pedo while having a folder full of Lolly, Hassan can frame himself as more credible than the media while reporting every story wrong, and Tyler Oliveira can pretend to be a journalist while just making up stories on the spot, then why wouldn't Destiny recover from this? Let's be honest, the real punishment is Hassan will bring this up every chance he gets.
I can't believe that there are still Destiny fans in here. He kind of made you, though. Why you so ungrateful? He brought you in. No. Why not just talk it out, bro? He was your friend at one point. Dude, I don't know if you understand. We're having a conversation about this dude serially making sex tapes of the people he sometimes consensually and sometimes non-consensually records and is unconsensually sending to other people that he wants to fuck. And you're like, why don't you become friends with that guy again? I don't know, because he's gross.
And Hassan is totally right. You know how hard that is to say? Again, if you're a left-leaning political viewer, your options are cooked. But seriously, it seems like if you have a political audience, you could get away with anything. You have Joe Biden's millionaire drug-fueled son getting pardoned after he said he wouldn't do it, and Donald Trump, our current sitting president, was part of an electoral scheme. But no, this is when political audiences finally take a stand. Sure, these audiences will excuse everything because they think the ends justifies the means. Hearing Lonerbox lay out his 2025 aspirations is hilarious until you realize how true it is.
I look forward to sometime coming back when I can like brand myself as the only remaining political streamer who doesn't have sex scandals and doesn't support terrorists. For some reason, it's always one or the other.
They're very musical people.
Are you being serious?
Dog, what do you look? You think I made this?
This isn't music. I know they're singing, but I'm seeing just guns and shit. This isn't a music video, Hassan.
No, it is. They do musicals about like their
actions all the time.
Yeah, they're militarized action.
When I looked at it, I think the vibe that I got was like short stack, thick kind of thing. You know what I mean? Like the way like goblins get drawn in porn.
The fuck?
Niggas press their luck in, they get a butt fucking straight up the ass raw dog with the rash.
Destiny was objectively wrong for this and deserves all of the backlash. I think it's important to acknowledge that people who exposed this story were not looking out for the victims at all. In fact, they were actively working against their best interests. In comes President Sunday and Beckett. Neither of these people had direct contact with Destiny, Kyla, Pixie, or anyone else involved in this story. They never even tried to reach out, yet they were the ones who posted videos outing the whole thing. The only information they have comes from Aaron leaking all of Pixie's messages. They are only working with secondhand information. In Sunday's video, he says Pixie's silence was bought in exchange for Destiny paying for her law school, leaving all the other victims out to dry.
Pixie has since said nothing publicly. There has been no evidence of legal proceedings being pursued, and she has seemingly ceased communications with the people she was previously working with, instead posting on X about taking the LSAT in pursuit of law school. It appears as though her attempt to extort Destiny has probably paid off, albeit at the expense of every other person Destiny has victimized in the past and will victimize.
I'm gonna let
in the
Willy Mac
future.
take it. His evidence for this is a single tweet of her saying she took the LSAT, as if you could just sign up and pass this test within a month. So at this point, my mind was blown that someone would out a victim for a 100K view video while the victim was still discussing their options, and then determine their silence was bought over a tweet. No need to confirm anything. So I reached out to Pixie to try and confirm if she ever talked to Sunday or Beckett about this. Pixie has pursued litigation against Destiny. However, she did let Lonerbox, who she's dating, provide some details.
Did President Sunday reach out to Pixie one time to see if he could go live with this video or to confirm that the draft was canceled or anything like that?
No, he didn't.
It is so incredibly selfish of Sunday and Beckett to insert themselves into a situation.
Listen, I'm going to save them real quick, and I'm just going to give you the summary. That way I don't feel like I'm overemphasizing the point. Then I'm probably going to go over our score sheet and call it. So, excuse me. So basically, just to kind of summarize that portion of it, President Sunday knew that there were negotiations going on in the background through Straighter Aid. Okay. And so her and Straighter Aid, or President Sunday and Straighter Aid, have been friends for 2 years. I always thought that was weird just because President Sunday is such an autistic fucking cruise missile that I had no idea like why, why Aaron would deem him to be a friend. Like that seemed like strange to me, but she did. And so she was frustrated with Pixie because Pixie was floating the idea of $1 million sanction against Steven. And that did seem high, I think, early in the drama. But if you do follow the logic of like Steven needs a real sanction in order to modify his behavior because being contrite isn't enough, then I think you can kind of follow that logic, right? And so what ended up happening was Aaron leaked that to Sunday. Sunday saw that negotiations had stalled and then used Pixie applying for the LSAT, I think in November or December, as evidence that she had accepted an out-of-court settlement and was no longer pursuing anything with Steven. Therefore, Pixie had effectively betrayed all of the victims through her silence and therefore was no longer deserving of protection. There's just a couple of problems with this, though. So the first problem is that he graped Max Carson, Mr. Girl, a year ago for violating Anna Voir's consent. And I thought that was hilarious and ironic. I pointed that out on the day of. People got pissed off. I don't care. The truth is the truth. It is what it is. So I found it deeply ironic that he said that the Mr. Girl report was effectively bunk because Mr. Girl had violated the consent of a victim. Meanwhile, he literally did the exact same thing a year later. What was even funnier is that Kilo Tonics, the editor for that video, basically came back and said, hey, I think we're screwing over Pixie. I don't think we have enough evidence in order to move forward, et cetera, et cetera. Therefore, I don't think that we should do this. And President Sunday basically said, yeah, I don't care. According to Kilo, they knew that Pixie was allegedly suicidal over the whole incident, and them breaking the story might trigger her suicide, but they omitted information from the piece specifically that would make her look better in reference to the money, because they wanted to paint the picture that she was an extortionist. And then they also omitted information that the suicide was more serious. That way, if she did kill herself, then it wouldn't be on them for publishing the story. So I think that's fucking crazy and ironic and fucked up. It doesn't forgive Steven, right? It just also means that President Sunday is a piece of shit in a different way. So that's all I wanted to share. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Jonah Boy says, like, damn, even with, I'm just going to answer chat questions. If you have a question or concern, put at Counterpoints in the chat. If you got a super chat, or if you want to gift some subs or something, go ahead. Money is appreciated, but never required. If you haven't liked the stream already, like the stream. I'm just going to hang out with chat for a little bit, and then we're going to wrap up. But like, damn, with Jonah Boy says, like, damn, with a friend like that, who needs enemies? Yeah. So one of the craziest fucking things about it was President Sunday, after somebody pointed out how fucked up it was that he had burned one of his friends, Aaron Straderade, in order to get this content. He was like, yeah, well, that was like a well of information that had gone dry anyway, so it's not a big deal. It's like, God damn, you were friends with somebody for 2 years and then you fucked them over and you refer to them as a well of information that had gone dry. It's like, dude, you're a fucking sociopath. You just don't have the power or the money. Biz D says, that's wild. Sunday didn't care if she died as long as it nuked Destiny. So I'm repeating that. That's what Kilo Tonics said. Like, almost a direct quote. You can just type in Kilo, Kilotonics, basically said that not only did President Sunday ignore the potential consequences, he actively didn't care. And if President Sunday had to step over the corpse of Pixie in order to be the one to take down Destiny, then he would have done so. That was Kilo Tonics' opinion. So, and he's closer to the situation than I am. Christian Blair says, I would be willing to bet that President Sunday lied to Aaron about when he planned to release the info. I agree. If my best friend, Jonah Boy says, if my best friend sent my nudes to a mega cultist like Sunday who has a vendetta against me and everyone I know, I'd be suicidal too. Well, it wasn't Sunday, right? So Destiny leaked the nudes to Rose, but Aaron took screenshots of the negotiations between Kyla and Pixie and then sent that to Sunday, which I think is pretty fucked up. What behooves creators to be this toxic? Their money, they want money and clout, and they have no life experience, so they're willing to backstab everyone around them as long as it makes them big. And that's part of my problem. Like, I appreciate you, 100 of you have hung out with me almost all day on President's Day. I'm humbled by your presence, and we peaked out at like 130, right? But yeah, like, obviously if I was backstabbing people and showing you my junk and all that kind of stuff, we would have higher numbers. But I appreciate you guys choosing to hang out with me anyways. Is this Kilo the same Kilo as the Mr. Girl orbiter? I don't know. To be honest. I'm done with fighting with teenagers or old drunks on chat. True. JD for $10. Thank you for the dono. Quick, unrelated question. What starter pistol do you recommend for a woman? My wife is short, but she's a little weak, so nothing too hard to handle. Any thoughts is great. Thanks. Well, thank you for the dono, bub. I'm always going to recommend a Glock for a carry pistol if you're serious about carrying every day. I would say a Glock 43X. It's small. It's probably easy to rack. It's a 9mm. You got 10 rounds. It's the perfect defense pistol, in my opinion. Glock 43X. However, if she has problems manipulating a slide or is uncomfortable with a semi-automatic pistol, I would probably just get her a 38 revolver. So basically, it's a revolver. A lot of them don't have hammers, so all you have to do is pull the trigger, and then you only have to load it once, and you get 5 or 6 shots of 38. So, you know, it's not the most comfortable gun in the world to shoot, but I would strongly recommend the Glock. And then if she doesn't like semi-automatics, I would go with the revolver. Biz D says, do you ever step back and remember all this started because of a blowjob? Humans are fucking absurd. Oh, yeah, I agree. 100%. Like, well, that's the thing. So let's do that real quick. Actually, can I share just my notes tab? So I'm going to stop that screen. I'm going to share. These are the notes that we took from Ryan Beard's video, right? We just watched one of the most authoritative videos on the current Destiny drama, and this is the information that we got. Let me add to stage. Here we go. So in reference to violence, Nebraska Steven said that rape victims should kill themselves. It's fucked up, right? It's fucked up. He shouldn't have done it. If my sons did something like this, I would wash out their mouth with soap, right? But it's not actually a violent thing. Planning on murdering the kid who was DDoS attacking his house, that's fucked up too. But he didn't kill anybody. He created a DDoS protocol. Fought with his ex-wife, who he claims was abusive, and he claims self-defense. I would say that's a red flag and like a 4 out of 10. I would put out like a 6 out of 10 out of like actual domestic battery where you're like punching your wife and there's no like sensible thing that would do self-defense. I would probably put, you know, an 8 as what would you call it? Like manslaughter. And I would put a 10 at murder, right? So I'll put it at like a 3 or a 4, I guess. Destiny, and we're going to average these, by the way. Destiny grabbed his girlfriend's boobs on stream. Okay. For me, that's a 0.5 out of 10. Showing off blue tees nudes, I would put that as a 3 out of 10. It's fucked up. Nobody's saying it's good. No one, I have never, no one on my team has ever, Brianna has never, no one who's quote unquote sweeping has ever said any of this shit was good, right? Sharing consensual homemade porn without consent. I would say that is going to be like another 3 out of 10. You could bump that up to maybe like a 4 or something, just because he did it so often and he sent so many people's stuff out of it. But yeah, I would put it somewhere around there, 3 or 4 out of 10. Non-consensual audio. I'm going to say that's a 4 out of 10 because if he Googled the law first, I think that's predatory and creepy. If he just did it on a whim, I would view that as fucked up, but obviously not the same as groping someone without their consent, not the same as, I think we said sexually assaulting someone, so grabbing their genitals and continuing to play with their genitals after they already told you no. I would say that non-forcible rape or date rape would probably be like a 8 out of 10, 7 out of 10, like coercive, like, hey, baby, why don't we just hook up? And you keep pressing after they obviously don't want to do that. I'd put that up there, 7, 8 out of 10. And then obviously forcible rape would be 10 out of 10, right? Watch an 8-year-old twirl his dick on stream. Now, this sounds bad, but for me, that's a 0 out of 10. There was no like sexual intent there, right? At least from what we know. Steven shares bikini picture of 15-year-old. That is a red flag, but sharing a clothed picture of someone is not high on like a sex offense thing. Steven dunks on a trauma victim. Basically, he's making fun of somebody for a freeze response. That's almost nothing to me. I would say it's fucked up because it's indicative of some level of like callousness or sociopathy. But again, it's not really, I don't know. It's not really like a sex offense. Joke that Shadman should draw a picture of Nathan. The clear implication of that was that Shadman was a pedophile, right? So for me, that's a 0 out of 10. Randomly texting a teenager wouldn't be grooming, but interacting with children with the intent of manipulating them into sex stuff is grooming. That's a 0 out of 10. That has almost nothing to do with the narrative. Drake can be friends with Millie Bobby Brown. I said that was a red flag and realistically a 2 out of 10. I joked that it was a 10 out of 10, but that's just because I think like it's obvious that Drake wanted to fuck Millie Bobby Brown, right? So I think you're sweeping for a guy who obviously wanted to fuck a teenager. At the second she turned 18, Drake wanted to fuck Millie Bobby Brown 100%. Steven cheated on his wife. I put that at a 3 out of 10 just because he had to lie in order to do that. Steven was emotionally callous or neglectful to Melina. I put that as a 2 out of 10. Steven sent consensual videos of his wife without consent to a 19-year-old. I did put that at a 4 out of 10. Age play. So we got to this. If he's the older party where the girl is pretending to be a teenager, that's like a huge red flag to me. I'll be like, all right, what kind of like, we need to check this dude's hard drives and see what the fuck is up with him to see if he's actually like a pedo or a rapist or something. However, if he is the younger party and the other person is like the babysitter or whatever, somebody said that that might be the situation in chat, I'd put that at a 2 out of 10. It's like, it's not a big deal. It's weird, but it's not a big deal. The older party thing would freak me out though, right? Was friends with Vosh after it was revealed he was a bad guy. That's a 0 out of 10. Was friends with Mr. Girl after it was revealed that he was a bad guy. That's 0 out of 10. Forethought saying something crazy. For me, that's a 0 out of 10. Women are uncomfortable on Destiny subreddit. You should be uncomfortable. The subreddit is basically for DGG, gooner, asexual freaks, right? And if you're one of those freaks, that's fine. You're welcome in my chat, but that's not a sex offense. Destiny said that Lav should kill herself. Lav is a bad person. Okay, who cares? 0 out of 10. The implication allegations, I would say that he should have known better than to constantly flirt with all of his orbiters. But if a flirting is consensual, they're adults, right? Everybody should be aware of the dynamic, right? Anivar is exemplative, something. She's an example that Steven dates mentally ill women and he attracts them. So does he attract mentally ill women and those are the only people who are willing to hook up with him, or does he predate on them? No idea. I just put it at a 3 out of 10. Not changing your behavior after all of this, I think is a 4 out of 10, pushing a 5 out of 10. I think that's fucking stupid. So that's pretty much my summary of all the dramas that we covered in that. And if we add these up, this is currently available information. If Steven raped someone or provably sexually assaulted someone, or if he had sexual communications with a minor or some shit, I'm obviously going to change my opinion. But taking a look at this, for an average of how big of a fucking sex pest creep Steven is, 0.5. So 0.5 plus 3 plus 4 plus 4 plus 0 plus 2 plus 0.5 plus 0 plus 0 plus 2 plus 3 plus 2 plus 4 plus 2 plus 0. And by the way, like, this is not actually like this isn't like scientific, right? I hope you guys don't think that I'm like being scientific right now. All I'm doing is I'm just saying, like, how disgusted should we be? That's about all I'm trying to figure out. So 35.5, that's a lot. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Ah, shit. I fucked up because of the scroll. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. 22. So divide by 22. So on a scale of 1 to 10, we should be 1.61 disgusted. And that's about where I'm at. I'm a 2 out of 10 disgusted. I think that's fair. And by the way, Ryan Beard or Queeman or whatever, they're like, no, you should be a 5 out of 10 disgusted, or you should be a 7 out of 10 disgusted. Then you should probably like not, if you're going to create a video, don't include shit like he saw a kid flashing his dick once and he thought it was funny, or he thinks that randomly texting a teenager is different than like intentionally grooming them, or he joked that Shadman is a pedophile. If you want me to take you seriously, then like organize your information in such a way that I can take it seriously. It's actually frustrating. But like, people are coming at me and they're like, you have to treat Steven like he's a rapist. And I'm like, no, he didn't rape. And they're like, yeah, but he might as well be a rapist. And I'm like, show me. And they don't. So guess what? Not only was I correct back then, I think I'm more correct now. Oh, JD says, thanks for the guys in chat. I'll screenshot and check them out later too. Cool. A 380? Nah, you want something a little bit more powerful than that. Even 9mm is kind of underpowered. Do you think there's anybody on the left besides Destiny who can track out to young men? Not that I know of. Dean Weather. So Adam Mockler's a good dude. I like him. Josiah or Ruminate are good dudes, but I like them. But they're not like manly. They don't eat steak. They don't shoot guns. They don't get into fist fights. They don't fucking drive fast cars. They're not, gooners. Young men like gooners, I guess. So yeah. Talon of the Silverhawk says, counter, I would always start with a 22 rifle and see how comfortable they are around guns. Yeah, I mean, if you're talking about in general firearms training, sure. But if you're talking about getting someone to carry, then those are my recommendations. General Ballsack says, looking at grabbing an everyday pistol, my 9mm Beretta is too bulky. Glock 43X all day, baby. Or the P365 macro. That's another one. I just don't trust SIG because of the P320, because it has like drop safety issues. If you drop it, it can go off. The P365 macro is supposed to be pretty safe, though. Ryan H says, Connor, serious question. Would you still consider it a 3 out of 10 if it was your wife or daughter who was violated in that way? No. Matter of fact, we can go check that out. So sharing consensual homemade porn or audio sharing consensual sex acts. That's a 4 out of 10. So it's not a 2 out of 10. It's a 4 out of 10, which is like, by the way, that's like a step under groping someone or sexually assaulting someone, but then relenting when they say they don't consent. And if it was my wife or daughter, as I said earlier, then if Pixie's dad wants to call me and he's like, hey, I'm going down to Miami to beat the shit out of Steven. You want to be the lookout? Sure. I'll go look out for it. It's not because I hate Steven. It's just because he deserves to have his ass kicked, right? You showed his daughter's nudes to random people on the internet and then it got leaked. You should welcome an ass kicking. You should be like, you know what? I fucked up, guys. Beat the fuck out of me for the next 2 minutes. After that, we'll shake hands and call it a day. I would do that. As a matter of fact, if Steven wanted to do that, I think he should pay Pixie just to pay Pixie. But if Steven was like, hey, in order to atone for my sins, I'm going to give Pixie's dad 2 minutes to beat the fuck out of me, I would see that as a manly move. 100%. I'd be like, you're right. He deserves his pound of flesh. Thorpe TV says, what's up, Connor? Well, you're coming kind of in towards the tail end, but we were just sweeping for Destiny being a pedophile rapist. Destiny planning on killing DDoS kid and father gets low score because as far as we know, he never traveled to the dude's house. Yeah, he didn't do anything as far as we know. Yeah, I think about killing people all the time. I think about killing Alan, that chatter a minute ago. What are we doing? Yeah, we're just doing pedo rape apologia. Brother Captain Zool says a 1 to 10 rating system for sexual assault is idiotic. Well, okay. You can come up with a better system if you want. I don't care. I'm basically figuring out like how outraged we should be. Thorpe says, I'm an asexual gooner. Thank you for the welcome. Oh, cool. Have fun. Better for concealed carry than your standard M9. Yes, of course. CZ P10C. I love CZs. So why are you adding zeros? Because it's an average. And Ryan Beard made the mistake of including things that had nothing to do with being a sexual piece of shit. You can include it because you can be like, this is creepy or weird, but it doesn't actually, it didn't add anything to the allegations. If anything, it took stuff away. Would you increase the score if we found out that Destiny traveled to the DDoS kid's house or attempted to get his friends to help him carry out the murder? Yeah, 100%. So I think I put the DDoS murder at like a 3 out of 10. If he actually went to the kid's house and was like right outside the kid's house on the verge of going to commit the homicide, but then he broke at the last second. Yeah, that'd be like a 6 out of 10. Absolutely. 100%. Like we're like 7 out of 10 is like beating the shit out of somebody to the point of, you know, to the point that they're like hospitalized or something. We can use the data set to train an AI to determine who survives. True. This isn't scientific. Are you saying I shouldn't be already peer reviewing this stream? Guys, please. I know you're joking. I know you're fucking with me, but please do not use the 1 out of 10 vibes-based system to understand how we should feel about a series of misbehaviors as a way to actually justify the way that you perceive the world. The only reason why I use that for this stream was just because Queeman and Lav came at me hard, and there were people who said, I'm wrong. I should agree with them. I should agree with Queeman and Lav, and I should treat Steven like a sex offender, sex predator, right? That's what they said. And they were mad at me for not doing it. Well, to me, sex offender, sex predator, that's very serious. That's like a 7 out of 10, 8 out of 10 easily, right? And I didn't feel that way. So, and I was like, I don't think that your perception is correlated with reality. And so we just watched the most authoritative video on the Destiny sex dramas of the past decade. And we evaluated not just the events individually, but them as a correlated summary. So yeah, like you don't have to accept the numbers or like the numbers, or you can have your own numbers in your head. You don't even have to use numbers. But guess what? You don't have to be, you chatter who doesn't create content. You don't have to be Destiny's friend or professional associate. You don't have to. And I don't have to be Destiny's friend, but I do have to decide whether or not I want to be his professional associate. And I need to determine how outraged I should be. Based off of the currently available information, I am deciding that I am a 2 out of 10 upset. That's where I'm at. So, you know, some people could get me to a 4 or a 5. Some people might be able to get me down to a 1, but that's where I am. Talon of the Silverhawk says, disgusted based on the video. If he let out a bunch of points, I would have been a 2.5. There you go. Yeah, if we eliminated all the zeros, we could have been closer to a 3 or a 4, but Ryan Beard included all the zeros. Cotter, now you've ranked Destiny as a 1.61 out of 10 creep. Would you be down for that convo with me or my dad about Pixie? One more week. Let's see if any rapes come to light. Let's see if there's any sex assaults or rapes. As a matter of fact, let's literally see what his statement is this week, and then maybe we can touch it. It was really hot last week. I think a lot of Steven's behavior, even if not sexually predatory, seems to show he doesn't have concern for other people, from women to his son to men he hooks up with, or even his friends. Okay, I agree with you. I think multiple times throughout the stream, I have described Steven as a sociopath, which means that he is empathetically capable of understanding the reason why other people around him are upset. But he does not experience, in my opinion, he does not experience the vicarious pain of other people around him. And therefore, he doesn't show the things that you would normally expect out of somebody, as far as like remorse or sorrow or guilt or shame. So I agree with you. It might sound like I'm trying to laugh it all off, but I think on the facts of the matter, we probably agree. Oh, Jesus, Thorpe. Jesus, chill out. Ryan says, I guess that's fair. Well, Connor just lost all of his credit with the remainder of GGG. Laugh my ass off. Well, listen, why? Because I'm calling him too much of a pedo or not enough of a pedo? Oh, because I'd be willing to help Mr. Pixie beat the shit out of him. Well, listen. If I have a father-in-law, he's a very tough man. I like him a lot. He's a good dude. Like he says some psycho shit. He says some racist shit, but overall, he's a very good man. And he's a tough guy. He's worked his entire life. If in a spat of recklessness or in a spat of vengeance, I took private images or video of his daughter and I posted it to the internet or shared it with friends, and then it got leaked, I'm just saying this to be real, I would be lucky if I didn't get killed. And I would expect an ass beating. I like the man. I respect the man. And having a little bit of threat of violence for like misbehavior, I think is like a good reminder. Like, I think that's why dads should be present in their children's lives, even as adults, so you can remind people that your children are interacting with that, like, there is a higher authority here. If you fuck with my kid, I'm gonna fuck your shit up, right? So seeing Pixie's dad, where they're chilling together, oh, thanks for being friends with my daughter. She doesn't have a lot of friends. Ha 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 ha. Well, when Steven was sending nudes of his daughter to somebody else, he should have thought to myself, oh, wait, I'm doing something fucked up. I'm not just fucking over her. I'm fucking over this guy's daughter. This guy might show up to Miami and beat the fuck out of me. This is a bad idea. I shouldn't do that. That should be running subconsciously, if not consciously. And if we need to remind Steven or people like Steven that that is a possibility, you can wrong someone and they can take issue with it and they might come beat the fuck out of you. That is a possibility that exists in our world. If we need to remind people of that, it is what it is. It'd be fire content. That's true. You've just described 5 out of 10 as sexual assault, but relenting. Previously, you said not relenting. He's done the former on stream already. Yeah, but we put that at conservative liberalism. We put that at like a 2 out of 10 because that was a couple groping each other, right? It wasn't like him walking down the streets of Miami and just groping random women. I would say walking down the streets of Miami and groping random people would probably be a 5 out of 10, in my opinion. Ryan H says, I'm not sure where the line between masculine owning up to it and masochism is, but I understand what you're saying. Yeah, you don't have to agree with me. Alan is still probably typing away. Yeah, he's blocked. Sorry, Alan. I kind of are. As long as you videotape Destiny's beatdown with you in the background with binoculars being the lookout, sure, 100%. Could be fire content. Could be fire content. I would say, why don't we put Destiny, Creator Clash needs some free promotion, right? So if Pixie's parents find out about it, why don't we do Pixie's dad versus Steven and Pixie's dad doesn't have to wear gloves? How about that? That's fucking content. Thorpe is letting me know that the camera's freezing every now and then. That's okay. You could just increase the denominator without adding the zeros. That's true. Damn, didn't even think about that. That is true. Ved Sunil says, best advice to start content creation. I'm going to start clicking on your guys' stuff. Just start, right? Pick a niche. Pick a niche. Do you want to be a video game streamer? Do you want to be a political streamer? Do you want to be a drama streamer? Do you want to be a YouTuber? Do you want to be a video essayist? Do you want to be this? Do you want to be that? And then try all of the different kinds of content, because you might find that you're a better essayist than you are a streamer. You might find that you like talking about drama, but you don't like talking about politics. You might find that you like talking about video games, but you don't like talking about movies. You might find that you really like researching history. And the only way that you're going to find out what you think your niche is versus what your actual niche is by experimenting. And then once you find your niche, the way that you're going to tell that you have a niche that you should continue to pursue, let's say that you post a commentary video, a drama video, and that gets 3,000 views. Let's say that you post a historical essay and that gets 10 views, and you spent months researching the historical essay. Go for the commentary stuff. Now, that might be fucked up because you might be more passionate about history, but if you want to be a content creator and do it for a prolonged period, you're going to want to see those algorithmic and monetary rewards, or else you're not going to stick with it. Like tonight, no offense to you guys, but I made $50, maybe $70 or something like that. And I had like 130 live viewers. It's not, thank you for the donations. I'm not complaining, but I'm not going to be able to pay my rent with what I just did. Right. So I'm going to be able to get my kids I'm going to be able to get my family takeout once this month because I spent an extra 5 hours with you. Right. So you need to balance how much time you're putting in versus the product you're getting versus the return on investment you're getting. And if you're getting good algorithmic results, it will build into something monetary, but it's not going to be immediate. So it needs to be something that you enjoy or that you see rewards from. Destiny is currently covering rape and drama about booktubers. True. I look like Andrew Wilson's drunk cousin. That's funny because Andrew Wilson is my drunk cousin. Yep. You put it at 0.5 out of 10, if I remember correctly, the on-stream grope. Yeah, that's almost nothing, in my opinion. Dude, y'all are fucking with it. You're fucking with it. Yeah. I can buy a dozen eggs. True. At least the 40K channel seems to be doing all right. No, 40K is doing great. 40K is doing great. We're in a little bit of a lull just because there's not very much new content right now. But as far as like views, comments, subs, all that stuff. You know, I'm not getting rich, but you know, it's definitely helping. So not getting rich off of 40K, but it basically, like, I'll put it to you this way. On a bad month, okay, I make $1,000 off of 40K, okay? That means that if I post 4 duds in a row and they all get 10,000 views, the internal channel momentum still gives me like $1,000. If I post fire, I post like 2 or 3 100,000 view videos that then reinvigorate the entire channel, that's $3,000 to $4,000. Now, it goes up and down, right? Over and over and over again. So I can't rely on the $4,000 a month and be like, oh, I'm ready to go full time. Let's go full time. Nope, that's not how it works, because that's a peak and there's going to be a trough, right? And so the peaks, I'm investing in the channel, I'm paying stuff off, I'm getting the 3D printer, I'm, you know, getting gun stuff so I can do the gun videos, I'm getting an FFL, I'm investing that extra money. But obviously the goal would be to have a month where the channel just takes off, because I have friends who are making tens of thousands of dollars off of YouTube. There's some of those political commentators like Pondering, I'm not going to say his specific dollar amount, but he makes not thousands of dollars. He makes tens of thousands of dollars commenting on politics, and he's very successful, and I'm very happy for him. I'm jealous in a way, but I also wouldn't want to do the content that he's doing right now. And that's not a hate. Like honestly, I wish him, not only do I wish him all the success in the world, I really hope that he continues to climb and be successful and happy and rich and all that stuff. But he found a niche, he found a formula, he exploited the shit out of it, and he makes a healthy chunk of change as a result. Well, QC John for $5 here. You can at least supersize that Happy Meal. Sucks now that the McRib is gone. Thank you, Weld QC John. Thank you. One of my friends who is into 40K and doesn't know anything about your politics stuff sent me your 40K vids the other day. See, that's the kind of thing. It's like there's organic word of mouth. I went to Disney, believe it or not, and an employee named Charles, hi Charles, if you're here, but Charles stopped me and he was like, counterpoints? And I was like, yeah. And he was like, dude, I love Warhammer. I watch your channel all the time. And I was just sending your videos to some of my friends. And I was like, holy shit. This is the first time I've ever been recognized in public. And this happened last month. Like it was in the past month or two. I went to Disney with the wife and an employee recognized me. And that's cool. Like, you know, it's not like, oh yeah, you recognize me? I get that all the time. I don't care. It was like, no, that's awesome. Like, it's cool. It's cool to have your content not only seen by people, but seen, loved, and appreciated. So yeah, so I mean, like if somebody finds the Bolter video and then they accidentally find my politics and they don't like my politics, that's fine. But it is cool. It's cool that there's organic people out there who are familiarizing themselves with my content and they're just natural. They have no idea that I have all these dog shit political takes and that I sweep for pedophile rapists like Destiny. They just enjoy Warhammer. Pondering blew up quick. So Christian Valera's interesting thing, he was doing what I'm doing, which is he just was streaming every now and then, and he was pretty much the same size for like 2 years. But what he did is he posted 3 videos a day that were 10 minutes that were basically summarizing the news of the day from a Democratic lens. And he just kept doing that for about 60 days. And he took the time off of in order to be able to do, I think at first he might've still been working, but anyways, he stuck to the schedule, and around 45 to 60 days, the algorithm picked it up and then pumped them out. And I think that he's been between like 8 million and 15 million views every month for like a year. So that dude he's been eating good. He can afford his McDonald's. If he wants to get a Big Mac or make it a large, he can make his McDonald's food a large, which is awesome. Yeah. Are the gun videos as popular as the other stuff? So BizD just sharing, and we're just chilling in chat. I'm not worried if people drop off, if they got other shit to do. You know, we were at like 100, we're dropping down to 80, but if you got to go, you got to go. I parasocially love you. I hope you have a great day, et cetera, et cetera. The gun videos. So the first bolter video got 300,000 views, and I was ecstatic. I was like, I'm going to be building so many science fiction guns. I didn't make my money back, by the way. I definitely put more money into the gun than I got from the views. But eventually got up to 300,000 views, right? And it paid for the base gun. It didn't pay for all the time. It didn't pay for all the investment. It didn't pay for the bullets. It just paid for the gun, right? And so that video did really well. But I just spent, I don't want to say more money, but I spent an equivalent amount of money in order to get watermelon, cabbage, pig shoulders, metal targets, and explosive bullets. I probably spent $500, $600 on explosive bullets. And I also redid the bolter design, which was another few weekends worth of design work and printing and painting and sanding and all that crap. So I was into the project again for another $600 to $800. And I just posted that video where I'm blowing up watermelons with explosive bullets. And that got like 10,000 views. And it's like, what the fuck, guys? Like, no hate. Like, I'm not trying to hate y'all. If you don't like some content, you don't like some content. But I got a 300,000 view video and I got a 10,000 view video over here. And I think the second video was better than the first. You know, it just wasn't as novel. So, yeah, it is what it is. And honestly, I'm probably going to put that onto its own channel too. Ryan H says, to be fair, you're the least unhinged Florida man politically. Every time I head back, I see my dad. I end up talking to a few of his neighbors, and it's always a riot. True. Magni Borbjornsson for ISK 1500 says, thanks for the stream. Promise not to try and buy or invade my country. Please, I won't. I don't know if that's like Danish. I don't know if that's Danish or Swedish. I think we had some sek, which was Swedish, but we won't. Donald Trump, you have to understand, like, Donald Trump's like a toddler, okay? So he'll be obsessed with Greenland for 30 seconds, right? He'll be like, we need Greenland. It's strategically vital. It's really important that we have access to the natural oil and gas fields. It's really important that we have a counterweight to Russia in the Arctic, which, like, if he said that, I would actually be more impressed because he doesn't even say that shit, right? And then he forgets about you. He forgets about you, and then he's like, we need to invade Gaza, we need to take it over. We need to turn it into the Gazan Riviera. We need to do construction projects, and we need to send in the U.S. military in order to ethnically cleanse Gaza. And then he's like, like, dude, he already forgot about Greenland. He already forgot about, forgot about the Danes. So don't worry about it. And right now he's doing the Russian negotiations. He forgot about Greenland so long ago. So don't worry about it. You'll be fine. You'll be fine. He forgot about you. Yeah, better than the Russians, though, right? Yeah, and with the Russians, he's negotiating with the Russians in order to fuck over Ukraine. I would be more concerned if I was Ukrainian, to be honest. Isn't 85% of Greenland indigenous and not Danish? Yeah, probably. But his name is Magni Borbjornsson, and he looks white from his picture. So I'm going to go ahead and assume that he's some kind of... This looks like a white man to me. He could be Native American or Native Antarctican or Native Greenlandian, but I'm assuming. Thor. Okay, cool. Magni Thor Bjornsson. Well, I'm proud to have you here. We're proud to have the gentle ice giants of the far north with us. It's great to have you here. Did you have fun, though? Yes, I've had fun. Oh, I had a blast. That was one of the best days of my life. Blowing up watermelon, cabbage, a helmet, a pork shoulder, hitting steel targets with explosive bullets, setting a gas can on fire with dragon's breath rounds. It was one of the best days of my life. So, yeah, I can't. You're right. I can't complain too much. I did not recoup my losses, and I posted a video that did meh, but who cares? It was one of the best ones. I did shoot the airsoft version of the DevTac Ronin helmet. Yeah, just type in Counterpoints 40K. You'll see it. It's the DevTac Ronin airsoft helmet. So it's pretty good. Well, go watch it and take a look at it. Matter of fact, it's my video. No. I'm not going to share it with you. I'm going to force you guys to go click over there. If you want to watch me blowing stuff up with a bolter, go check out my second bolter video. It should be one of my most recent videos. But anyways. Okay. We made 70, 80 bucks. We entertained people for a few hours on their beautiful President's Day. I hope you had an awesome time hanging out with me. I did have an awesome time hanging out with you. Go watch Steven do some rape reviews on his own channel, despite being under the scourge, under the shadow of a sex scandal himself, or go spend your time learning something. But yes. So anyways, parasocial love to you and yours. You guys have a beautiful day. Thank you for hanging out. Catch you in the next one. Gingermas, right as we're leaving. Can NATO just be with Eastern Europe that take defense seriously and love America and fuck Western Europe and are just freeloaders and call America stupid? Yes. Bye.